Get you off my mind.
We were fools to think the blue chip would save us. It was all a lie. Today, the lies end.
Apex, what's your status?
We're here. The crypt is armed. This place, they call it the crypt, and we're here to destroy it once and for all.
Apex, you just don't get it, do you? The blue chip protects us.
Protects us? You mean controls us?
Oh, don't be such a cynic. Come on, let's talk this out. You and me. No one has to die today.
Talk's over. We're coming in.
This is your final warning. Stand down.
Team, on my mark.
3,
2, 1.
Need backup. Drill cam up. Enemy spotted. Blue zone out.
Firing gas.
Sticky up. Sticky bomb deployed.
Hello and welcome of the Masters for EMEA number 3 here, and we have got ourselves opportunities for these teams to garner as many points as possible, get as much prize pool as possible, and also get themselves to Masters West, which is coming up in just a few weeks' time. My name's Kalaris. Joining me, we have ourselves Mark Power as well as Avenger to talk about everything that's gonna be coming up. I keep getting extra little bits coming my way about which players are going to be getting fielded. There's all hecticness going on here to start things off, Mark, for day number 2.
Yeah, changes of subs. We've had a few subs on our, I suppose we'll wait till we get to games before we get to see them, but they will definitely change. We mentioned one of them yesterday during the stream, but it will bring a different dynamic. One of the teams, obviously, with Ascend, we mentioned who's in there, but I'm worried because they actually had a really strong day number 1. Now having a change up when it comes down to the middle day, is that going to be positive or negative? And if it goes negative, they can't afford to be losing out. They're a team that needs to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, and they didn't really deviate too much from their game plan overall, Avenger, that we've previously seen. A lot of emergency pickups, a lot of attempts and wild sends towards the middle that some worked out, some didn't. But as Mark is saying, it's pretty impressive from them so far.
Yeah, I mean, in a case where you have your 3-man call roster, right? It's not like you're changing big things. So hopefully a quick swabberoo is going to be fine today for them as well. Again, and they need to maintain a top position to get into that top 8, right? So it's actually quite important for them to push through for today and tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're watching the rotation throughout the pre-show, or the pre-show, you would see that obviously Twisted Mind's been pushed out of that top 8 as we are having contenders trying to challenge for those top 8s for the standings. But Hive so far for yesterday, looking as good as they did in Masters 2. Brilliant start for them for the 3 days of gameplay here, Mark, and I'm not expecting it to slide, really.
No, they put themselves in a really good position. Really, really good position. And you know what? It's obviously getting the placement points. Slam G's doing the same. It's a really good showing. And to be fair, a lot of that top pack is pretty tight. It's kind of when we get to that middle pack from the 7th down. Are we going to see the likes of FaZe, GK, Skittles, and which have had hot and cold games? Can they get that level of consistency up that we talk about? Because I'd expect one good game from them. That's going to push them into that left-hand side of the table. And then obviously not just the prize pool. We're also, as you said before, looking for those points when it comes down to Masters West.
Yeah, I mean, there was lots of wins in the cups for teams like Skittles, Martin, but unfortunately yesterday, 0 placement points for a team like that. It's a bit dire considering what they actually need to be able to pump up a little bit.
Would you rather be 0 placement points or 2 placement points and only 12 kills? I'd rather have the kills. I'd rather be fragging out. So,
Yeah.
I mean, Skittles, it was almost just basically on the back of Winkley, right? So, like, there was some crazy situations for him yesterday where he was able to clutch many times. He top frag for the team by far. And I think it was 11 kills. Yeah, so 11 out of the 21 is kind of insane for him to come in and just kind of carry them a little bit. But yeah, no placement points. They had a lot of scrappy fights. They had some, I wouldn't say like decision making in terms of that, but it's a lot of third parties where they were involved where they didn't need to be involved, in my opinion.
No, definitely. We'll see how it's going to fare throughout the next 2 days. But one team that we'd be remiss if we didn't actually address here is our 3-time chicken dinner winners from yesterday, Mark. Good old Slam G, who has really propelled themselves up the standings for Masters West as well.
When if they get into a top 6, they're getting a win. That's what we can take from it so far. But yeah, we went back to back. Obviously, it started Miramar, kicking things back off from Miramar as well. And so let's see if they can favour the Sandy Dunes. But good games, generally speaking. If they can get themselves in that top 6, they're going to get that conversion. They're getting good-ish amount of kills. But as we're saying, obviously with Skittles, I feel like it's the same with Slam G. Sometimes they're taking fights they don't need to take and they're getting caught out on those rotations. If they get to the late game, they're all good. They just got to worry about how they get there.
Yeah, they weren't the biggest chicken dinners, I guess, Martin, coming in from Slam G. Some of them a bit quiet, little, but, you know, just having that control and being able to parlay it into a win from a compound or from somewhere kind of tricky, it's going to work out for you in the end.
Yeah, considering 12th place, Skittles has more kills than second place. It really talks to how
That's true.
How, you know, close it was in terms of the amount of kills that Slam G got. And also, like, the kills that they got. Again, remember the Miramar game where it was like a third party of the back of Foot and Navi, right? Like there was just not that much left, and they had to kind of play low in the dip there. Like there's so many situations where like they're playing for the win, still getting kills, but there was a 3 and a 4 kill win, 2 of them, right? So it's super low compared to some of the other games we've seen. So, but then again, if they can play for that, and that's the kind of style that they're looking to have, and not go super aggressive, that's completely fine. I really respect that you're able to get 3 wins on the day of 6, right? That's insane for Slam G. But we know they're capable of so much more. So that's really what I'm looking for today. Are they able to kind of combine both? Are they able to step up in terms of the kills and also close out games still?
We'll see, because there's teams that weren't exactly on my radar to be taking a top 8 position compared to some of the bigger names like 888 and Storm on Request that were also kind of bringing some firepower here throughout the day, Mark. So I'm excited to see them back on the field again, trying to get some points. But for these guys, they would need like a first or a second to even try and challenge for that very, very top spot for Masters West.
Yeah, a little win today for them will kind of potentially put them on that springboard to get that side. But they're good teams, the players we know. Storm on Request, obviously, I think is the most surprising. Watching them sort of rotate, work their way in towards the zone was good. Even down bodies on that last Orangle, still digging out points at the very, very end. So their survivability is great. Look, bit of work on placement points, obviously making sure you get the rest of the team in there, because when they do find themselves in the mid to late game, they are down bodies, and sometimes have not been able to kind of get that recall system to work to their advantage. But impressed. And then you look, as you said, the household names, the GKs, the phases, they should be in that spot. And actually, if Storm on Request continue doing what they're doing and 888 keep being aggressive, they might keep teams like that out.
Well, they might switch things up a little bit. We will see. Let's take a look at those Masters West standings and see what's going on for all of these teams, trying to kind of find themselves a top 8 position, because again, if you do find yourself in top 8, you do not need to qualify for a last chance qualifier, and you'll be going there directly. But already a little bit of movement happening here, Martin, to try and put teams in the right position. We've already calculated what the theoretical points coming in from Masters 3 would be if they were standing where they are right now.
Yeah, and obviously with Slam G being second right now, that's pushing them in to the top 8 here. That'll be huge. But also BB team not playing, obviously, kind of scary for them, because there could also be kind of a switch up where we're pushing, you know, other teams right now. Navi's in 4th. Like if someone else gets, you know, the 95 points from 4th that we've put in on them right now, they could be pushed up quite fast. So it's definitely not set in stone at the time, but Slam G needs to hold on to the top to be sure to be into this top 8 here.
Trying to be tricky, trying to be dancing around. Win or Die, obviously, has got themselves a decent little chunk of points as well from what we've seen so far. The 85 will probably be enough to shore up their defenses when it comes to a top 8 here, Mark.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued about sort of that win or die and below. I think 30 Sports and Upward should be safe. We've got obviously FaZe, and we're looking at the other half of it. You'll see other teams sort of chasing their way down. BB Team, I can't see them surviving. Like we mentioned, Twisted Minds yesterday, I think they're just going to drop out just because they're just not partaking in this event, right? Ascend, they 120 points. Again, obviously they've subbed out, subbed in. Will it have an impact? Do they not carry as many points? Do they drop down the leaderboard? That's all going to be a factor. But it's that FaZe clan that I'm really intrigued about. Like, they need huge points, and they need to really be pushing that top of the table.
Yeah, definitely. At least they had a little 55 points coming in from last cups, right, Martin?
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't see BB Team being pushed out unless FaZe clan stays. They step on the gas today, and the rumors say that their IGL is out today and they are having their coach in Mexi. So that's actually something that's kind of scary. And also, if you look at it, they're only at 95 points. Like, they would need, we're talking of second place actually to push out BB Team. So that's kind of nuts. And Ascend needs a second. So FaZe or Ascend would need a second place, both of them, to push out BB Team. It could very much be the teams that are currently in the top 8 that are locking things in, unless we see like a huge step up from Ascent or from FaZe. I think I talked to Gustav, and he's going to be IGLing the team for the next 2 days. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. And likewise, as we were mentioning, for 888, Storm on Request, I would say Hands of Hope as well as Skittles, a win. It's kind of what they're going to need here, Mark, to really kind of get themselves up there. Otherwise, they'll be playing that last the cups before last chance.
Yeah, they need a win. They definitely need a win. They need to convert. And I think obviously starting day number 2, if they do get a win from one of the first or second games, that'll be obviously maybe the opportunity to go, but it's a lot. It's a lot for them to ask for. It's more the FaZe I'm interested. I think FaZe could potentially put out a second place. And that's what I'm really intrigued to see, if actually they do sort of drive that leaderboard. But they're going to need a big day. All these teams are going to need a big day number 2.
Well, that chuckle makes me think that Martin is still having a conversation. What's going on?
Oh, yeah,
Martin?
I mean, yeah, it's, we have multiple subs coming in today. One of them is Squeaky, legendary player of 2019, ends, of course, Phase 1 winner for 2019, good old Saku. And he wrote to me, my goal for today is get a C4 kill.
Oh, no. So, if he's just razzing around, putting C4s on every vehicle and hoping for the best, that's going to cause utter chaos.
It's gonna be fun. I'm excited to see what happens for the teams today. Obviously, it's great. Look at that. I'm also wondering though. Let's jump over to that. Make sure you guys get in and get some questions. There's actually already been an immense amount of questions again today submitted, and some of them are really, really good. So it's gonna be hard to get your questions selected there, I feel like.
Yep, 10,000 G coin if your question does get selected. So use the hashtag MastersMike EMEA over on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. And you can kind of join us at the very end of the day and answer some questions. Mark, we had some good questions yesterday. We had a good little chin wag, a good chat about everything going on. And I expect today's to probably go as long, if not longer, because Martin likes to talk.
Wow. He does. As long as his brain still functions when it comes down to the calculating the points. No, we had loads of really good questions yesterday, to be fair. And I was looking through some of them last night, and yeah, as Martin said, they've already started coming in already. So good to see. People have got a lot of thoughts and feelings, a lot of them directed towards the new patch as well. So intrigued to see if we end up picking something like that and talk about maybe the new DMRs.
Yeah, I saw some kind of number theory crafting where the VSS is doing more damage than SLR at 400 meters plus, which that's something. That's
and again, 400
if suddenly everybody starts using the VSS, yeah, it's quite far. Yeah. All right. Well, aside from that, of course, we've got some other kind of subs that we're expecting to come in. It seems like Fairy Tail's also going to be subbing out Conf today for Griffith. So a few changes here and there, Mark, but for some teams like Fairy Tail, they really don't want to be making this many any changes, to be honest. They're not doing that great when it comes to the standings. No,
don't get me wrong, Griffiths is a good player, but Conf has been a kind of cornerstone to that team, especially with some of the high performances. He does go out and get frags. Now, they didn't do well yesterday, so maybe that might be part of the thinking, maybe changing things up. It might be obviously technicalities, and obviously they need to put the sub in, but whatever it might be, that is going to be a change to Fairy Tail. The other one I'm really interested in is actually seeing Seifu back in the EMEA region playing as well. He's coming in as an emergency sub for Ascend. Now, we know he's also potentially good at going out and getting those frags, but sometimes he needs that kind of gel, that synergy with a team. So I'm interested to see how he's going to play with the Ascend unit.
Yeah, well, we've got ourselves 6 games coming at you today, as we did yesterday, as we will tomorrow. We'll start things on Miramar, and then we'll go to the wildcards, and then we'll head off to Erangel to round things out. So, I'm getting word that the lobby is almost ready to go, but we will see how long that does take these players to be fully ready to go here. Martin, you are not casting the beginning for our Miramars. Anything you would take away from our yesterday's Miramars coming into today's Miramars?
I mean, it was actually some pretty crazy games in terms of how we saw things kind of evolving. Also, like, we are coming through and it's like we have this San Martin ending that ends, it's just outside San Martin basically, right? And you see so many teams that are extremely calculated of how they move, and then you see other teams that are just full like aggression. There's a team over here, we're pushing that, we're sending it in, and there's some teams that are already in circle 2, kind of already 2-2 splitting some really valuable compounds. Also in game 2 that happened as well, with Slam G obviously having extremely greedy split with the field compound and the greater compound, right? So, and it's just paying off when it shouldn't. And I feel like, especially when you go through like really high level pro games, the big teams, and the best players, they're always like, okay, we're here in circle 1, we're here in circle 2. We're looking to maybe hear and see if we see some 2-2 splits that we can punish. Like, you're hearing to see how many different guns are we hearing, how much activity are we seeing. We could do a 4-man crash in this compound because it's high priority and stuff like that. And it's not happening as much, and maybe it's just because it was day 1. So that's really what we're looking for here for day number 2, because the backfilling, when we see 2-2 splits kind of coming back from a 2-2 split to a full squad, you see that backfilling coming into these compounds, and that opportunity is definitely open for a lot of the teams to kind of punish those 2-2 splits, because they were really greedy yesterday.
Yeah, very greedy. Any thoughts regarding that, Mark, before we get in?
No, it's a speed. I don't even add to that. It's a speed. Those 2-2 splits, they held off a 4-man crash, and it was really interesting that obviously when that zone shift, and it reminds me back to that kind of Slam G win from the crater, they had the compound out on that sort of east side, and they saw that shift. They took the opportunity, they collapsed, and obviously it gave the opportunity for a Geeko to sort of backfill them. So really, really fast reactions to these teams, especially when it comes down to those zone shifts.
Definitely. All right, well, we are just a few moments out before we get into our Miramars. So thank you very much for tuning in around the world, of course. Make sure, as we said before, to get your questions in with the hashtag MastersMike EMEA over on Twitter or X. We yesterday, I think, had something like 70 or 80 questions submitted. So those are going to keep rolling along here. So make sure to get your questions in. Unless you're Toffees and you ask us what our favorite soup is. And I thought I would just answer that normally and just say Heinz tomato soup. I'm a basic person. Anyway, let's get into it. We have got game number 7. It's me and Mark going to be bringing you this one here as we head off to the Dusty Dunes. See you in a bit, Avenger.
Ice ketchup soup. James, you shocked me. What soup will I go with? No, not to be fair, mate. I don't know. I don't think I'm far off you, mate. Maybe I'm like a mushroom soup or chicken and mushroom soup.
That's not bad.
I'll take that. Good flight path, though, for game number 1 of day number 2, or match number 7 of 18. It's coming in from the northeast down towards the southwest, and give or take, it's going through pretty much the middle of the map, the heart of the soul. That is Miramar.
Yep, we'll be keeping our eyes on some of these subs coming in. Ascend, of course, Squeaky and Seifu on the subs here. An emergency sub of Seifu comes in for Ascend. And as previously talked about, with them doing so well yesterday, we're hoping that these boys are able to do well for them here alongside. And then we turn our attention, of course, to FaZe, as we do have just behind Gustav's name, I believe, Mexi's name there.
50% of your squad, though. I know it's an emergency sub. I know these are both big hitters. That is a blow to Ascend. And
agreed.
They're a team that gets so much fan and love in chat. Maybe not so much today, because obviously we do have the event over in Germany. But with 50% of your team down, and they're a team that normally drives from the back. They're normally the last day. They're trying to make sure they get those points secured, and they work their way up. They get the zone, at least on this one. They had such a good start yesterday, James, and they got some massive points. But now they've ripped out 50% of the team. It's going to be difficult, or need a bit more than luck just to try and hold on to that leaderboard.
Yeah, as you say, though, with the circle, a little bit of a blessing maybe for them. Maybe they can kind of pivot their strategy instead of coming in very late. Maybe they'll take up an edge spot, but there are some decent compounds that you can take up residency in a circle like this and sit and hold and wait for if the circle comes your way. And if not, well, you might be pegged a little bit, but we'll see if that comes to fruition. As for some of the teams, like I think it's Hand of Hope down over in Valdemar, They're going to be taking quite a little while to come in, but usually when it comes to that kind of rotation on in, it's always that west side rotate, right? Just straight up the road, come in on that west side. You're normally really not impeded by other teams for that one.
No, it's going to be a complete free ride for those Hands of Hope team as they work in. Obviously, zone yet is very much that northwest corner. We've still got a bit of unplayable at the top. They'll be happy. As I mentioned yesterday, obviously change up of their sort of drop spot. They're going more north now towards Oasis. So this would be an interesting look now, as arguably this is the first real challenge we're seeing with this zone going back their way. Normally they're a team rotating in from the north. So nice to see them moving early. So if you just tucking in by Squeaky here. Storm on request, they have a really good position as well. But I think they need to make a decision quite early, though. Where do they lock down? Where do they put that kind of 2-2 hold that we was talking about? Because that's going to be really key for them to try and survive out and drive for a win.
No, definitely. Especially if some teams feel the urgency as well to try and come and take some of these early compounds toward the middle that we were talking about. Like that road between San Martin and La Cabrera, right? Look, some of the compounds just kind of north of where Fairy Tale is, huge value to those kinds of positions. But Storm on request isn't really near those ones. They're going to have to pitch up a little bit further elsewhere, as Hive has one member up there. I can't quite see who it is, but he is just acting as a potential anchor point for the rest to come on in a little bit later, but dead center as well. So it's a good start for them potentially if they can all rendezvous.
Yeah, I reckon away now. Lots of verticality as well, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see some teams kind of maybe send those solo players up to the higher grounds. Not obviously Hive is actually in the valley, but other teams have the opportunity. See a little bit of Storm and request go for some of that verticality. Gary will take in the middle, so that'd be really good. Lots of early rotation, so teams geared up, not the tentative approach. And we talk about the wide rotations. We've got FUT Esports coming in very, very wide on that northeast corner, so going to be uncontended. I wonder how close they're going to get towards Oasis before they sort of throw out the anchor.
Yeah, their split was crazy as well, right? 2 in Campo Militar, 1 Tierra Bronco, 1 down El Azahar. I think it was 8, so that was all the way down there. But regardless of that, like, if there was even a slight whiff of a shot coming your way, you're like, whoop, I'm out of there. Yeah. Let's just come in north side. Let's come in northeast side and make something happen with that. But GK going to be arriving to the circle soon, pretty nicely alongside this emergency pickup. So let's see where they can go.
All the dive, looking to try and take the aggression. 249 has got the ammo. Jedrox doesn't quite get the connection. He has to divert away. Hell of my bad. Well, reinforcement. It's definitely not a gun I want to take on with the buggy, but he gets out and he gets the spray. Nice. First knock comes in. 888 suffered as Levante will claim the first point.
Perfect trajectory of that bike for him to be able to just get a smooth transition on that spray as well, right? So really nice little position there for Hell My Bad. A freebie basically for him. Nice start by Win or Die, who are trying to wrestle away the position from 888, who are quite split. So just 2 to the west side of all of this. Salik is northeast of this position at the moment, so he'll be wanting to probably get with the other 2, because a 2-1 split has significantly less power.
Definitely has less power. Anybody who's, I think, has got that. That's going to be close. He does look like potentially doesn't make the res, so hero play from him. Rotel can only provide Overwatch now. Storm on request. Also, potentially coming to have a little look here. That's difficult to push from the west side. There's actually not a clean entry point. It's about clean entry. Actually, GK taking that emergency pickup, getting ahead of Kilikar from Ascend. Now they need to sort of work their way back. They're not quite settled just yet, though. Haven't decided exactly where this team wants to play from.
Yeah, I don't mind the fact that they didn't just stand and spray at what was going on from DK, right? Because you don't have full information as to really what's going on from some of these other angles. So if you go for a spray there and you're a little bit distracted from some of your teammates, like for example Squeaky's a little further away, it would have been a bit more problematic if suddenly knocks do come in. But DK gets this pretty much free. It's in the northern side of this circle, so less likely to really be shifting all the way up towards them, but we'll see.
Side of the zone, don't. Back on the west, there's obviously teams still working their way in. We only have Skittles now, give or take. Hasn't made a rotation, so very much down in that sort of south side of the zone. Hands of Hope are rolling in. They are split though on the Saints, so Neighbour does have all the information. Actually, further up the road, they have kind of a give or take a bit of a trap here. So Neighbour maybe can follow up. Hero, maybe waiting for that last car now as he makes his way to the end of the wall. Is he going to take the spray? Maybe not.
Nah. It was weird, actually, the kind of rotation pass. I didn't expect Saints to take this rotation pass. So I thought it was going to be more of a problem, really, for Hands of Hope, but not the case, as everybody just kind of glides past one another. We still do have Ascend picking their spots on the northeast side of Le Coub. So this is an alright little spot for them to start working things out from. Storm on request is big split across these hills, across these mountains. If they can get away with it, they'll be sitting pretty for quite a while. A few shots come in against the foot location, as Glider just kind of trying to figure out exactly where everybody is ahead of them. I always like that. Just scout for as much as you can find, as much as you can see, and then work with it.
Yeah, Scout being that kind of UAV for the team. See, now they've sort of dropped the anchor themselves. They've stopped. They are holding out a recall center as well. So Scav continuing to sort of rotate, picking up the information. FaZe, on the other hand, obviously had that rotation around more towards the north. So they went into Oasis. They're going to be knocking on the door shortly of GK. Fairy Tale, huge split for them. They are 3. Right side, he's literally on his own. He can make as much noise as he wants to, but he's got to be careful. It's quite an easy compound to crash in if that zone does shift away. We're going to see teams like Foot, potentially GKs or 88 play into those locations. So definitely one to watch. But for now, he doesn't look like he wants to move.
Have you ever cast a circle directly on Crater Field? I mean, like the circle lines up with Crater Field, because that's my white whale mark. I need to see that circle perfectly line up on Crater Field.
We had loads of Crater Field endings, but that was like patches and patches ago.
But the perfect lineup, you know what I mean?
What,
like the perfect line.
just like the whole circle just goes around the outside and becomes kind of a death
Yes.
match in the middle. No, I don't make that. That is definitely a white whale. You might be waiting for that one sometime, but we're not waiting for the crash. FaZe think they might have scoured ahead. Diffix is here. He pops up. He takes the first shot. Mixie goes down. He transfers over to Vex and he tries to divert away. Great connects, but he clicks. Dry and Ascend now get involved.
Yeah, more reinforcements coming along as well. Even shooting from the buggy here to try and do something about it. Gustav does knock down Diffx here, but Vex is gone. So more casualties potentially coming in. Vard from the distance takes a few pot shots too. Spiro sees him kind of dead to rights almost here. He's got to be very careful, and a nade connects with all of that.
Wow.
Oh, it's a disaster for FaZe.
Vard did Narnia, unfortunately. He was still scouting out towards the west, so he can only on-look to his team that's now fallen, unfortunately for him. Maybe trying to provide some pressure to GK, but no one else really close enough to third party in. Vard's a bit too far away. As we saw before, Ascend played a little bit more towards the south, so good play. GK hold out. Unfortunately for FaZe, they need a big day. But down to a single player now.
I feel like it's Groundhog Day. We've watched Hero do this along this wall already once, and now here comes Skittles fully. He's totally in no man's land here. He's got to be careful.
He got caught. He's hoping to peek over that ridge, but that fence really didn't help him. Himself in towards cover. Kamari, though, takes some huge shots, but Hero steps up to the plate, puts him down. He's be screaming for reinforcements. Nabat's towards the north, but he can't provide the cover that's needed. And it's going to be down to Hero, but it doesn't quite get the conversion.
Hibaka from a distance takes down Wrinkly, but whilst all this going on, it's really not working out at all for this defense. Should be able to get these reses. I mean, they're split so heavy-handed across all of that angle there, so wasn't really able to give any reinforcing shots whatsoever as Dante finishes off April. More freebies here coming the way of Hive. That's not what the lobby needs.
Not what the lobby needs, but you're right. Look at the split. Naybat does now find himself in the compound. Grenade doesn't go through the window. Skittles out on the other end of the building, so that could be okay. Who can take the opportunity now just to pop a first aid and an energy drink, just up. Wait for that time to keep ticking. He does sort of piece together where the rest of Hands of Hope are, but this is an interesting hold. Nabat with a Panzer though, James, potentially looking for someone to pick their head out that window.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of pushed to kind of surround this position now, I don't mind from them. Like, they've gotten themselves some decent angles to kind of shut Skittles in here, whilst they've also already lost Mr. Wrinkly. And a spray goes down against him as he drives away. Should be fine. Akamari down as well once again. Oh,
great shot.
A Dukan peeking around the wall. Brilliant stuff from him. Really clean.
Pretty sure Nabat also has that recall chip as well, so it might be a reason why they've kind of retracted back. Hadouken, huge knock. Knocking off Nabat. He was working that way, so with an exchange, both these teams now will get the revives, get the bodies back into the battle. It's phase number 2, and it's going to start working its way in, and both these teams are not near zone, but lucky enough for them, obviously, let's shift back down towards the south with so many teams rotating around towards the north. It does mean they'll have a clear-ish path in, so I wouldn't be too surprised we're going to see this where teams sort of cut loose and work their way now maybe back to kind of El Pozo or even further into zone.
Yeah, with the little shift that work's gone on, there is some room in the south to make something work. Twixie coming in from Saints, but taken out straight away. All right, Cramsey up the top. So let's see if we can see any more. He's looking the way of Storm on request, seeing what exactly they're up to. 888 is running fully head first into the position of foot here. Maybe they hear Cappy or something like that, but just don't want to peek over just a little further. No, not really hearing it just yet, but realizing that maybe there's going to be a threat down there in that compound. Doesn't want to go any further. Back to base for Salek.
Back to base. Back to safety. You're down a body already, so a bit more king of the castle. Difficult hold. Definitely a difficult hold on TPP because you can play the ridges, gain the information. Cappy obviously hearing the shots now coming out. Definitely knows there's a team there. Not already. Would expect a team to be taking this high ground anyway. He's up, trying to piece that puzzle together, just trying to find out exactly where the teams and where the numbers are. He does on look towards Krint and Will Die, which is not too far away. No connecting shots from 888, but Will Die reminded them that they might hold a stronger position. Zone, donuts up, goes down towards that middle position. Krint for me in a good position, but on a big 2-2 split. Can they get away holding this? So many teams are playing in the north.
Yeah, they've got to be scared and concerned about the potential of a full crash onto them here, especially if Ascend is going to make for a Hail Mary moves through the hills alongside them. Gedrox, though, already starts things off. Does not get the knock here. A little uncharacteristic for a hold like that potentially to come in, as Ascend is going to go full force into this. Alamai is already down here from Brexco. Brian running straight headfirst into him as well. Squeaky goes down. Levante. There'll be no C4 kills here for Squeaky just yet.
He might have had it in his hands. That's why. Yeah, he definitely had it. Look, Gedrox has picked it up, so he was looking for it. Gedrox, though, is going to take some blue zone damage, but he's taken two. That's going to be punished, and he's committed as he has to jump out. It does go down. It's his team as well. Levante goes down, but the C4, you can hear it chiming away. Squeaky's trying. Will Die's getting a conversion, maybe.
This is going to be the saddest C4 kamikaze ever. Oh no.
God. Spell his own team.
Oh no.
Does that count? Did Squeaky get that because he provided it, maybe? I'm not quite sure.
I don't know. By proxy, it's kind of there, but we'll see for another game, I guess.
We'll wait and see. Ascend had the opportunity now to get the res back on, but yeah, it's unlike Will Die to miss those shots, especially on that breach side, but get the opportunity. On the other hand, though, down in the gully, Aslam G now as a neighbour Navi taking some of that high ground, and Hands of Hope do arrive on that south side, so they won't be too far away from this one. So much compound, so many prio spots are going to be open on the south if that zone decides to shift one more time.
There's still teams that potentially want to make a mad dash that aren't in this circle yet. Maybe they end up playing Edge, though, right? Like, if GK plays Edge, that's going to be fine for them, I suppose. They're pretty adept when it comes to Edge play as a whole. And at the same time, let's see if what Hands of Hope does choose to do. As you say, maybe they were hoping for that south shift, but there's still a world where it does not go in their favor, and they have to make a mad dash as well. And that 2-2 looks all the more precarious here for Krint, but for now it's holding strong. On board with GK to see what they're going to do. Just coming all the way in from the north. Where are they going to opt to enter? On the hill?
I thought they might go down that road and take that path through because they've got a bit of cover, but they're going to go all the way around. Do they, try and play up to the elevation that Footy Sports are? Have they seen the glide that Scav was working his way around before? Not quite sure. Doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe I think this is going to be quieter. Scav, though. Double nade comes out. Cappy's going to be there as well. But GK don't care. It's a full pull-up.
Yeah, one of the foot members decided against throwing his nade just yet, as now we'll have one going forwards against Quiz's position here. Brilliant connections from Cappy to start things off. They need more firepower coming along. Oh yeah, you can see T-Bone on that minimap trying to reinforce this position as well. Nade goes forwards, trying to clip it on the backside of that. 57 damage taken from GK on against him, and Diffex has already fallen as well to T-Bone.
Oh, third party comes in, takes the damage from Hakatori. But actually the blue zone does the damage. Oh, he waits for him and he plays peekaboo. He bunny hopped. And Footy Sports, despite collapsing, despite getting the opening knock, they will fall. But it's ensured destruction, surely. No, as the rest of the zone is going to continue to move its way down. Navi on watching that. They will try and stop a GK recouping. That's a long hole. But back towards the action, though. Krint, though, trying to hold off the crash here from Hive. They will try and share the compound. Blue zone, they will go out. It's only one. Won't do the damage. That nade might be good if it works its way around the corner. But he gets some connection. He goes for the flash, though, but he recalls and doesn't get the shots on towards rocks.
If Krint falls here, I can't help but feel like, again, they had to just reinforce each other a little earlier. Get into one compound earlier, because it's quite extreme now that they're holding this 2-2 split across all of this. Although they do take one scalp of 5 so far with Schengen down. He knows exactly where Rox is. There's no other way out of that position. So throws down smokes maybe to impede his kind of progress, or maybe stifle their choice making. He's taking out Fairy Tale in the distance as well. This is it's getting a bit problematic. There's some huge fights going on the side of these kind of cliff faces here, as Saints was making a mad dash against one of those hills.
Worth mentioning. Talk about mad dash. Spyro has made a mad dash to the recall center. So Geeko looking to get those numbers back. He's faced them before, so be very careful when he comes down to the medding, but it's definitely a telltale sign that Geeko looking to try and take the end game as a full squad. For now, though, Hive looking to drive forward. I think you are right. Krint should have collapsed that 2-2 split. Really difficult now to open that open terrain, but Ferris, though, punishes PWD as he rotates his way into safety and gets caught. Maybe Spyro will be able to make it, but that is a long distance in the car, and he needs to stay alive as well to keep the rest of his guys back.
Oh! Bit of hip fire coming in from Dante here. Finally does finish it off, but he goes down for his troubles as well. Krint still doing a pretty good job despite being as split as they were, but it's not going to be enough here to really shut down Hive fully. They have 3 players still alive here for this position on the compound, but it's so far north on this. Eventually they're going to try and hit another compound again, maybe.
Wait and see. I'll have moved more north now. The zone shifts back down, so that's the right play for them. They're going to deny entry for a lot of these teams. So Steve launches the nade down. Seifu, he's still hitting that kill feed. 888 receiving punishment from Na'Vi and Ascend here. PWD gets confirmation, but Quizzy and Diffix make it back, but they're airborne again. Maybe Diffix will try and take some advantages like he did in day number 1. But he's airborne. Let's see if he tries to put boots on the ground.
Yeah, there's a moment, especially in esports, where you're like, okay, yeah, we've raised our team. What do you say to them while they're coming down? Good luck, boys. Like, there's no other instructions, right? Just do what you can.
Quizzy must be scouting now the souths. Quizzy, check the compound.
Yeah.
Diffix has actually landed on the roof, so he's on top of this. Quizzy might be looking back his way just to try and gain some information. Finds himself a gun. He's got an AK. That's more than he had for majority of his parachuting time yesterday, but unfortunately he doesn't have the zone. Quizzy is just providing UAV cover. He's not even thought about thinking, actually, have I got an opportunity to get some gear? Can I get a gun? Obviously we're lucky enough here, James, we can see the map, and the whole south side at the moment is completely free.
Yeah, God, imagine if he gets intel on that and was able to work with it. At the same time, even if he does hit those compounds on the south, I suspect Na'Vi might end up taking some big sprays against him, knowing that it's an opportunity for them to just connect with a few of them. At the same time, Hero trying to do some damage as well. They've done pretty well for themselves with Hands of Hope to try and get this far in this game, considering that they were embroiled in a few fights here and there earlier. And now, though, they're going to have to like leapfrog forwards towards this circle. There's some hillsides that they can work with, but Conquest kind of needs to go away for some of those to be playable. So, but at the same time, they also need to move, and they need to move earlier.
Interesting to see. Conquest obviously going to have to take on Storm and Request at some point, right? But
yeah, I think so.
For now, it's going to be difficult. Diffix with no meds. He's had to jump off. He has to follow this blue in. Maybe he can get on the back of this third party. Oh my god, the boom! What a nade! He will get Presenti down. Presenti does get him though before he launches it. But again, Krint under pressure. That should allow Diffix just to run the line potentially. Come in behind Hive, cause damage. Maybe get yourself the gear that you need. And Quizzy's making his way down as well.
Yeah, these angles might be open as well for Ascend, but not on where Diffx is currently approaching here, as Quizzy has now made landfall. He might even be on one of the roofs or something like that, but trying to rendezvous with the position of Diffx, or maybe just get any gear on board at all, is going to be his MO. And now Diffx in the distance, taken out. Okay, that's an ump. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Surprise. You're not in zone. Well, see if he gets a conversion anyway. They definitely won't know he's here because they've been so locked into Hive. Yeah. Sure, it's Krint's going to stand on the landmine. That's going to be Geekane. Seems to be back-to-back days that a solo player can cause damage.
Could definitely get a knock and a flush. Oh, that's a C4 again. Actually,
he's going to run back his way.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the timer. They might actually have not many choices to run. You go into the road and then you might get shot down by other teams here.
We should hear that. They've got to go out towards the east, right?
They're moving. They're moving.
They get caught. There comes a flash on the corner. Actually, it does get the spray.
He's too...
He takes... Oh, my God. The damage from the C4 himself causes the problem. The P90 he finishes it off, though. But here we go. The activation comes through. Akatori actually gets rocks. Grizzy is going to follow the blue. Oh, Ferris catches him, but he's got no armor. So unfortunately for him, he'll go down and high. We'll never know how close Kike were there.
That was the quickest game of whack-a-mole I've ever seen. He just like popped out, bam, gone. No problem. Well, not bad by Navi. Oh, they're controlling some really strong high ground here. Hero, what a shot. Hello? Okay, Milkiario, don't do that. Don't peek up.
Dangerous for them. They left it so late to try and catch him. Eventually, when they start to look towards Storm on request, they took the opportunity. Nate comes in. He does get the res, looking for that re-knock. That second, Nate gets two. Third one goes down. Nate bags two. Hero gets one. And Hands of Hope, well, might be in the name. They're launching the util forward. Final one goes. Cramsy on the fadeaway. He will fall. And the FAMAS dudes it out. That's the damage.
God, that was a beautiful cleanup, wasn't it? I mean, we were expecting some kind of conflict between these teams down in that southwest side, but now it's going to be all up to them trying to deal with Storm and Request. But I mean, they're also in a very strong position of power. They're taking fights not only with Hope, but also with Na'Vi on the other side of things. So it's not too bad for them.
Yeah, they've got this bowl. They can just sit in this bowl now. They know, obviously, Na'Vi's got the high ground. If they play peekaboo, they're going to be a little bit of a sandwich filler. Na'Vi looking to zero that in. They just need to stay alive. They know a team's going to be working around. You can much be hear the cars. Pray they continue rotating their way around. Then they can focus back in towards it. Is really good, actually. Back towards Na'Vi.
Oh, 270? That was 290?
Hands of Hope.
Skims him.
Oh, I thought the third time was going to be the charm. It's not going to be the case. Hands of Hope have found themselves an area to play now. So both these teams can maybe team up towards Na'Vi. We know how much pressure they can provide. That's the first knock and confirm, though. As Hero will be no more.
I love messing around with the mortar. It's one of my favourite things. Just messing around with it, seeing how far I can shoot out things, and you know, being able to understand exactly how the range works out for some of these spots. Unbelievably important if you want to make it work in esports. So Na'Vi's still, well, probably don't have any more shells to work with, to be honest with you. But they were very close there on Storm and Request. Let's see now what Hands of Hope are going to do. They're lurking, just sneaking on in from this. But they can't really expose themselves, go down onto that plateau, due to the fact that Na'Vi just has a firing line upon this range.
Car looks still alive as well, so an opportunity to kind of scrabble them way across. Hive, Dante, after Na'Vi focusing in on Storm and Request and kind of that Hands of Hope rotation, it's allowed him in. But he's run out of meds. This is the last one to go. 12 more bandages, so maybe just try and wait it out. He's the placement points, though. Don't forget, we are in the top 6, so it's an additional point in the bag than he would have potentially got going out a little bit earlier. But he goes out in 5th. 4 teams now remain, and Storm Request got 4. Na'Vi with 4. Slam G, and unfortunately, Hands of Hope, they're down 3 and a 2.
You were saying at the very beginning of this game, Storm on Request needed something decent off of this game. They had a long split across those hills. They were dead center of the circle. It's really worked out very well for them. But, man, some of the names that are still alive in the lobby. The fact that Slam G's still alive after having 3 wins yesterday. Na'Vi's still alive after having some of this high ground. But they will be forced off of some of these little cover positions. So that will not go amazingly. That's why they're already gearing up for a bit of a drive here. Seeing where they're going to go. Maybe up against the cliffside?
Yeah, there's not much in there, though. I think they've got to commit to the base of that hill where Hands of Hope are, because that's playable. Yeah. Using the hill to their advantage, that's sort of the nice Slam G. Slam G should be working off the back of that now. They should need to work their plan, but that's a really good play from Na'Vi. Storm Request don't need to move. They've still got the bunker back. Tori, he wants to take the fight towards them. They just need to be careful because they're fighting 2 teams on the edge.
Could be a free little spray coming down here. Perfect stuff coming in. Zizou is down. Akator. Extens is still left up on the mountainside to the east, so that's perfect as well to keep him an off angle. Kadel has to move back though from Slam G. Now they're kind of launching their attack. This is perfect timing for them. They knew Storm on Request was going to be preoccupied with Na'Vi, and a nade, double nade. Storm on Request is denied.
Great play from Slam G. They saw the move from Na'Vi, waiting for the fight to start, and then as soon as the fight started, in the cars, providing pressure here. Extends, holding the anchor. Don't forget, he is obviously part and part IGL as well, so he's getting a lot of information that Slam G has moved in as well. Hands of Hope back down to on the corner. That's for solo player. And Na'Vi in full control. See if Slam G can keep that momentum up.
Yeah, that's a good point. Gosh, how do you wrestle this away from Na'Vi's control? It's going to be difficult, but at the same time, Slam G has kind of cordoned themselves to just a single angle here. They will really get huge benefit of removing Extents from the situation, who is now reinforcing that position. Let's break him around the corner there. Artix does take down Extents. That's one good domino to take down, but Sosa gets a double. There's too much pressure.
There's a lot of pressure coming through. Hands of Hope capitalized. That's number 9 for them. Big game from kills. Might be down bodies. They're just playing peekaboo at the moment, watching the kill feed. Slam G unable to sort of move forward. They can take the opportunity now just to get that res. Artix in the late game. They should be able to get the other one as well. Na'Vi in a little bit more of a difficult position as they took the option to sort of split. So Sadid now taking the opportunity to move back. There's the exchange of the nades. Eludes So Sadid, so he can now back away and reinforce Na'Vi.
Yeah, for a minute I was kind of surprised that Na'Vi didn't kind of exploit some of that pressure that they had on them, but then I realized to myself, yeah, but wait, okay, you've got cross angle still available here for Hands on Hope. You've still got the potential of the peek over from Slam G, so it's understandable why they are being pretty cautious about this, knowing that there is still more angles than they currently control exposed. As Lyrics, look at that, look at him on the distance.
If there's a world that Slam G can work back to kind of Na'Vi's position, back towards the other side, it would expose their position so bad, but they'd need to provide so much cover. Lyrics is looking that way, seeing as there's an opportunity that he can maybe live and actually expose Na'Vi, but at the moment, he's gone down towards the crate. That's going to give him a lot of information, as he's going to see the potential of Na'Vi's heads and Hand of Hope sort of playing peekaboo on the other side, but Slam G looking to maybe take the final fight from this position.
Yeah, if Lyrics is smart about this, he could even just take some trades, right? You've got 3-3, you've got Repair Kit, you've got the Lynx as well. Little flash goes across here. Hands of Hope now knows that they have to make a move. Flash up atop of this and instantaneously ripped to shreds, not only by Sauced, but also the Lynx in the distance. But that actually now gives them understanding of exactly where he is with that Lynx.
Yep, there goes 1, there goes 2, and 3 times the charm maybe. So Sadid launches out the Panzer. Oh, it looked good, but just over his head. Oh, he's got another one. Okay. If you fell first time, try again.
Hit the shield. Oh, it's just short.
Na'Vi has full control. They get the win.
Amazing.
They back the additional point, James. And what a way to start day number 2. 12 kills in the back pocket of Na'Vi.
Yeah, brilliant win for them, right? Like, really strong control on that east side as we bring Martin back in to talk about this game and see how everything's going down. Because it wasn't only strong kind of control of that east side, Martin, it was also a strong position for them to be able to find themselves a spot when they make that move. Muted on Discord before you start talking. So we can hear what you want to say to us.
Yeah, I didn't want to, talk during the game. I was so excited. All these things were happening, right? And also, I gotta say, this game felt like Na'Vi was playing chess against everyone else was playing checkers. Like, they were so smart with their moves. They were so smart how they were structuring the pressure that they were putting on the rest of the lobby. Like, and then getting 12 kills with the win here. So smart. And as you said, guys, also doing the cast pointing out, like, the amount of control they had on the east and the side, because they were controlling that kind of ridge where they had tons of cover throughout. Like, it's obviously sure we get that eastern shift that kind of worked out for them once. Or even twice, but still 22 points for this game, and the way they kind of moved, they would still have, even if it went further west, they would have had that opportunity to just make that move that they made late game to make that earlier. Like, they would have made that move and then kind of wrapped in under Hands of Hope and then gotten the pressure in there. So great game for them here.
Yeah, definitely, Mark. When you look at that, this is what a roster like Na'Vi should be doing against a Hands of Hope, a Slam G, a Storm on Request.
It all comes down towards that sort of split IGL, right? We see Extend even at the end game holding that anchor position and on looking, and he gained the information that SlamG moved in. There's no surprise to know the team was there, right? But they knew they were going to make the play. They wanted to get the exact moment, and then he was able to get the collapse over. Good control, good pressure from Na'Vi, but also really good discipline. They were able to disengage. We see sometimes Society pushing forward. Sometimes teams don't know when to go back, regroup, and then retake the fight. They just continue pushing forward. So even down to that kind of late game, having a bit of a pause, get back to the team, reset, and go again. Conversion, strong game.
And that said, Martin, looking at how Hands of Hope was able to play this game, they went through the ringer. They were coming in from that west side, from those compounds, taking casualties, getting back in. I'm very impressed by 13 points for them. That's great.
Yeah, for them to hit, I guess you said as well, Mark, in the game, like they had 9 at that point, right? They were down to just a 2 men. Them getting into 4 placement points, just 13 total points was fantastic. Also, the position that they played is extremely difficult to actually get that much out of. And then being able to survive and kind of push through is really. I've been impressed with Hands of Hope. I gotta say, like, sure they haven't had as many points as we were kind of hoping for, but this 13 points here, that's pushing them straight up into the mid pack.
Yeah, the only thing I'm not impressed with Hands of Hope is the fact that Nabat is the only one on the team. The name doesn't start with H. It's Hands of Hope, and everybody else is H. If he could change his name to Habat, then I think it would be the perfect quartet.
Yeah, I think that would also boost the amount of points they had by at least 100%.
Exactly. Guys, what are you doing?
It's the synergy they missed from the early games is what you're saying, James. That's why they took a bit later to get into the event. It's a naming convention. It's nothing to do with the gun skills and rotations.
Oh, look at that.
All I'm saying is, this is why I make it to all the big international tournaments, right? And they don't. Like, that must be the only reason, surely.
Your name starts with a K, so that makes no sense.
Anyway, moving on. Na'Vi, 67 points at number 1. Wrestling that off Hive. Brilliant stuff by them so far to really set the tone for today. And as we looked at other teams kind of coming in, Mark, from all of this, Ascend, I think, to be fair, with subs, did pretty well to find themselves a spot. It just didn't quite work out in the end.
Yeah, 50% of the team changed up, right? But still holding on. Good play. Obviously, didn't get the placement points, got some kills, and it was a good first time really seeing that Oasis drop for them. Obviously, how they played, obviously moved in a little bit more towards that west, and they played centralish for them. So not sticking on the edge. Sometimes we see that team sort of play on the outside edge, and as we say, they're playing with subs. So again, it's complete uncomfortable. How much practice they've got together, how many games have they put in together as well as a 4. It's very, very limited. So really impressive game for them, and they're still holding on to 4th.
No, definitely. Martin, obviously, we're very familiar with Squeaky. And to be fair, we're familiar with Seifu as well. And these players are not bad players at all. But it'll be hard to kind of all meld together and make it work in a lobby like this. What do you think?
It takes time to build that kind of synergy, right? It takes time to build that understanding and that kind of play style. And then you have, instead of just having one idea, you have 2 extra ideas, like especially because both of them are pretty vocal, right? And in the way that they kind of approach things, they need a second place here to get that top 8 into the last chance qualifiers, right? And sure, they're just 7 points away right now, but you being forced to have 2 players that is not on your usual kind of lineup, that is not, knowing how the IGL calls, how you play, how you kind of stick things together, like the timings and making sure you nade things together when the call is like all these things takes time to build. And that synergy is definitely something that they're missing out. If it's just one player, even Seifu or Squeaky, like any of them would fit in when you have the 3-man call that is kind of fitting in for the rest. But you have 2 players that are missing out. That's a rough one.
It's not like it's a complete foreign foray for some of them, right? Like, okay, so let me break this down for a second, Mark, because the interesting thing for me for Ascend is almost every time they've been playing for years at this level in these kinds of lobbies, it's German comms. But for to make that adjustment, they're obviously very proficient in English and things like that, but it is just a little bit different, right?
It's one of the big questions they came up when they started thinking about changing the roster, right? Koa left, and then as well, they were looking at actually making changes to the team. And I think the biggest question that came up from the community is, are you staying as a German team or are you expanding the rest of the market? Right. I personally feel like if they expand the rest of the market, they might attract more players that are out there. The German community is huge already, right? So they have great players, but by opening up to play in English, they're going to potentially attract the likes of Squeaky and a Seifu or whoever's out there, a Cappy that's in the marketplace as well, right? And that could maybe change how Ascend plays. So they've opted to stay German, but you're right. This event, 2 new players, they're changing their comms. It's not going to be as fluid as it might be as you'd want it to be.
I actually talked to them
Seemed
at
like-
Nations Cup, Brexco and his Chris, and they said, like it's a huge kind of. It's a huge approach, right? Because obviously Ascend has been building their German support and everything with this, but like, I wouldn't worry too much about it because, as you said, like the amount of good and fantastic players that are available to a roster that is Ascend, like they're a salaried player, right? So there's a huge opportunity for some of these players that are not on a side organization that is offering support, right? So it's definitely something that they have to consider going forward.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting topic. We don't really get often to talk about things like that, but with a little bit of downtime between these games, why on earth not? As we still have some hopes for Hand of Hope, we have hopes for GK here.
What about FaZe Clan?
Some of these teams on the cusp. Yeah, your FaZe Clan, Martin.
Four placement points right now for an organization that big. Oof.
That's rough.
I mean, let's be real. Even in PEC or like some other tournaments, the placement points came second. The kills came first, Mark, for a FaZe multiple times.
That's rough. That is rough. And they needed a good start here. I thought they were looking on the good track, working their way in, but they got closed out. They need a big game. They need a really big win. Big kills and a win for FaZe to be back in the topic of conversation, because they do need a top two if they want to stand the chance to obviously get through to that kind of last chance to get through to Masters West. So otherwise, they've got to go for that qualification. But back to your point, yeah, they do struggle with placement sometimes. But if that's the case, they've got to start farming, and they've got to start farming now.
Yeah, there's always just moments for a FaZe where it feels like rotations. They always have that bleed out a little bit, Martin, even. You both start with them. And Martin, when it comes to that, you can't be losing people. Like, that fight early, I think it was either against GK or somebody up the north, right? Like, having a fight that early just shows that, okay, we really haven't quite figured out exactly who's close to these compounds, and we're just passing them willy-nilly.
Yeah, but then again, like, you're talking about a roster that is this experienced, has this much firepower, like they should be able to face that easily. No pun intended. And even though, we both start with M here, but we actually both start with M, A, and R, James. It's making it even more difficult for you.
That's what's making it hard.
Yeah, it's just...
You're the odd one out.
Yeah, I'm jam.
If you just change it.
No, I won't be doing that. We're not going the Hands of Hope route, okay? Now back, get on that. But yes, so far we've had Na'Vi get themselves a victory here to start off day number 2 of Masters number 3 for EMEA. And with only 30 seconds remaining, Martin, before we go into this game, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's the map where everyone have the opportunity to kind of play with their fighting lines, and everything is kind of open to it. This was a really difficult, when you have that kind of T intersection road, it makes it very, very difficult for some of the teams, and that's where we're really looking for, like, keep those opportunities open until the very last second. Always make sure you have a fighting line. No matter where the circle goes, you're gonna have a plan to kind of where you go into, and that's really the big thing, to make sure you stay on top. Even for TBP, it makes it even more difficult.
Well, let's get to it. Thank you very much, Martin, for joining us. We'll check in with you after this game and see how our last Dusty Dunes is going to go for the day. Before we go into those wild cards, Mark.
It is. They were wild yesterday, so we have to wait and see. Flight path, though, is a southwest up towards an east. I do favour that south side of the map. We've had lots of Lost Zone recently as well, so intrigued to see if we see a city style, or at least a city hold on for quite a period of time. Asenka early. Go back to their old drop zone. I suppose part and parcel with this flight path. Not many teams around him. Everyone opting to go kind of that mid-plane path.
Yep. Hands of Hope will be looking for an alternate for, well, knowing that Ascend is on their normal plane. So they will be heading down towards what is Los Leones in fact, but at the same time could just take some of the compounds around this as well. Don't want to stray too far east though, because you know that good old Foot will be lurking around there, be it Impala or some of the compounds south of it. They love to have a big split across that, so maybe we will even see a conflict or two between them, because they do seem to be dropping very close to one another. Maybe to challenge a vehicle or something like that.
Yeah, be careful. Esports for me, I'm not driving all cylinders when we kind of talk about TPP, and we do tend to admit that T-Bone loves TPP. Arguably, they're normally performing quite well. They're getting great wins and kills and getting a huge amount of points. I've not seen it yet for this team. And I know, yes, they've obviously got Cappy, and yes, they've put Scav in the team. They've had Pixel retire, I think, and he's on some kind of roster for PEC by the looks of it, but whether that's more for fun. There has had a big impact. They've just not got the momentum that we'd expect from this team in this TPP circuit.
Already shots you can see from Scav in the distance. But wait a minute, isn't this heresy? Aren't you now T-Bone's best friend? Don't you
like live around the corner from each other?
Yeah. So, you know, you gotta root for your boys. I know you're rooting for them.
Yeah, I'm always gonna be rooting for them. I've got to root everyone in EMEA, but yeah, I gotta call it. For me, they're just not. There's not enough synergy with the team at the moment. They're not playing as aggressive as they normally do. They're not taking the fights, and yes, they were a bit unlucky, obviously, with that crash with DK. And they did do the right things, and especially they collapsed and they obviously worked their way in. But again, they're a team which is suffering from 50% change. Has a big impact to them.
No, exactly. Who was the top fragger of EMEA Masters 2? Was it a doozy, DiffX, Hakatori, or Levante? That's actually quite a difficult question. Huh. I can't think off the top of my head, Mark.
You need to work out who was in there. So then they've got to go back to the graphics of how many teams was in Masters 2 and where the points were. But yeah, it is an interesting one. But yeah, if you are in chat, don't forget to put A, B, C, or D. Let us know who you think the top fragger is for EMEA Masters number 2.
I think you're right about Foot, though, once we kind of muse over that question, because the thing is that I think they're still looking for an identity, like in terms of playstyle identity, right? As you say, changing 50% of the roster can be a bit daunting, a little bit difficult. Do you default back onto your normal playbook of what you had prior with your previous roster? Maybe. But what normally the better teams will end up doing is, you know, figuring out a new identity between them. And it does take a while to find that, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's the position we're in with them at the moment. So
yeah.
Wait and see. Maybe they can't play as aggressive. Maybe they have to try and change things up completely. Key King not changing things up though. Hotel does have one knock, but good shots from Brightside to keep PWD at distance, at arm's length. So they should be able to get the full bodies back up. And Slam G not doing a backflip as the tire will send it to the heart. Marcel's find himself a new compound. Pretty much he will take the centre line of this zone.
Yep, Bing chilling for all of this. Levante, though, is lurking. So what's he going to be looking at? Just looking for a free spray or two. Seeing what he can find. Does peek over. What does he see? He saw Arctics coming out that window for sure. Goes for the spray. Does not fully connect. Even some little extra flourish of shots on that left window. I don't mind it, just in case he runs past it. I don't mind it at all.
Good play from him. Good play. I've got the information where they are. Little beep to say we're out of here. Thanks for partaking. We're back towards the action. No surprise, Navi getting involved. Who's been a big hit of the Skittles is definitely getting isolated at the moment by multiple teams. It's able just to stay alive at the moment. Hakatori's immobilized that car now. I wouldn't be too surprised for Navi just to hints a move towards him. He's going to need some reinforcements. But if you're Skittles, do you commit bodies this way? Do you leave the safety for your compound to try and stay alive?
I think they've given him up here, right? Like, I mean, even Wrinkly seeing that car, just trying to take an off angle. I understand exactly why he's taking that spray as quickly as he could to try and get some lucky shots, deterrents coming in. But there he goes. He's done for.
Skills. They are slightly split, but they haven't fully committed this way. So now they go back towards their compound. That's the right play. Yes, you might be down a body, but we've seen so many compounds, or those compounds have been held in late game with a south shift. Skittles will be in a good position, even as a 3-man, like we saw them yesterday.
That car went far, didn't it? Bloody hell. Well, at the same time, yeah, everyone's just running away, tucking tail and ducking. I get it. It's very unlikely you're even going to be able to get into the middle of those fields with the blue chips as well, considering Navi's just set up and good to go if you want to make some crazy move. Maybe you can come back later, but even by that time, I wouldn't be surprised if Navi's just yoinked in, gone elsewhere. How did he get so close? Free a spray all the time?
Free spray all the time. T-Bone gets a conversion. 210 is out. Even a car there if they want to deny the chip as well. Storm request a bit further afield. Hadouken providing pressure from the other south position. From truck stop towards them as well. So they're just looking for a new home. It does look like Footy Sports on the map feed. Yeah, they are in the cars. They are chasing down. Storm and Crest are collapsing. Good play from them. Taking huge amounts of damage. And that's going to give up this compound, give up this position now to Footy Sports.
Running and gun. A few shots coming in against them, but really nothing too major. PWD also sees Navi in the distance as well. Now, these two teams currently on the far south side of their circle. So they'd much rather do not engage and embroiled in these kinds of fights. Moving a little bit. PWD very wary of teams being in that POI, but what is going on here? This is a very early mortar.
FaZe is actually on the other side, trying to dig out Wood or Die's position. And Levante, grateful his vehicle has not been destroyed. He's trying to find where these are coming from here. It's far. There you go. He's got the right area down. He's just not getting a conversion. I suppose Wood or Die are in the safety of the buildings. That was on the money. But Levante will laugh as he will survive out.
I just find it an interesting timing using mortar, honestly, because unless this team's actually pressured and is currently kind of stuck in a fight and is trying to transition between building to building, you just take cover. Like, it's going to be very... Unless they're aiming for vehicles or something like that, but even then, it's really a Hail Mary, and who knows what... If you don't hit all of the vehicles, and then they have an escape path anyway, so it's a little bit bemused.
It's clippable content if you get to though. I'm with you.
Sure,
I'm with you.
yeah.
We'd rather keep those mortars to late game. We've seen how effective Hello My Bad has been, or even mid game, especially if a team is fighting distracted to a degree. Mixing coach is not distracted at the moment as GK have been chasing Na'Vi north, and they've sort of entered in the FaZe's area. Three very powerful teams. If this kicks off, it could be dangerous effects here in PWD's car. Now he's positioning. Akatori obviously taking shots towards PWD, actually drives him back the other way.
Mex is a funny one when it comes to a sub, as we'll hold the phone on that for a moment. PWD is now stuck in the middle of them all. Don't think they did fully know exactly that somebody was up here, despite him being the one that was trying to scout out all of these spots. So that's unfortunate for him. But yeah, Mexi, it's
Great player.
This sounds derogatory initially, but I was even going to call him a glorified coach. And why do I say that? Because in my mind, he's still a pro gamer, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It's Mexi for Christ's sake. So he's a great addition to have on this roster to be able to just kind of be the eyes in the sky or even the eyes on the ground if you need him.
Super sub. Basically, he's got all the intel from a pro player's perspective. He knows the game. He can play the game, and if he gets subbed in, he's just part of the team. So very dangerous when you see that. Oh, FaZe is putting their sub in as because they've had technical issues or whatever it might be. It makes no difference. FaZe, we'd expect, should be performing at the highest level anyway. Dukan on the rotation. Seifu again, another powerhouse for kills. Not kind of finding a home when it comes down to a team. He rotates his way towards the north. The Send haven't actually received any pressure just yet.
Here, a glider in the air as well for them. So zooming on around it. Squeaky, the eyes in the sky this time around. The rest of them are just going to be trolling around up the top. Now, they don't really have many threats close to them. Of course, Saints is technically here, down in Cruz de Valle. But, I mean, they see the shots, they hear the shots, they know exactly that they're shooting at Squeaky as well. As our circle shift comes in, does still include them. There's a lot of foothills that you can kind of exist in here. AAA is also shooting at Squeaky, and Squeaky's just getting huge information from this, so you can tell them exactly where they need to go. And the fact that Saints are also moving too, so who knows? Maybe they take some pot shots their direction.
Yeah, information gain. Really interesting for me. It's actually going to be Brex, which is in the glider, so it's not going to be him. They've opted to change it up, so
yeah.
Maybe that again is because we've seen the subs. He wants to make sure he's on the ground and directing the team, joysticking the team to where they want to go. But information gained. Hand Popes obviously are collapsing from Cruz, so they do work their way towards the south. You mentioned obviously his own shifts. We see that kind of valley road towards El Hazar. That'll be a really focal point. Hive taking a position, Slam G taking a position quite early, as we saw before Win or Die. I think they are going to be big factors into late game, but back to playing peekaboo. It's our esports team holding up Conquest. They are pushing their way towards the south.
It's a separation. At least they know that they could reinforce him quickly if they need to from that east side, and also up on the high ground, even looking that direction, knowing that they can try and cover him. Conquest has backed off from all of that. And with that, they know. So Scav's going to continue on that rotate. Likewise, HC may be joining with the rest of the team here. So again, always very comfortable to see this team trying to play edge. I feel like, as we were talking about, if they are looking for that new identity, there's nothing wrong in that new identity being very similar to the old one, because when they were playing edge, when they were slow sweeping, being able to take out teams from edge to edge, I think they looked brilliant. That's where their bread was buttered, really.
Yeah. And it was the speed at which they could dial up the aggression, but then go back to kind of that holding pattern. So they are holding the outside edge in that northeast corner. Be good to see. Ascend on the other side. A 2-2 split. They are catching that. Looked like a full backflip. Fex not missing a heartbeat. Now, Ferris gets the opportunity, but Fex had done the damage. He drops the smoke and drops Ferris down to the ground.
Yeah, Ferris had him on those first few shots, but Fex just like, nah. That was a quick little react from him after the fact of realizing that he was going to go for a bit of a mad peek across it after potentially taking some damage from that little fall. As now Storm on request here on the far southeast side, kind of pinned up against where Skittles is. And Na'Vi, there's actually big names in the south. Na'Vi, the boys on GK, FaZe is still down here as well. This could be a big battle.
This is the powerhouse, and that's before SlamG even decided to have a look at it as well. Lyrics is lurking his way. You have the map stream. You can see him there on that mini map. He's tempted. He's looking this way. Taking out a team like Na'Vi early. That will help a team like SlamG, like a Hive, as they'll be looking to try and take that top position away. Na'Vi might be looking at Ferris, thinking they might play this one out as a 3. So they go for that reposition. Vard, I think, in a critical area to try and stop that. That's why does take the initial shots at Na'Vi, pushes them back. But now they're driving their way forward. He's got the intel. He's going to be calling to Fex. He's got a breach coming his way. Here it comes. Sees what comes through. He makes the transition, but Hakatori, he gets the better of him.
Bam, straight in there here from him, as now Fex is gone. That was a quick little rapid move coming in from that. Ferris is gone. Okay. And meanwhile, Levante actually did find Gustav. That's from a little distance away there. So now that they've been exposed to multiple lines of sight here, it's going to be on Vard and Mexi to really do something. Mexi's a little bit stuck there against Quizzy in those buildings. And the rest of Na'Vi is going to be bearing down on Vard's position to try and dislodge him by the looks of things.
The biggest thing for Ferris, right, is he dropped off the high ground to give up the recall chip. So now they've got the blue chip. They had the opportunity to go back to Menace and try and get that Na'Vi player back in. Vard does get Hakatori though, but back to the action. 888 finding himself full breach from SlamG. They're now collapsing. Will Dive looking on to this as well as they drive by. Jedrock stays on one side. On 5. Holds the stairs. SlamG full W key down. They want to clear this as quickly as they can.
Yeah, Winners should be driving straight past this to the rest of their teammates as well, so there's not going to really be a third party. As still perfect stuff from SlamG, taking out 888 as quick as that. Woof, dispatched.
Have been dispatched from the game number 2. You need a big game as well. Down and out. Confto is back. Played as a 3 for the first one. Technical issues have been sorted. Fairy Tail back fighting force. It's good to see. All Saints will continue to rotate past, and surprisingly, the compound is free. When you see a team holding out here, so I think they'll be quite surprised as well. SlamG obviously put that collapse, so good timing for them. Rotel can't really do too much from their position at the moment.
Yeah, obviously, as we're just waiting for this fight to potentially unfold. And a good clarification on that with Conf actually joining the team, because obviously at the beginning of the day we said Griffith was going to be subbing in, but because they played as 3 and didn't sub him in, they are allowed to bring Conf back in. Nabat, or Habat, here, I want to call him now, has taken down Analyst here for good old Hands of Hope.
You're not going to let that go, are you? I'm pretty sure it's the second step. Hands of Hope, though. Go for that reposition conquest. They're looking to rotate their way in, but they go in between one. He clicks dry, though. He swaps over towards the Dragunov. Does get the connection, will go down. Kramsey, such a big player, such a big loss for that team. He's been unable to activate so far. They do turn, but unfortunately, Hands of Hope have a full grip on the conquest at the moment. 1 remain as he will send his way in towards zone. Clean as a whistle at the moment.
The first knock was that scary range of the Dragunov, and you're just like, oh, please no, please no, please no, and it does connect. Terrifying stuff as Hands of Hope here doing some work. At the same time, though, as much as Conquest has disappeared from all of this, Skittles is looking their way, so they're not out of the woods just yet. I say that, but Hadouken's instantaneously down, and Sloy's gone as well. Hands of Hope has a way in here.
Skittles down. Hakatori gets in the way as well. Hadouken provides the cover, but not for much longer. Hands of Hope get a bit of a free pass as ownership does go back towards that north side. That's that road, as said before, Hive and SlamG. So I wouldn't be too surprised for them to be a factor in late game. Neighbour takes a tumble. And Hakatori will get their first knock and confirmation. First is in as well, don't forget. He is also gliding his way, as you can see on the mini-map. A lot of teams now need to get shifting back towards zone.
No, definitely. VAR going for the mad dash. Let's see if he can make it anywhere here. As I don't mind the emergency pickup attempt coming on in. It's a play, I guess. Or was it actually a res? I can't even recall. I took my eyes off the map for a second.
Well, we've got PWD resin. We've got Ferris also gliding their way around. So if you will find a position.
It must have been that.
Slam G, they're going to be happy. There they are. They have collapsed. We spoke about how they sort of reacted to zone shifts and a breach here. But Fairy Tale on the other side.
No.
Oh, unfortunately, doesn't quite get the connection. He spins around. That's a bit of a Hail Mary. It goes the wrong way. Maybe a miscue. So he goes for a repeat. Does get him down. Brex will fall.
Redeemed.
April now drives forward. But that's just squeaky from a distance. Storm on request, though. Get the knock. Anybody's get that confirmation. And looking for the other one.
I was about to say, no, regame, go again. But again, yeah, redemption at the end of that. That was... All right, so is Na'Vi actually going for the emergency pickup now to try and join Ferris' position with Fairy Tale a little bit disjointed. I say a little bit, a lot disjointed on this north side. This could be perfect from Na'Vi trying to make this happen because with a circle shift like that, they know a lot of teams will be in that south side. Why not gamble for the north and make something work? And
they take out the split. Conf was the only player left in that location, so he will fall. So Na'Vi arguably taking a bit of a gamble. But that recall, gaining the information that compound, that is huge for them, and Fairy Tale get punished that they're so split.
Yes, they do. Win or die. Still kind of lurking in here, using a few smokes, a few rocks to try and get back into where they need to be. There is a compound north of them that they could potentially get to. It's not the most amazing, that little shantytown area, but it does work for a little bit. Hello, my bad, though, finds his position in it, but gets knocked by PWD straight away. Geek might see this as an opportunity to crash that position, take it for themselves, and use it.
Okay, right. Full take advantage. There's a quick kill confirm. Won't be too surprised on the continue that pressure. Esports on the side. Much cover here. I think that we look at this one as a kind of a stop gap as they will bring the cars into a little bit of zone they have left. Hive on the other hand will on look. Hands of Hope go down and ascend. Full send their way now to what they think is a safe. Vardo, he comes out. He's taking the flash though. He's got the ace though. Waiting for safety though. He has the better of him. There's one, there's two, and Var goes back to his cubby hole. Disciplines, but shows his gun skills to perfection.
Troll under the bridge. Leave me alone. Just goes back on in. That was really clean though. Good shots and good dancing around next to that car whilst he was blind, right? Like it can be all too easy to stray away from that vehicle, but he's so unaware of what's straight ahead of him. Even while blind, he can still dance around that vehicle. Very well done by Vard.
Good control. Good control. That's my face might be looking at him as that pickup.
Yeah.
What a die. It's down to the final player now. They unfortunately having to rotate around the outside edge. Limited on first aid, so Levante maybe scrapping to try and find any boxes he can. He now has to pop the final one. I can't see him making any more. Also 10 teams. There's no placement points, so will die. Oh, there's one. Does he have any meds? Oh, 5 more.
Oh, nice. Yeah, just try and get as many as you possibly can on board. A crazy circle, though, to end things on, really, with kind of this valley acting as basically a river. It's barren of cover unless you're in some of the compounds, right? The Hive compound, obviously we've seen Twisted Minds at PC Spring last time around get a victory off the back of this compound. Unbelievable power to it if the circle's bearing down on you. Slam G again is towards the center. They're crazy, man.
What's that collapse? They saw the opportunity. They saw the crash, though. Cappy, though. We've seen how good he is with cars. Oh, my God. Livix waited. Discipline with the AWM. Cappy ejected from the vehicle, sent to his death. Fortunately for Esports, they get caught full on rotation.
Brutal for him to be launched out, and you know you're going to have that animation where you cannot move for just a second or two. No pro gamer is going to let you go when that animation is playing. That was tough.
Not with an AWM in hand. Makes me go back to PNC. Gabby flipped his car for about 20 times before coming to an end, and he fell to the same death. So he's getting a bit of deja vu. Difficult position here to play from Quint. They're going to need smokes to stay alive. They're going to need some teams like Geek off the high grounds sooner rather than later. And then they go back towards Na'Vi. That position, that E-rotate, well, that's working into their advantage now. But they've got to underpin the location with dealing with some of these solo players. And there's one as Hakatori puts bright side down.
We're still going through a war on the north side here. Oh, April Again, the redemption was strong in the prior fight. Let's see if we can do it a little bit more here. Nade goes forwards, just beyond him there. But, I mean, he's just going to flex around Hakatori. Perfect stuff from him, following the car. He does get knocked by anybody's, though.
It's not. Goes down, though, as well. Fairy Tail
Gone.
punished up. Punished. Na'Vi on 8 kills. Should be able to get this res back on. Vard knows. Look, he's come out. He knows who's fighting this side. He knows they're down numbers. Vard plays peekaboo over the top, though. Initial spray will go through. Doesn't quite get all the connections that he wants, but he's able to duck back into cover.
I love that he did flex out, though, from that shed because he knows eventually pressure is going to be coming from this corner. He's done it!
Got it!
He's done it! He wiped out
Hard
Na'Vi!
for Vard.
What?
Let's go! Fans needed it! Vard, one-man army and blessed with the zone. He had the advantage. He had the hill covered, right? So he was able just to provide huge amounts of pressure when a team was crippled, was down, and in the open.
That's wild. That's absolutely wild. Just Vard things. That is. And Diffx is looking to make mortar shots happen. As I mean, he was at 169 meters. If he's aiming towards Krint, that is not enough. So he'll have probably extended that a little bit. Let's see how this is going to work on out. What do you need? Probably 250 or something like that.
Be short. Too short.
Way too short. Way too short.
Still too short as well. Observes like they're coming down now. Now?
Not 250.
Now? No. Geek gonna have to go back old school. We know what they're like. They like to maybe make the pressure push. Or maybe the third time's a charm. As Diffix is pre-launched attack. Here comes the third one. Still too short.
I would have loved to have known what range. Oh, maybe 220. I think 250 was too much of an estimation. But anyway, we go back to where Quizzy is and have a look at his angle, which he still needs to make a huge mad dash. Levante is sat on this side as well here to try and potentially be the thorn in their side. He doesn't have many meds left.
No.
And he's...
In cover. Dodge, duck, and dive. Dodge, duck, and dive. Dive. No! He peeks over the top. Whack-a-mole. Rocks beat down. That's unfortunate. It wasn't much more. It doesn't quite make the placement points either. 6 teams now remain. Hive have got the numbers. They had the compound. They haven't got the kills. Gike see the opportunity now just to swing in on the other side. Zone does expose full towards that north. Good play from them. The split is here. Rock sees 2. A bit like a bowling pin. When they split, he can't get the damage done, but Quizzy can.
Get out of there. But Hive, I have to commend them for the timing at which they moved up from that compound onto the high ground. It is technically strong, but looks like they're going to be playing this out as 3 unless they can do something wild against Spiro and Quizzy. Nades are being charged up against this. I think they realize that they have to back off Nitro, and the boys from Krint here looking to backstab the position of Gike. Oh, Spiro's on point.
Spiro's got no meds as well. He's got no meds. He took that fight low as well. He's gone down. Thanks for like the long distance, but he had to hold that angle. Good play from him. Quizzy now has to try and work his way in. Hive losing bodies, now losing the zone. Zone shift again. Quizzy's going to have the opportunity to play peekaboo over the top. Unfortunately for him, though, Dante was holding position to keep him at bay, but not anymore. Quizzy, 2 more meds, 2 more opportunities in front.
Perfect timing for Slam G to move as well. I was concerned for them just in case this fight had finished completely on that west side, then Hive might use an opportunity to seal them in that compound. But Slam G knows better than that. They've moved. They're straight up on this high ground. Get rid of T-Bone maybe somehow. They won't know he's there just yet, though. Snake in the dunes. I was about to say in the grass, but let's go with in the dunes. As for Saint up north. How many kills is Saint on for this game? Is it 7? That's not them. They're on Wharton. Okay, right. I did wonder why they'd been kind of quiet in this game.
They weren't really on the north side. What I find really funny about this is T-Bone hates people playing out in the blue, but he is that guy at the moment.
That guy.
Not for much longer, though. As I think I say goodnight. And there he goes. 4th place for Esports, though. Yeah, Saints obviously been playing on the north, and a lot of these teams obviously rotating their way around. Saints got that free pass into that compound, uncontended, so no one fighting. I suppose that's part and parcel with Fairy Tail holding up the road, and that massive split we saw from them. It's wider down numbers. 8 kills, though, from Na'Vi. Huge for them. Slam G was 7 at the moment as well. Gike had 7 as well. So did FaZe. So some real big numbers coming in from some of these teams. Interesting here, Slam G's still alive. So is Hive. Both these teams with a win. Might be looking to try and take on Na'Vi again.
I don't enjoy Saints' opportunity here with this ridgeline fully in Slam G's control. This will be a problem for sure. This exists so much more in the circle, and Hive is going to try and take a little bit of it as well. Mindset drives on up towards that crate and goes a little bit beyond. There is a slight lip for him to work with here. What's in the crate? Is it a Lynx again?
Oh, it is. She's using it because he's got a knock. Oh, he's a Lynx, yeah. Anyway, we went, providing the pressure. Now he sees him move. Double nade comes out. Plays peekaboo. Dances the dance down to 1 HP. Mindset survivability is insane. That molly, though, is done. He's a burn him. He's going out.
I appreciate the play because I did not expect them to do much from that compound if they were to just sit there and kind of rest on their laurels for as long as they survived in this game. And now the rest of them are just still up there. Like, there needs to be a move coming in from Say. Otherwise, this is going to be going the way of Hive or SlamG. No problem.
You normally send 3, hold 1 anchor. In the case of the Saints, they send 1 Saint forward and 3 Angels remain. They're going to be very difficult for them to get out. Maybe if they can time this, Hive get the first knock on towards Mogor as Schengen is still playing sneaky. A snake in the dunes, as you say. If he can get across towards that rock, that'll give him some good cover. That will stop any kind of res. I think SlamG now know this, and they play peekaboo one more time.
With a P90 in hand as well, it's a terrifying off angle for him to take against them. He's already knocked 2. Very nicely done!
What?
Oh, but it didn't fully connect. That was actually a terrible position here, unfortunately, to not be able to connect with that shot. Schengen gets himself some cover, finds himself a bit of a reprieve, but this is slightly outside of the circle. He needs to move back in against it.
Saints need to move. They're just getting punished here. SlamG get a bit of a breather. They look to the north. They punish him. Hive get a bit of a breather. They look to the north. They punish him again. They are just stuck, and now the zone says no more. They've got to get rolled in. Schengen losing the vest, driving his way forward. Mogor for the guys. At least going to be able to provide the information. For me, SlamG should be looking towards the north. Get rid of the Saints, then take the fight with Hive.
I've played this brilliantly, though. And they're looking to secure yet another chicken dinner here for all that's said and done. SlamG Lyric still has that arm in hand. I do wonder how much ammo he's got left, but Schengen with 100 bullets left in P90. Again, it's a brutal gun to go up against. And all that needs to happen now is a little bit of a peek over that ridge. And then they're going to get lasered down. Saints is just, they've sacked up the north. I mean, they felt like there was nothing that they could do up there. I get it. I get it with what terrain they had working with them and the circle going away from them. But there was just no real move, right? Apart from Millsap.
Yeah, Mindset's move was the one. For me, it would have been a 3-1. I'm no pro player. Maybe there's other factors in play, but trying to take the fight. Did try to make something happen, so you've got to give him the kudos there, and he's a great player for that team. Does go down to a final 2 here. Hive have the numbers. They are 4 bodies up. SlamG might be looking and thinking late game. Jammer pack goes down. SlamG noted they're fighting and they're saying goodbye and good night. No additional points here. The winner with a chicken dinner goes to Hive. It's only a 13-point game for them.
Yep, steady. I mean, they had that compound down on that trench, right? And then from there, just perfect timing on being able to move up to the high ground. And no real threats for them on that west side. And then being able to move down against that ridgeline here, Martin. Good moves from Hive all around for yet another win for the boys.
Yeah, who's going to stop these guys? That's really the question here. Obviously, having the compound, locking them down, like Navi seems to be the only contender right now. SlamG, sure.
I think so.
They really stepped up. They got tons of kills this game here compared to some of the other games they had. Double the amount of kills this game compared to some of the wins they had. So, but denying the points here is a smart move. Like, you have to do that, right? You're up against the only contender that is potentially taking away your second, maybe even a first place here, depending on how deep they go.
Yeah, no, Hive looking brilliant, Mark, as, I mean, when it comes to this game as well, I didn't expect them to handedly deal with SlamG the way that they did alongside that ridgeline, but they did. They had great arsenal to be able to make it happen as well. I mean, SlamG had great guns to try and do something about it, but some of the shots just didn't connect.
Yeah, when it came down to those 2 compounds, right? Both those teams took the vision to take it early. SlamG obviously had a bit more of a difficult time. That's why we see more kills, because they had to go for that crush with 888. The highest rotation, as Martin said, the timing out of that compound, and during the stream you saying that they played up onto that ridge was huge, and that got them the win. Didn't get them the kills, but it got them the win. And sometimes those additional 10 points, that is what you need to keep in top of the table.
A bit of a shame for Team Saint, really, to only have 6 points off the back of a 3rd place here, Martin. But when it comes to that warehouse, that terrain that's south of it as well, there's not much for them to play.
No, like again, like this, how we had that second circle pop and third circle pop with where Hive was sitting like dead center. You don't really go on and get points from that, right? But I gotta point out the way they played that, and how, like they knew, okay, we can win this game, but we might not get all the kills, but we can win this game. And staying, a full squad as long as possible is to going down to like losing a knock-in here and stuff like you just are playing for the 10 placement points. And you're getting that 13 points. The consistency is up here. So
yeah,
I really love what I'm seeing from that, to be honest. But yeah, again, the split that we're seeing from win or die at the third circle pop, like that is, yeah, I don't know, that doesn't work out, and you're only having 2 kills from that. Like they should have had way higher kill game from that.
Yeah, and then of course, I mean, they'd left that Shantytown compound, and they tried to get back to it, Mark, and then it didn't work out. Kike was already there looking at them, which was the murder cage down there with FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, and Kike taking all the shots everywhere. So it was a tough spot to be in for Winner or Die. It
felt like a split decision from where they went to go, because they were in that Hive compound for quite some time. Off the drop, they sort of rotated that way. They looked at that as this could potentially be where we want to play from, but then they went aggressive. They wanted to play on towards Slam G. We saw Levante come down towards that hill, and they were kind of bouncing around that middle terrain, so they were looking for the kills, but it just didn't come their way. Maybe it was that kill box down in the south, because everyone was focusing there. So Winner died looking to try and convert points, but sometimes you just can't find them.
No, definitely not. I mean, beyond all that, I guess my question to you, Avenger, is there any other way Saint could have played out of that compound? It did. Obviously, we had our questions when it was going down. I appreciated Mindset's move, but what do you think about that?
It's difficult no matter what here. I also I have to say, before we go into like deeper, I have to say I'm extremely impressed with IM5 from 888. Prior to this game, he was the frag leader with 17 kills, 2 more than Hackatory. Like that is that is just insane to me. But yeah, I just have to point it out. Obviously, they had a 0-point game in this one here. That's why it's obviously going to go down in average. But and also the circle went away from them. But yeah, back to Saints. I feel like, sure, you have to move in and get into that spot, but like you don't get much more out of it. Especially you're getting held out. You're a last prior team coming in from that northern side, and yeah, I don't really see how they're gonna. Besides, they're backfilling win or die that's leaving. You're then pushing up, but like you have to go in, and you're gonna get held by Fairytale. You're gonna get hit by Hive. Like it's just gonna be difficult no matter what from that position.
The top 3 is extending quite the lead so far here from our 8 games. 75, 73, 72, looking brilliant whilst doing it. Ascend almost 20 points behind that top 3 here. A bit crazy, Mark, considering the separation after just 8 games.
It's a separation, but no one's really catching up as quickly as I'd like to as well. So Ascend will still sit comfortably in 4th. But yeah, those top 3, I suppose at what point is we're going to have someone trying to stop them? Na'Vi seems to be that question, as Martin says. So Hive and Slam G obviously in that 2nd and 3rd. But I think we're going to see these 3 kind of continually change place unless someone can go. You can get back-to-back wins or high-point games. And if I was to roll my dice and put my bets on one of the team, it definitely would be a Na'Vi in that case. Win or die, they'll be looking for those points, and maybe that's why they were looking for so many kills, because they're trying to close that gap on the thing, because there's not too much in it now. And again, it's the same with 888. So sort of the breakaway, but that mid pack is still pretty tight.
Yeah, the kills aren't really the problem, though, in the end, right? All of these placements. Geez, Slam G, Hive, 40 and 32 placement points, Martin. They've just constantly been in these late games.
It's actually funny, right? Because there's 3 points separate from the top 3, right? But it's 3 different ways of doing it. One is extremely kill heavy, one is extremely placement heavy, and one is kind of in the soft spot in the middle, right? Like Hive 32 placement points is really, really good. With this new placement point system here, kills should be standing for more than 70% of your points. It's a very kind of on point with Na'Vi is doing. So the other teams, Hive and Slam G, having that many placement points is actually extremely impressive. And if they can level up and kind of continue, unless Hackatory just goes out and kills everything. I think he has now 20 kills in 8 games, by the way. What an absolute maniac. But if they don't kind of slow down, because at one point we're gonna see these games they're just gonna go Na'Vi's way. They're gonna kill everything, but they're also gonna get a few circles coming their way, where it's just enabling them to also get the wins, right? Because they've been playing extremely smart around things. Sometimes you're just gonna have circles continues to go away, even though you're gonna have your path and like when your comms in like circle 1 and 2, they're gonna be like, okay guys, if the circle goes here, we're gonna be going this path. If it's going here, we're going this path. But if that happens 3 times in a row, you're gonna be forced to fight on edge. You're gonna be running into third parties, and you're gonna be delayed for way too long, right? So at one point, we're gonna see these Na'Vi games was like, okay guys, we're fed. We're just gonna farm the lobby, right? And that's really the thing for Na'Vi. Like, they're still fragging out even the difficult games, even the games that they're going against them. And that's the big thing for me, like why it's been so impressive with the amount of kills that they've gotten, because they are playing extremely well. Sure, Slam G have tons of placement points, but like they have to have the kills as well. Otherwise, Na'Vi and Hive is going to run away with it.
I mean, sure, they were able to take a lot of kills down in the south side, Mark, but then when they take that emergency pickup and gamble for the north, it kind of works out too for the kill points as well. So, loving what I'm seeing from them.
It came from the back of a recall, right? We saw the recall go back in, got the information, they got the E-rotate into that compound. There's those little plays, James, that are massive for Na'Vi, and that's why they're top of the table.
All right, well, my nose is telling me that it's your 2 turns to cast, because I can smell fresh chocolate chip cookies out of the oven. So, without further ado, I'm leaving it to you, boys. I'm going to have a cookie.
Thank you so much, James. I knew your nose was big. I didn't know it was big enough to have a voice, a speech, and a personality like that. But Mark, we've seen it. He's so close up to the camera, right? We know it's a big one.
What is that going to be the next question that's going to come up? We've had James's height yet. Yeah. What is it going to be? The size of the nose. Anyway, it's game number 3, or match number 9, though, as we are working our way from a southeast up towards a northwest, going through the heart, the soul. That is going to be time to take over Palace.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one here. Obviously, after this game here, Mark, we're going to be at a halfway point. I think, though, already now it's kind of telling. We are starting to have some sort of a 3-horse race, and that's quite exciting. It's not somebody like one team running away with things. It's not just 2 teams that are at the top just farming everything. A 3-horse race with a kind of a 3-way fight with these 3 teams doing it 3 different ways. That's just awesome to see here. And obviously, Tego is, and our wildcard maps are somewhat difficult to kind of stay consistent at, so that's what we're really going to be looking at, keeping eyes on the T teams here. Hadouken goes to Sega Palpai though, and he manages to get this one here.
Of all people to get the first knock, it's our Street Fighter in Terminal. Hadouken, that's just the K2, gets that conversion. The zone goes over heavy towards that west side. Interesting, keep an eye, obviously, if you've got the map stream up. Keep an eye on Win or Die. They are known to crash into Bucksang pretty early as well, so if they are looking for points early, we might see them try and isolate a bit of phase. But back to our hot drop here, Crypt versus Skittles. Both these teams are desperate for a win. When they split, they don't have all the bodies here. They got some out towards the west.
Nobody in Palace. What's going on? What are they doing? Oh, nice shot from Hobbycock though. Hackamare goes down. And with the mini as well, you just gotta absolutely slam that button to get that shots in here. No vest available for Hobbycock. That's a little bit unfortunate. You're not gonna have that damage reduction that's so important when you're doing these close-up fights here. He's now heard him downstairs. You're gonna get pushed here from a 2 or 3 man on Skittles. It definitely looks like it. He's trying to get out of dodge here though, Mark.
He needs reinforcements. Working his way over, sees it, plays Piku, has to keep the pressure on, but no, Sloy gets the better of him, quick kill, confirm. And now we might see the boom go back the other way. I'm surprised. I'm just seeing the parachutes coming here. They opted for the split. Down bodies. Fortunately for Krint now, they're going to play this one out as a duo.
Yeah, I mean, again, is that really worth it? I mean, have they forgotten that nobody's in Palace? Foot obviously started looting there yesterday and then kind of left, but they must have spotted that. They kind of there's an open opportunity for someone to get valuable terrain here. Palace is a great spot to loot, Max. So that's really what I'm wondering about here. Like, is that really the case for them to go in there, right?
It's on the gate. You can play north and south. It's got the bridge. Yeah. You can land. Yeah. You can get eyes on it. You can keep an eye for someone's on fishing camp. If you need to rotate south, you've got that opportunity. If you see it's being locked down, you can go the other way. So surprising, not just any team actually, that it's Krint or Skittles opting not to take Palace. That is completely free.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we have the HHH team with the Hands of Hope and Hibako Driving here, this kind of rotation coming in deep. They're scouting for valuable terrain here, seeing if some of these compounds are available. Right now, Storm and Request obviously seeing this compound is not being shot at. It's actually quite a strong compound here already now that they might be able to lock down. That'd be great. So definitely going to be driving into that. Nobody's actively shooting at them, so it would be a rat. So committing a 4-man to that would be obviously super smart to see if they can clear it out here. Now Slam G and Lurix, it's going to be making their way over on the western bridge, as you see here. Now 80 though, let's spot it out high, but this could... You forgot to reload, buddy. Are you going to take a shot with that, or what's going on here?
Mine shots. Esports
yes.
game style.
He's marking the direction he's at.
Yeah. T-Bone, you do the work. I'll keep putting the pings down. Still hasn't reloaded yet. He's going to click right now to go swap over. Scav and Cappy do arrive as well. Presenti will present an option for them if they want to crash into the compound. T-Bone has spotted him as well. That's exactly where he is. They're trying to figure out how many bodies might be in this small compound.
I just want to see, like, have a third or fourth observer on AT, just so we see, like, whenever he does that click, because it's a Dragonov, right? So he's gonna do a lot of damage. Whenever he does that click, is that gonna be an empty click? Was that a guaranteed knock at that case? But we'll check in on that later. Might have heard some shots there already. Scav, I think already now he's got to be having taken some shots here now. Hive is obviously available and fully aware of their presence here at this point, Mark.
Should be. That might remind Empty to reload.
Get out!
Get running. So they know there's a body below. They've identified the hold from further afield. Esports will take a few shots. Here you go. Now he has to click, and now realizes, now guys, I was definitely part of that fight. I was just going to my car. Going to bring the reinforcements, and Hive get away.
Yeah. And then again, like, it's not worth staying in a red zone. I know personally that, there's some chances that sometimes you just get randomly knocked in the open. You get pulled up on some crazy sweets. Hadouken, though, here for Skittles, staying on this eastern side here of Terminal. This circle, like, I would say it's the only circle where it's like you don't have to have like super high priority. There's a slight chance we're going to see that southern shift mark, like 35 or so %, right? And all the teams are still staying towards the middle, trying to get in there. Meanwhile, Conquest here, trying all the way through the army base here on the northern side. To here, Mountain maybe needs to get some more loot. They're all 4 alive and active, so it's just to get in there. Nitro, though, from Krint trying to make moves here. And Skittles just pressuring them away. They don't want to get them in there.
Round completely.
Back to him.
Of
they don't know about Sloy.
I don't know. I do know. The boom gets him. Trying to pick him apart one at a time. How they hit. They're going to go for the run again. Nitro has that nitrous oxide. Too fast, too furious for him. He continue to drive on by. Hadouken for that final blow. There's that confirmation. Sloy does go down. For me, I feel like they're just not leaving because they're going to try and get the recall.
How committed do you think he is to this name here? That's really my question. Every time he shoots, he goes, ha, 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 and then he hits a bullet. Hadouken! I love that name. I love Skittles. Like, these guys are awesome. Winkley obviously having a fantastic game yesterday. It was great to see. 11 kills. It was awesome.
2 versus 2 now.
Doable.
It is doable.
88 is looking at the mark.
Nothing else is really getting involved. Just yet. 888 on the other side. So I'll scrap that. They get involved and they make an impact. I thought they were just going to look and drive on by, but they do fully pull up on it. I suppose has the elevation. He has the high ground to provide the punish. Winkley now needs to back away. Now the favour goes back in towards Skittles. Very difficult. See, 888 will be tracking it as well, knowing they're down bodies, knowing the numbers that are here. Nader comes in. Doesn't quite get the full connection he wants. Does do some damage. And the boom maybe made the call now just to back away.
Yeah, it's just like a scrappy fight. You're hoping to maybe get a vibe, get a few more points. Like it's a solo going in towards the circle. It's not like you're going to have a big impact. You have no information. Nothing's kind of going your way here now. 888 just continues to take shots at Skittles. Hadouken down to half HP. Get some heals in, buddy. Don't re-peek that with 11 HP. The boom. He saw that and heard the shots will still come in, though. Motic, though, he gets him, flushes him. Spiro finds FaZe here. FaZe is pulling up to this compound. GK is here, finds both Vex and Custom. That is so unfortunate for FaZe. Pulling up into this VAD as well is down. Now left to just Mexi, the coach. One of the most experienced coaches in the world, I would say. But yeah, at this point here, not much to do as a 3-man. This is a rough one for FaZe.
The second time we've seen it, FaZe coming quite late to the zone and taking a what we classify maybe as a safer compound, not close to the center, way down on the outside edge, expecting it to be free.
And boom, there's
scouting, and then heat to death every time. So happened multiple times for them, unable to kind of get the ball rolling for FaZe at the moment. Mixie, he's down on his own. He has to call back towards the south as we go back towards the north. That's 888. Salik forgot to look the way he was driving.
I know the team quite well, and I can tell you exactly how the comms were here. Let me get a quote in. You know, it's going to be something like this. What are they doing here?
It'll be exactly that, to be fair. It will be exactly that.
Because
it would be such a surprise.
Yeah,
it's so down towards the south.
Like, the chant, like, it has to be a full, straight, deep southern shift for this compound to be anywhere close to high priority. And I mean, this is a southern shift. It's not even the highest part. Like, it's the 4th or 5th priority. Fishing camp is better. You have the compound west of fishing camp. Like, there's so many better spots that's open here. And GK, obviously, they're going to be moving and maybe taking a 2-2 split or something like that. That's still holding onto this southern shift here. Now we're going to be seeing, 13, 14 teams that's going to have to make this big move and big dash towards this southern side here. But yeah, GK definitely have the pick of the litter here for this one.
Let's go back to your point that you made earlier, though, right? No one in Palace. Like a team in Palace at that point.
Right.
We've seen, obviously, Na'Vi there. They could have got moved away straight away. Mixie gets one back, though. PWE there. He receives major amounts of damage. Mixie gets a point on the board. At least as you find his safety now back in the compound. The 2-2 split. They forgot to factor in Super Coach Mixie. And now he's taking a 1 versus 1 because GK has to make a big question whether they give up the split they've got at the moment.
Yeah, you have to, right? You don't want to lose the solo player there. Like, you just want to stay 3. He's gonna get the chip.
Gosh.
The other guys are actually coming in. It's gonna be a full 3-man here. Are we gonna see a clutch from Mexi? We just saw a lot of clutches from VAD the last game here. Mexi is definitely capable of great things here. Against the Panzerfaust from Kissy, though, I'm not sure.
He needs to get a clean fight. They've lost him. I'm trying to figure out exactly where he is. Mixie trying to isolate. He's in the building. Can hear the footsteps now. Trying to take a bit of elevation. They are going to try and go for the clear. There's a smoke on the top. That's going to deny the opportunity for the Pans at least to get a clean shot in the moment. But then he goes full send. FaZe will fall. And that is an unfortunate way to go.
If they're fast, there's a quick revive in the swamp. Something you go for. Wingley goes out, though. That's unfortunate for Skittles. We're down to just 14 teams now. SlamG now holding on to this. This is one of the really good spots. Like, it's actually quite playable from here. I would say one of the higher prior spots to kind of play. So SlamG getting that. Na'Vi also looking good. Some like our best teams. They're just continuing to get these great spots locked down really early on, Mark.
Always a phase 2 as well. If you look back on the initial games, we saw Hive and SlamG in the last game go down. So Steve needs one more shot. The saves come from the heavens, but so Sadid shows them why he's there and launching out those shots from hell.
Super well played here by Na'Vi, locking this down here. Also, again, they're greedy, Mark. This is a big compound, right? Them locking this down with the 4 corners and staying like this, it just shows these guys they're here to play. They're here to play aggressive, and they're confident in their ability to lock this compound down already from phase 2 and on. It's a strong one, especially with the teams that later on will have to move across the bridge. You're looking for points if you're playing this compound this greedily here.
It's that really cool system you talk about. More request to have worked their way past it, so it'll be difficult now for GK if they go for a sort of a blind send towards it. Some of Storm requests which are still working their way in. The other side of things, we do have Hive. They're still working their way in on the south side of zone as well. So it's phase 2. You can get away with it to a degree, but they will be on looking towards that kind of Storm on request area, and that's why they're waiting out here. Here comes that BRDM. They'll be looking to sort of drive that in The zone does shift back up towards the north. We see it shift back towards the water quite a lot anyway. But Hive will be happy that they've got an armoured vehicle to approach this zone.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, this western shift here could go anywhere, but still has quite a lot of water in. It's going to enable the teams to stay on this northern side. Foot, maybe even Hands of Hope, would be fighting on this northern side of the bridge eventually. To see you can cross here. Slamgy, dead center. Next circle goes south. They're still going to be holding on to a really valuable and good spot here. Let's see how they kind of evolve throughout this here. Winner dying, greedy splits here. Ferris finds Seifu. Meanwhile, Team Saint taking tons of shots coming in here.
Team Saints do take the shots. Tree doesn't quite help the car fortification. Provide the cover. Mindset, definitely a standout player for the team. We've seen through the cups, through the tools at the moment. Reposition. Think on the other side. On looking towards 888. Position here is not too bad. They seem to make sure they don't give up any sort of zone. Or at least control. It's 888 at the moment. The rest of these teams might just send it on by.
Let's see here. From this side, like, they potentially could be holding them out, but again, 888, they just have tons of time. They could be collapsing collectively onto some of their spots. Just have the angles, use utility, close them out here. Big 3 gear setup for Nabat. I will say this though, the N is very close to the structure of what the H looks like, right? So you could be getting closer into that. Storm request area close to fishing camp. They're going to be locking this location down. If they're really unlucky though, which I'm kind of assuming this next shift goes southeast, they will not be in on this one here. Dante goes down. That's a big player to lose for Hive though.
Players lose. Oh, there's C4. Squeaky gets it! He gets one! He full sends it! There you go. Squeaky now tapped himself out for the day. Objective tick confirmed. He's got his extra additional points though for that C4 kill.
Did he get the confirming as well?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
It's good enough. It's good enough for me. It's good enough for me.
I respect it. I like what I'm seeing here. IM5 with a great drive-by here onto Twixie though. More shots coming in. Team Saint here onto Hive. Rocks, nice shots coming in. Mindset gets it. And they're able to get and descent. Yeah, they're disassembling them quite a bit here. Hive still driving around in the beard mark though.
It's the danger. I'm strong enough until I see a BRDM. Nope, let that one by. Continue to rotate past. 888 in a good position. Obviously, they want to try and take the hillside. Saints have to work their way around. Back towards the actions of Geekade, though. On looking towards Will or Die. Smokes will go forward. Blue Zone will be the same. He'll be looking to try and get that connection. POED. Definitely the spearhead now. He needs reinforcements from the guys. Sparrow has the overwatch, but Quizzy is now looking to collapse and get that reinforcements.
Really, I'm just driving around here, Blaze and Motic getting the confirmations in here. Christy finds hello, my bad here. Good pressure onto Win or Die. This is rough for them. They're really staggered up here. Oh, shots on the side here. It's Slam G. It's big teams involving themselves in this one here. April as well. Taking shots onto GK. 5 kills for them already, obviously great, but still looking to close out more onto Win or Die.
So difficult for Geekay though,
yeah,
right? Because they're exposed. They are fully exposed to a lot of teams. They have to push into the compound, but Will or Die are holding them up to perfection at the moment.
Oh, he got him low. The bats find Andals further away here. It's going to be a push. This is a great play. Great play.
Oh, what a call.
Yeah, great play for PUBG. Levante goes down. EK getting more points here. That's huge for them. Are we going to see a third party maybe from Hive in this one?
I don't know. They're just going to drive by. It's the BRDM. But what a call back to PWD. He called that. And look at the distance the spray came in from as well. He knew he was making the push. He told him to shoot on the left-hand side of him. And it was connection to perfection. PWD still driving forward. That Blue Zone nade will go to farm. Hive do go by. The RDM though gives you the extra boost, the confidence boost. Hive might want to try and third party if they want to. And unfortunately though for the Saints, 888 did come knocking. Now they hold that ridge on the east.
Yeah, it's IM5 again. He continues, man. Currently top 2 in the most kills so far here in Masters 3. Amazing effort for him here. Lea's taking good shots on the Geeky. Geeky now collectively trying to make sure Win or Die goes down here. Getting the points in. Spear gets get rocks. Now we're down to just Layers. Layers is 26 HP. Has to heal. Sees the push. Has to heal again. Oh, we'll see though. I'm 5 again. Finds get rocks. It's a steal even. It's just aware. Nice shots coming in though, but it's Diffix pushing Leosh. Win or Die is down 11th here now. EK. Great game for them, holding on to the southern side, but also the amount of kills they have at this point here, Mark, it's going to be massive. We have a Lynx in play, though, from Hopesh, from Hands of Hope.
Win or Die just did not dispatch the GK push, right? They would have, should have dealt with that quicker. Lynx in play, Hands of Hope falling short to a Dorito, as you saw from the kill feed before.
Oh,
now
that's a nade!
as they have crossed, that's a nade, and it curves its way around. Cappy bending the nades around, defying the laws of gravity. Mounty going to be here trying to do the same as he will launch one forward though. Scav just in the way. Now he's going to try and play peekaboo, steeze him on the potential push. Knows he's got to come his way. And oh my god, Monty actually gets the better of him. Scav misses out.
Yeah, Scav holding onto that ridge obviously is to try to get that effort in, but still, you can't see through these bushes. You can't really hold on to that. Should he have been further back to ensure that Foot was staying alive, or was he just trying to lock that down? They still got the point. Now into the top 8. They need to survive 2 more teams, and Foot is out in 9th, but still getting a decent amount of kills. It's going to be okay-ish for Foot, but they're hoping to be that team coming in from the north, holding onto this ridge here, but they're just getting the pressure and the getting pushed here from Navi and all the other teams on the western side. Hekator finds Lurix. Navi holding on to this here, Mark. There are 4 guys alive, 2 kills, tons of utility to spare here. It's looking like a great game for them here again.
This is where we see them kind of activate. They're going to put those pieces together. Where can they push? We'll be too surprised if they try and go towards those drops. Hive and had some shots coming their way. Still driving in. They are heading away towards a Panzer. Conf though takes some shots. Does get the connection as well.
Or anybody's.
As the RDM's down. Conf will be a distance. He's going to swap it back, put it back into the safety of his car as he goes back towards the Mini because he knows he can hit better shots from the range.
Nice
and there we go. Conf will finish off. Shingen will fall and Hive out in 6th.
Yeah, Hive still getting kills though, getting 1 placement points from being in the top 6 here. So not a complete disaster game for them, but still a low point game compared to their average. Oh yeah, trying to salvage, trying to make sure they don't go out and 0-1 point. It's just really the focus points. You have to salvage as much as you can, and that's exactly what they did. April finds Diffix here. GK looking to have a fantastic game, but losing Diffix would here be a disaster for them. Salik is inside. 888 is going to be inside on this rock here, but they're going to be facing the sheer pressure, obviously, from Navi and the teams on the southern side. Is that a save? Are they actually going to get Diffix up? He was knocked out in Narnia. No, April gets him. And they're going to be down to just nothing. Bright out down to just 58 HP. And Fairytale is looking to control all this western side here, Mark, and pressure all the teams around them.
This is that constant pressure towards GK. That's what's baffling. But their survivability. Like I said, I feel like Win or Die should have dispatched at least a solo from PWD. And they're giving away that call that they're making the push. But from that point, they just went full defensive mode. They gave GK the opportunity to reinforce. Now they've got the compound. Now they're trying to flex out. It's difficult, as in they won't not clean for their location. They kind of need to shift towards the north again so they can play the outside edge. At the moment, PWD just trying to survive the onslaught here from Brightside as he looks to cook the second nade. Second nade is good, but it just rolls on by.
All right, next circle pop comes here, Mark. Let's see where we're going. We're going west here. Fairytale is laughing. EK is laughing. Navi's going to have to make a quick push, but I will see them push onto that northeastern side of the new circle where we see tons of crates. That's actually a pretty decent play for them. They have a good fighting line in towards that. The only contest right now is going to be 888, and that's really the question. How are they going to be playing? What's the kind of line for them to get into this? 888 trying to get in there quickly or early, and is Navi just going to try to disassemble them completely? But yeah, let's see what happens with them at that point. Let's see what their approach is going to be. Oh, I like
G
that.
Or 888. He's gone at 888. He needs to slow down a bit. Quite early. He knows that.
Well played. Well
That
played.
is well played. That should roll in. Go just too early. Does go just too
not enough
early. That's
speed.
unfortunate, but it had the right path in. to be damaging. And 888, they know Na'Vi looking their way now. Both these teams, they're going to have to scrabble their way towards that little hill where all the drops are on that map. Back towards the other side of things. SlamG have to try and do the damage as Fairy Tail playing peekaboo over the ridge.
I was hoping to see like maybe a slower one where they delayed it a little bit, but now with this, oh, that's great shots coming in though from Na'Vi. With this, was that a C4?
No.
Yeah, that's a C4.
Yeah, it is.
That
it's
is
C4.
scary. That is scary.
If you can do it to us, we can do it back to you, Na'Vi. There goes the smoke, trying to find the path in. Iron 5, he gets shot out. The car's going. It looks pretty good, though. Do they know it's going to be a C4? They run as quick as they can. Some damage done. Tit for tat, though. Na'Vi send the first C4. They cast the first stone. And Hakatori, well, doesn't need the C4, but great duo nade.
Yeah, that's huge. All the teams, though, they're vultures right now. They're trying to just clean up the rest here. Now, yeah, it's going to be Hakatori finding Blazer. Hakatori, what a player. Like, he's having a standout performance more than ever in this tournament here. Maybe he's just a TPP specialist. I don't know. It's crazy. Con finds lyrics. You know, obviously, Fairy Tail and SlamG fighting on this side here. It's cool to see. We still have SlamG in this game here, trying to kind of hold onto Na'Vi. It's looking like a Na'Vi game more so than ever with this one here. Unless we see a double shift on the western side here, it's going to be looking good for Na'Vi. They have tons of cover. All those crates available to them as well here, Mark.
Yeah. SlamG kind of need Na'Vi out first, don't they? But they're not in a position to do it themselves. Fairy Tail are holding them out. And there we go, Na'Vi. You get the reses back in, so they look back this way. SlamG are in zone. We will need a west shift again. Ontix just moves the vehicle underneath the watch Y on Fairy Tail. But we're on top 4. It's a 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 3. As you mentioned, Na'Vi and SlamG top of the table. Story.
Yeah, we don't want Na'Vi to run away with things just yet, Mark, do we? That's really the one for me. And also the other teams are going to realize, you know, like, okay, Na'Vi, sure, like you're going to have a decent game here, but there's going to be a target on their back. And we're only halfway through after this game here. We can't let them run away with it. Circle though, Mark. It's
give it to Na'Vi to run away with, mate.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's it. I don't see them not winning this game. Like that's just how it is. Sure, they're just 3. Like even if we see EK fighting them and SlamG or Fairy Tail like perfect third party, then it's gonna be difficult. Conf though, he finds lyrics on SlamG, putting more pressure on them. That's really the play for Fairy Tail. Get rid of SlamG and then wait to see what happens with EK and Fairy Tail. EK still has a sliver of an in on this next circle here, so that's really that's great shots though from April with the 6x Dragunov straight onto the head of Soset. That's a almost broken helmet at that point.
And a knock there might have been the green light for Fairy Tail full send, right? Still keeping an eye on SlamG. I think Fairy Tail without that knock now need to sort of get rid of SlamG, get rid of Arctic, and sort of play from that bomb. 1 minute 5 though, as it is starting to work its way in. Leave some limited options now as they are looking to try and potentially push their way forward. They have to go for a full send.
It's suicide though. The timing is. And now SlamG is just playing. Obviously, Arctic is just playing to try to get a point here though. But April found him. Fairy Tails though. Hakatori finds anybody's. That's one. Can he find the other one? He can as well. Oh my God! Soset is the last player now. That's going to be huge. Just perfect opportunity for Geeke to make a move here. Soset has no helmet. This is exactly what we want to see from Geeke.
It just felt like chaos, though. SlamG sneaking. Finding a new wolf pack to run with. April stops short, causes some problems. Doesn't have the opportunity now to try and get the res.
Good nade.
Runs up on the nades. He falls down. PWD taking full advantage here. It's a 3 versus 1 and what felt like a Na'Vi win. The chaos ensued. And now it's down to April. 1 HP to try and dispatch Geeke.
And now utilities being put onto Fairy Tail's side. This is surely just an easy game for Geeke. What a fantastic play for them. PWD making a push here, trying to get up over the crate. Gets shots, connects all of them. And that's huge. A Geeke win. That's a Geeke close here, Mark, for 10 kills and 10 points. And it's all due to Fairy Tail full sending it into Na'Vi.
Huge game. 20-point game there from Geeky. That's going to put them back up the leaderboard, though. But we get to bring back the Cookie Monster. That's James. Welcome back in. How's the cookie?
How's the nose?
What? Well, the nose is still as big as ever, and the cookies were as big as ever as well. I wish I had more so I could go nah whilst you were saying that, but no, I don't. They're all in the kitchen. But
In your
hey,
belly.
guys. Well, 3 of them are. But Geeky, 11th place at the start of the day, and now rocketing up to 4th place, Mark. It's not just this game, them getting a victory. It's them also doing fantastic in the previous games as well. Brilliant stuff.
Strong games from Geeky. And we expect it, though, right? But I feel like they're not gifted a win at the end, because before that fight with Win or Die, they had to dig deep for it. But with obviously Fairy Tail unable to get the knock on Na'Vi, they had to kind of make that, as Martin says, that suicide run. I love that Slam G, as I said, tried to find a new wolf pack. He just kind of snuck in with the rotating cars to try and cause some damage. But look, it worked in the favour of Geeky at the end, and they're able to bag Tego.
Yeah. Day 24, they still think I'm one of them. Chilling out behind, seeing what he can get done. I appreciate it though, Martin, of course, as we take a look at those points coming in. 20 points for Geeky, as you previously mentioned. Fairy Tail with some much needed points, but I was terrified that Na'Vi was going to continue to run away with yet another game, and they did get that shut down.
Yeah, but still 12 points for them. That they're still putting points on top of Slam G. They're still putting points on top of Hive, right? So they're going to be building that advantage a little bit. But yeah, Geeky, as you said, massive day for them so far. Hopefully they can continue. Now that we're going to be halfway through here at like the Masters 3 in general, like that's a big lead that they've established already. And then again, like how they're playing, as we're pointing out throughout the game here, that 4-man kind of every corner of this compound, we're locking things down, and also foot respecting that, probably being aware that it's Na'Vi at that point here. Like, we're not going to push in there, even though that's one of the most breachable compounds on the east side of Fishing Camp. That's really what I'm that's what I'm looking at from the other teams. Like, okay, we're respecting Na'Vi so much, we're not going to be making a push for their compound. They're just saying, okay, we can maybe sweep on the northern side and try to get some points there. So there's a respect all in all through the lobby here for Na'Vi, and that's hopefully going to continue for Na'Vi's side.
Yeah, you can say that again. The rest of the lobby looks terrified of a position that they're holding down, be it a compound or be it a hillside. 87 points for them at the top mark. They're looking terrifying.
Insane. We're starting to they're doubling up on the rest of these teams now, right? Slam G, Hive, Storehold, Nom, EK putting themselves in that conversation. As you said, they did take up to a 4th place with 62 points as well. So maybe a good couple more games from Geeky in this midday might also put them from a 3-horse race to a 4 potentially. 8 to 8, and obviously Ascend will drop down, but 87 points. Wow, he's definitely the kings of killing, as they now back themselves 61 points alone from these deaths.
How would a Geeky branded horse sound, James?
What was that? Sorry, man?
How would a Geeky branded horse sound now that we're in a 4-horse race?
A Geeky branded horse?
Yeah.
I mean, Geeky! Like that, right?
Yeah, I like that. That's
that was all I got for you.
That's respectable. I like that. That's good.
I had to commit.
Yeah,
all right.
I thought you was going Geek-nay or something like that, Geek-nay or something like that, but no, you went full commit with the sounding.
I love it.
Yeah, you had to try. You guys at home, don't forget to submit your questions over on X as well as Twitter with the hashtag MastersMike EMEA, and don't forget that if your question gets picked, then you're winning 10,000 G-coin, which means have your DMs open so that we can DM you that code if you actually win out that prize. So that's an exciting time, Martin, of course, with your lovely face. What questions are you hoping for? More about horses or
No. I will say this though, we currently have 98 posts onto that. It's like one of the most commented ever, more than Mark had yesterday.
Of course. We should just do a 3-hour podcast at some point, boys. Just say, all right, everybody just tweet us. Although maybe the G-Coin is baiting people.
Fly us over to Manchester, Mark. We'll sit down with you, get T-Bone on the bench, and we'll...
Manchester is, Leave him with it.
It's the closest.
He's got no clue.
It's the closest airport, isn't it? No, it's not. I'm joking.
Oh, no, I've got loads of airports. I'm in the south, also known as the Southern Ferry. It's to anyone from Manchester. But we should fly over. Be a podcast. There are a lot of questions that are coming through, though, which is really good to see. But yeah, keep them coming in. Hashtag MastersMike EMEA. Don't forget to tag us in it.
Yeah, thanks for saving us in that segment, Mark. All right, well, we are going to be going to a break. I'll try and make my nose as big as possible before we go to that. And of course, we'll be back with 3 more games coming your way.
Так, тому обов'язково не забувайте фоловитися. Це безкоштовно, чисто за перегляд. Так, ну навіть моя зона. Хакаторі з С4 поїхав? С4 на машині чи що? Бум! Він двох нокає! Що це за момент? Подивіться! Хакаторі просто самовбивця! Він взяв на тачку С4, підцепив і поїхав просто на команду. Це було дуже сильно. А я чисто, знаєте, чую звук такий піп-піп-піп, і думаю, нормально він полетів. І все, мінус команда ББ. Це спрацювало. Мув Хакаторі спрацював. СС залишається в соло, він відкисає від зони. Топ-2 для Наві в цьому матчі. Але цей топ-2 був просто геніальний. Що це за момент? Ви бачили це? Ну це імба. Це реально імба. Ось такі моменти мені подобаються.
We were fools to think the blue chip would save us. It was all a lie. Today, the lies end.
Apex, what's your status?
We're here. The crypt is armed. This place, they call it the crypt, and we're here to destroy it once and for all.
Apex, you just don't get it, do you? The blue chip protects us.
Protects us? You mean controls us?
Oh, don't be such a cynic. Come on, let's talk this out. You and me. No one has to die today.
Talk's over. We're coming in.
This is your final warning. Stand down.
Team, on my mark.
3,
2, 1.
Need backup. Drill cam up. Enemy spotted. Blue zone out.
Firing gas.
Sticky out. Sticky bomb deployed.
Hold on for much longer. He now goes. That's going to allow Lurex in. where he goes after this, well, that's interesting to play. But for Esports, it seems like they've got another target acquired as they zip back the way they come. Can try and find a position closer towards VP.
I get it, and I don't mind it, considering that the south side, they're trying to get some scouting off on that compound, etc. Oof, almost the mortar connects with Ascend. They're still alive. Kudos to them that they are still alive after that barrage that we saw from BB team. Now their car is gone, and now you've got to play around just the Doritos themselves. All right, I've been stood like this for like 10 minutes. All right, I can move back now. Jesus. All right, well, we've got 3 more games here today to get things going. We're ready to rondo in just a few, and then we're going to the grassy pastures of Erangel for 2 more. So far, so good, as Geeke is on the warpath, Martin, and they've got so many points today. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a good step up for them, obviously. Hopefully, they'll continue, so we can hear you say how Geeke's branded horse will sound like once again. I'm hoping for that, but yeah, it would be great that that Navi slows down just a little bit. But with 24 kills in 9 games from Hackatory, I doubt that they're going to be slowing down anytime soon.
It just looks mental. It's absolute nuts what they're able to put up so far. And again, even if it was just the normal Na'Vi, Mark, they're just looking like they have extreme confidence in this lobby. I think they realize that there's, in their minds, what they believe to be like feeder teams, and they can easily exploit a lot of them.
It's that respect you guys spoke about before, right? I think people are giving them space. They know where they are, and they're just giving them space just to go, do you know what? Let's not risk it at the moment for that cookie biscuit, but a team needs to take them on, and it has to be a SlamG, has to be a Hive, maybe even Geeke now.
Maybe. Here's the standings at the moment as they do sit. Na'Vi looking brilliant at the top. SlamG, 77 points. They're keeping up alongside Hive, so good for them at the moment. But as these boys previously mentioned, Geeke have now joined, effectively, this top pack after starting out today in 11th place. It does bear repeating just how meteoric that rise truly has been. 3 more games remain. I will bid you adieu for our rondo and leave you 2 boys to it. Good old Eminem.
Yep, thanks a lot, Calaris. We're happy to solve this one here. It's going to be a little bit of a puzzle with the Rondo, as it always is, Mark. What's your favorite loot spot, though, on Rondo? Tell me about it.
Danchin, actually, where we are. It's kind of my go-to. I quite like it, Danchin, because if it's quiet, you can obviously play north towards Test Track. Failing that, it's definitely a Hung Sheng, as I do like that kind of... I'm a basic guy. It's very 90-degree angle fighting. There's not a lot of complexity when it comes down to taking on other areas. What about you? Where's your go-to spot?
Yeah, the Hong Shang or the Ring Jang, just for the loot. You know, I love the big amount of loot. Get in there fast. Hong Shang obviously has tons of loot, and it's easy open. I love it in there. And SlamG's going straight for that. Yesterday we had some kind of crazy circle. You know, like the Tinglong Garden first couple of circles. It's a rare one to see.
How many teams in the south?
Yeah, I think
Did everyone forget to jump?
I think a lot of teams are like, yeah, let's hope for a Tinglong Garden circle once again. Or they're like, yeah, not that many teams are going to go Tinglong Garden, you know, like there's nobody that really loots there as a static loot spot. But all of a sudden there's just 4 teams, and Ringjang is in there with circle too.
I think people are giving Na'Vi more of a bypass than expected. 4 teams actually jump out quite late, not 3, 4. Couple are going to be taken for the cars. Hands of Hope continue to sort of work their way back now, as they do have the gardens to themselves. 888 will spread out as well. Fuji Sports, good to see they're already on the rotation. T-Bone working his way down, and SlamG take up Hung Sheng as well. There's lots of verticality here, those kind of pillars that we talk about. We know the zone will sort of push away from them, and a huge amount of water, but a few early phases for that to take effect. Lots of teams need to rotate in, but there is a hell of a lot of space.
Yeah, and this exact circle here with the kind of Ringjang River, you always know, oh, that good shots actually connecting. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. With M16-6X, he pulled off Nitro off the back of the bike. That is absolutely insane there. Is he going to pull him up, put him on the back of the bike, and then drive away? I'm not sure.
Has
to,
right?
Can you get it? That's great, though. Great shots coming in from Ray Kerricks. Now SlamG's trying to put pressure onto Krint here, Mark.
Everyone's trying to just get across towards the west as they can. Everyone jumping out late. There's another knock again, so 2nd time's a charm.
Crazy.
Regix does get Nitro down. Now he hasn't got the tree cover as he'll spin his way round. He'll be down and out. So let's go back. Has to get some more loot as he pretty much clicks dry. But yeah, aggressive start. Lots of teams going quite late. Lots of teams going out early as well, looking for those gliders. One of them is Squeaky as Hive approaches towards that position as well, but sense of disturbance in the force goes back the other way.
That's good. That's exactly what we're going to see from him in this play here. But with the Ringjang River, as I was talking about here, like you just know, like it's pushing away from so much water. You have so many pillars down there. It's actually quite difficult to play around. There's a few really high priority compounds that a lot of teams they prioritize getting into early. Shots though from my bad. Connecting just a few on Fairy Tale. Didn't get him though. That was a big one. Anybody surviving that?
Hit the metal fencing. Unfortunately for him. Backs away. Plays peekaboo on the other side. Maybe hasn't quite caught the second nade that has come in. Comes to third. My bad. Still good for one more. He will launch the final one. He has to get that reload as well before he plays peekaboo around the outside. Levante using the car now to extend over. Very well known ridge. Flies past and puts anybody down. I don't expect him to stop. He'll be able to get himself back into the compound, and Fairy Tale getting caught split again.
Yeah, well played.
Click, click, click.
Just gotta get that reload in, buddy. There you go. He's looting. I might be taking the chip there. That's definitely worth it. Sloy now. Trying to sniff out if Slam G or any other team is in this compound here. It's very breachable, and meanwhile we see Hadouken. He's trying to get in here. Artix actually trying to get in there, but the breach is on. It's a full send for Skittles, and they're split in two parts of this compound here. Artix surely goes down in this case, but let's see if we can see some defense coming in for Artix. Nice shots coming in. Artix actually getting down by Hadouken. And and Skittles, they take this compound here.
Oh, like you're waiting for Hadouken to get the knocks. There's no one down. Ourselves will be also down and out at the moment. Mogul will launch out the nades. Hadouken has the extra buff, so he's able to keep control here as the Go Bus slides its way in. And quietly. Nade. Good nade, actually. And a good nade off the back wall. Now has to try and drive forward and pick up a Hadouken.
Yeah, still salvageable here, but Mogo and Lurix have to make a play, have to make a move, have to get in there. It's a Hadouken and Hakamari, though. Looking at it, an MP5 is great. Hadouken gets Mogo. Now to just Lurix. Has to make the hero play, has to get the clutch in. Hadouken is low. Got a nade in hand. That's great play there for Skittles. They're closing this compound out, taking it away from Slam G. We're talking about exposing these two to splits. This compound here, if you're taking one on each side, it's basically a 1-1, and then the two other guys are somewhere else. Like, it's extremely difficult to hold this compound, and it's a really high priority compound is in this exact circle here because you have so much control of the center.
Just disappointed that PUBG haven't given him the Street Fighter outfits. Because it just make it more interesting when I cast it with you.
Yeah.
Skittles. I will say about Skittles, though, coming into sort of Masters, they would have been a team I would have expected mid-pack, if not higher.
Right.
They've definitely had a slower start. Yeah, definitely day one didn't sort of fall their way. I think they got caught a lot of those rotations we spoke about before. So definitely a better day two so far. Still a bit of a mountain to climb, but they've taken the first step at least.
Yeah. Ferris finds Motic here from 888. Popping tires, seeing if he can get the flush in there. He senses some feet. But yeah, I think this is definitely a safe rest coming in from 888. But the information is still coming in for Na'Vi. Sitting on that eastern, they're hoping for an eastern shift. They're hoping for that big shift to go east, and then it eventually would have to go away from the pillars and the water in phase 4. But yeah, let's see how that kind of evolves for Na'Vi later on. Meanwhile, we have Conquest here fighting Team Saints.
Seen him. It's Conquest on the other side of the roads.
You hear the car leaving as well, Mark. They know that it's not a full team now.
If they got the shots to take advantage, though, they really wanted just to run across to Cramsey, or watching for Cramsey, who's been kind of that star player on the run up to this stage for that team. He's unfortunately not been the one that's been making it happen. Vex didn't take Diesel, that's the petrol glider, so he'll keep on moving back. Maybe waiting for Vard to arrive, or maybe Mixie, the coach from the skies, will take the option to get the gliders. And gliders do have a big impact into this map. A lot of these teams will jump for the gliders. That's why we saw teams going out quite early, trying to take that northern position. Those hard spawns. Geek out on the other hand, making their way down far on the east.
Yeah, they're late.
Gaiden City as well, but I'll be quite late this thing.
Now Team Saint in this Conquest fight here sees Mounted Leaf, gets tons of damage in here. Half HP now on Monty. Now Conquest, yeah, looks like the other guys are going to be coming back. The backup is coming in. They're going to be taking and committing to this fight here at this point. So Rekirik saw early on here what the M16 is capable of doing. Let's see what the QPC is capable of doing here. Shots are coming in from his side. Utility in hand. Oh, yeah, he has to back off. He saw it's two. He's going to be outmanned and outgunned.
Difficult position. And what a shot as well. Through the little window.
Sneaky.
Ramsey works his way down. He gets caught as well. Mindset runs through him as he destroys. And the Saints looking to try and get the numbers back. 2 kills in the moment. Try and get the defense in. Mindset goes full send. Hip fire. We'll put him down. He click drive. He gets another kill. That's number 3 now. He knows exactly where the final player is. You can see the nade coming at distance. Mindset. He's to reposition. He is looking for that cross on the road, and that's before Hands of Hope look to get involved as well. And also, we can see Krint coming in on the west.
Yeah, there's always there's blood in the water here in the first phase, especially for the teams that are getting early position. There's always going to be a lot of time where you can move around, you can see, you can scout for fights that are in compounds that you might be able to grab a kill, get some impact, get an opening for the third party, and that's definitely what's the sniffing from Krint is all about here, especially with the information they have off the kill feed. There's going to be knocks, there's going to be flushes already going in. Team Zane is down to just 3. Conquest down to just 2 at this point here. Hero finds DK 101. Oh!
Help out. Done. It's always cautious. That's going to be really painful now for them. Conquest has to drive forward, though. 2 versus 1 in the compound. It's just on the outside here. Mindset drives his way forward, but takes a face full of bullets, though, for his troubles. Go for the re-smoke. He's limited. Got to be careful. He has got the M4. He's doubled up on 5.56 as well, but with 73 left over 2. Got to be cautious. We do lose all the water. Zone goes back towards the northeast, and Na'Vi takes some verticality and high ground and uncontended to left it alone. A lot more teams might opt to go back that way. So everyone else is stacked in the southwest corner.
I'm sorry to say, Mike, but, you know, I think my Palantir bowling ball here over in the corner is saying Navi's going to have another good game. They're positioning themselves extremely well for this next circle here with how that river and how those pillars are for phase 4. It's looking good for them, though. But, yeah, Team Saint still with Conquest trying to close this one out here. Like what I'm seeing from Mindset. That's smart. Oh, get that in there. Rolled out. I love that. What a great usage of mobility and movement here for Mindset. Now they can just get in, see if they can get this closed. Akator finds the bot.
Gets the molly. Nice play. They actually already got out on the outside.
Delayed.
Mindset has to use the safety to go back towards the stairs. DK did sneak his way past. Now they will just wait. Unfortunately for Conquest, there's no more rooms to conquer. I do like the level of aggression. I do like he's trying to take the fight to the Saints.
And also he's delaying Team Saint, right? Like this is not a fight you want to take when the circle is away from you. You want to get in there, you want to get information, you want to try to move in and get closer to it. Meanwhile, Brexco finds Stinker power and Squeaky flushes him out. Mindset is just delaying this entire fight. No more utility to spare, but 2 first aids, so could take a few more shots. Could take a few more angles here. Let's see, handles though. Hiding behind this deployable carver is yeah, he's gonna have a bit of an upper hand, Mark.
There's 2 as well. I think there's 1 straight as you go through the door.
Yeah.
And then there's another one. Hunter is literally waiting. He doesn't need to rush in. I think that will give him, he'll be able to see his way around. Then once the smoke's gone, he's going to see both of those deployable. DK, I think, will be a big factor. He can stand up. There is the window there. He has stood up now. Smoke is now starting to clear. You check the other side. Now they do see that double. Trying to use the angle. But it does work in their favour. They get the opportunity to back up. MP5, though. Mindset gets the better of him. And Conquest, they're going to fall. 50th place for them. Good push, but very well disciplined from the team.
Yeah, you have to wait for that. You have to get that out. You can get the loot. You can make sure you get all the utility from the dead bodies. Meanwhile, we see Gike here and Hong Chang. Potentially going to be fighting Foot at this point. Very till off to the distance, but yeah, Foot, considering what's the play here. But with a Gike in the air and with a lot of pressure onto them here, this is just an information game. Waiting for this next circle to happen so they can predict and see where we're going to be going in phase 4. Because then they're going to have all the information that they can make their calculation and assumption of where that next circle is going to go, depending on where we have water, where we have those high ground pillars that are considered land ratio.
Yeah, they're much on the sort of west side now. You can see them phase leaving them. We have the water, as Martin says, expecting a sort of a more of a west shift. That's centered up, really. So we do lose those pillars. We do have one more remains. We do have a little bit of water. But Foot Esports holding a very greedy 2-2 split. And Geekate will tighten up to their position. Hongchang will be interesting. It can hold and house multiple teams here. So maybe a team like FaZe, maybe Ascend will be looking at this as an opportunity to sort of crash their way in. But for now, it's Top Gun. Vard takes on Squeaky in the sky.
And with this, it's just going to go more east off from this one here, obviously. Like, we've seen tons of circles in the Hongcheng area. Navi gets an absolute freebie with this compound coming in there. Tons of points coming their way. Let's see what Geekay is able to do against Foot here. Sharing Hongcheng is also just worth it for both of them, Mark, at this point, right? Like, it's not worth it to take a fight where you're not in placement points. It's not a third party. You don't have an upper hand. You don't have any sort of advantage. That's really what the teams are looking for, to kind of open that up. With the glider down, though, looking to take the rest of the fights here on foot. Seifu finds Fex, though, onto FaZe.
Both those teams looking up for the same entry. Both those teams come back towards the south. The Saints roll in. A nice position. There's a dip. There's a crevice. Guys, going to reposition the cars now. They do deploy the smokes. It's going to allow them to keep those tyres alive. And it's going to be under a lot of pressure. A lot of teams are on that south side. As mentioned, a lot of teams went towards the south. And Schengen lines up. Waiting for Kitty just to stop
teasing me,
left
Schengen.
and right.
Do it.
Schengen, shoot.
Right, Hive. Again, you're our hope for this game. Slam G's out. You're a hope for this game to hold on to Navi. Make sure they don't run away with it. Schengen now sending in Seifu here, getting tons of damage done onto Team Saint. Down to just Twixie.
A lot of damage.
Oh!
Wait and see. Seifu gets him eventually. Schengen gets Gilly. Quick kill confirmed.
Safe res.
Iron 5 is there.
Save res here, guys. Move in. There's also loot over here. Get into my spot. Stormman Request has also moved into Hongchang at this point here. And again, if it's not an easy frag or an easy nade or an easy point to get this locked down here, it's not really worth fully committing for either Foot or for Geekay. You might have a chance to get knocked off the side of the stronger team. PUBG finds Scav. This is an opening I was talking about. Now Geekay knows it's Foot. We're going to get a quick rest. There's no helmet though on Scav now. It looked like to be either a double headshot or a damaged helmet headshot, which is going to be a little bit rough for Foot. Foot's off onto the western side here. Fairytale's encroaching onto Hongchang as well here, Mark. Scav knocked again.
Scav has been knocked again. Got the numbers. There's that E-shift you wanted. Now, first time Navi on the outside edge. Not many teams are up that way, so they can maybe take a challenge with Hands of Hope. Fairytale, they whistle past. This side is so dangerous though, because the lowest point is out on the west. Everyone's got to kind of climb towards the east, and there's plateaus of which if cars stop, they might feel like they're safe, but the moment a team has an angle or gets to that same plateau, they get fully exposed. I would not be too surprised to see more and more teams go towards the road, because there's little safe dips and crevices that you can park your cars in, but time is limited with 13 teams still remaining.
Grant sending it in. Mexi's actually pretty close onto this. Grint is going to see him. They're going to pull up. He's going to make a move. Nitro has the off angle. Mexi is dead to right here. Now Schengen and Rocks is onto it. Finds Squeaky, but Dante's knocked. They have to get him up here with Hive.
Yeah, but they've got Ascender on a split, right? So
yeah,
they're going to have to sort of run up that mountainside. And I suppose with FaZe in a fight on that south with 888 taking on Fairytale, no one else is really looking that way. So they might get away with it. Brex gets confirmed. Iron 5 now gets towards that position. That's what I'm talking about. They can kind of see over that way, but I think Salik's in such a good position. Once he clears part of Fairytale, his eyes might be drawn back towards where Seifu was.
Great race here for Dante to get back up, and they hold this southern side. Eventually, they're going to be fighting, obviously, with Ascent later on with Seifu. That spot is kind of their playing and fighting line in towards the deep of the circles. That's a C4 in the hands of Navi. They're looking to send that in straight to Winner Eye. That's for sure. If they have two C4s, that would be an absolute easy team wipe. Look how congested they are, Mark.
And if they want to work their way Don't forget, Winnow Die obviously positioning here. They saw the opportunity to get ahead of Na'Vi. I think this is a really good way to dispatch the team, get rid of
they're leaving.
Laosh is leaving as well. Good play from them. I think they sort of projected that actually maybe this was the play that Na'Vi might go. Maybe they are starting to play chess and checkers. Didn't get enough momentum on the card. Does fall short. Now they're going to put the smoke wall up. Now Winnow Die move back into position to try and stop Na'Vi's push.
I love that. That's smart. And also, you know, Na'Vi, they're not fully committing to it. Like, if you're driving that, you can pinpoint straight in. You might be able to get 1 or 2 knocks. But, like, do you want to send a player like Hackator to do that? I don't really want to see that. Like, I want to see it being smart about it, right? Shots are coming in from multiple sides here. Hands of Hope is also holding out the other side of Na'Vi. This could be the game that they're falling early on. Hadouken, though, finds Hibako. And Skittles is third-partying this fight, holding out Hands of Hope. That's huge.
Well, Skittles was on the west. They've drove past this, but they've pulled up right into the action, though. Unfortunately for Hands of Hope, they've had to take on a fight on 2 fronts. They're going to fall. So Steve down. Ferris, though, final player now for Na'Vi as they try and continue to apply their pressure. But if they go out towards the east, they are going to come across the Skittles. But for everyone else in the lobby, they'll be happy. Na'Vi's down numbers here. Can Ferris stay alive? Only 2 kills confirmed so far.
Right, Ferris. Can you out-heal his? Can you salvage a little bit more points? PewDiePie goes down to Vard. Diffix finds Seifu. And now, with Ferris here, with this amount of pressure here, I don't really see him getting much more points at this point here. Again, 1 more point fine, but still, it's a game now for Hive to catch up, for GK to catch up to them. That'll be huge.
But yeah, Slam G already out, so those 2 teams will be happy. Just waiting for that final body to fall from Na'Vi. One of those teams, as we say, is Hive. Now they're to try and get some more kills. That's 4 already. Great nade from Schengen. And has to back away, knowing that he's exposed. There's that confirmation box. Gets that final blow. We've got has to back away, as I said before. Nitro's not too far away. But need to be cautious. And Levante dispatched the Skittles. Lloyd still fighting as well, though. As the full crash comes in, the pressure has been applied. And Akavari, he's nowhere to be found, but he's starting to get some confirmation. Salvage something. 7 kills for Skittle. It's never too late to get into the mid-pack.
And a Dukin with 4. Impressive. But yeah, that's, you know, the C4 game with that. If you're able to get an opening with a couple of knocks or even 3, that's massive. Krint out in 11th. Ekemer is going to be the last player. It's going to be found by, of course, Wills the IM5, our 2nd kill leader at the moment, alongside Hackatori. It's going to be a massive game for them here also. Fairytale Dead Sender. GK on the western side here. They also are looking to also extend that lead from Ascent now that Ascent is out.
And GK have played the town really well. They sort of positioned themselves on the east early, expecting obviously to be one of the final teams, and that's forced foot despite Scav getting knocked twice and had to sort of follow in the path of Winnow Die and Na'Vi. They've had to play up towards that north side. Ferris still here. We're still not in the placement points. Don't forget, we're looking for a top 6 for those additional points are gifted out.
No way he gets that.
He's looking there. No, he's going to run out of meds surely before then. Or Levante's waiting for him out, but we'll have to wait and see. He's still in at the moment. He's always in it to win it.
Levante has 8 buddies to loot. There's no way Ferris out heals him. 8 first aids. He's lying on one of the boxes now, healing obviously. And again, getting into the top 6 here, it's really, it's deflating the value of blue zone healing that we only have top 6 placement points is being awarded, right? Foot now here, as you see on the right side, putting a lot of pressure onto GK, hoping now to get this northern shift, but nope. Foot has to fight. They have to push into 888. GK is setting up shop just below Hive. This could be detrimental for them. Diffix low, also knocked out to Schengen. Huge here for Hive.
This is huge, especially taking out Geek. Team sort of closing down the gap. Storm Request will go in 8th place. Not spotted though by Spyro. He's the final player. That pressure is being applied. T-Bone has been knocked as well. But be cautious. Do they follow in the path of 888? Do they sort of go in towards the road and take on Bright Side? It'll be all down to timing, but with a knock, it's not going to be good timing here for Foot Esports. Spyro using the smoke to his advantage. He's going to play peekaboo, getting the information out. Scav.
What a shot.
Players, and he gets a good couple of shots onto him with the MK. It's well played. It's not going to get the knock that's needed.
Nate's being committed here to Vard, but he is into placement now with top 6. Another clutch for him to salvage some points for FaZe Clan. That's having a rough day. 35 points for them so far. Another placement point secured here with HC finding Spiro. Great play for Foot. Great play for control on that western side rather than facing a compound push onto 888 or a kind of salvage game for Fairytale. They're holding off in the middle.
So, teaming up here with 888. Oh, taking shots underneath. Fox does find Vars. We're on the top 4 now. 888 with 4. Footy Sports the same. Fairytale, unfortunately, on a solo. But as I said, I'll team up slightly with Footy Sports. With the bullying of Footy Sports, I say. However, completely clearing that sort of south side. So, from the one straight from 888. They've got the freedom of the zone. They can set up stall wherever they want to take this fight. They've gone for a bit of a split.
Yeah, it's very greedy. Very, I got a huge amount of terrain obviously covered, but if any team gets an opening on them, they're then suffering. Like, that's going to be a team pushing in. If Hive sees one of the knocks here on the southern side, they also know that there's a team on the northern side. They know that it's a big greedy split. It's the same team splitting out. They also have the kill feed, obviously, to have the match log available to them. That's huge. Oh, that's good nades coming in from Foot here. Destroying Brightside here, getting that kill and the point for that, and also another placement point going their way. We're now in the top 3 here, Mark.
Yeah, Foot needs to try and confirm this north side, so it's going to be a 4 versus 3. I'd argue Blaze is going to come back and be a big impact, and they are going to be able to get the split now. T-Bone does spot him out. Initial shots go back towards him. Blazer running out of the 5.56, has to get the reload, has to go for the repeat. Does have a look back towards Hive on the south, but Hive just don't need to move. They can wait until there's ensured destruction between these two teams. As Salik gets an outstanding spray as T-Bone jumps across the road.
Foot's inside the circle. They're hoping for a shift. They need another one. Oh, it's a double nade, though, from 8C. Foot opening here onto 888, Mark. That is huge. Hive now has to seize the opportunity, and Dante does exactly that. Gets 8C and Cappy down.
They've got to activate now. They have to activate Hive, punishing Foot, Foot punishing 888. Blazer can't get across to get the res. They're now 2, but the 2 from 888 are really, really split. One confirmed done from Foot. Now looking to try and get the res themselves. They're in a better position as Scav will get the res on 8C, but he is on the road now, trying to wait, getting a bit of a breather. T-Bone on the south side of the road as he'll play peekaboo, maybe trying to wait for the Hive push, but Hive have consolidated, and I think they're waiting for this next fight to start, and then we'll see a full commit from that team.
Like what I'm seeing here. Foot so far trying to hold on to this ridge here. This ridge that T-Bone is on, that is the win. That is the win condition for them. They have to get out 888. They have to lock that down. And Hive is looking to maybe steal even some of the points that's coming in. That's a great nade. It's going to do some damage. Not enough, though. Salik died out. Let's see if IM5 is also going to be confirmed onto Foot's side. That nade, that's a huge one. Oh, it's cooked a little bit too much. It exploded just early on here. Motic, though, catches a headshot off the side of Foot. Hive, a little bit too passive for my liking here. I would like to see that opening up. As you're pointing out, Mark, they had knocks on both sides. That's their window of opportunity to kind of come in and close things out, but staying quite passive here because they have the circle.
I think they're waiting. They want to confirm the win. And that sounds really stupid, right? But a win is more beneficial to Hive at the moment. We have Na'Vi currently sitting on 89 points, 88 points for Hive, and we're in a top 3 scenarios with the placement points on top. We expect them to go higher. But I think I like this. Hive are not over-committing. They're waiting for this fight to engage. They're waiting for both these teams to lose bodies. T-Bone, he's at the spearhead of Footy Esports, though. 888 getting pushed in from the zone.
Molly.
Does the damage to Molly. Catches him. Unfortunately, he's going to have to try and tap out the zone. He does tap out the zone.
Smart.
Fortunately for T-Bone, he's going to miss out. Footy Sports drawn 7 kills.
Laser now just denying. Yeah, it's a team at the top that they're potentially fighting with here. Foot and 888 obviously being ahead right now, but Foot with the win could come up and just take over here for 888. What an effort for them. A little bit greedy being on the southern side. They could have stayed on the east. They could have taken this ridge line that Foot had early on. Foot was the one that's making moves. Foot is the one that being proactive in this game here, and Mark, right now it looks to me like with what they have so far, it looks like Foot actually have the advantage over Hive from what you could see on the minimap on the bottom right side, with how Hive is actually quite far outside the zone. It's only Dancer that has a sliver inside.
Yeah, the zone has shifted back towards the northeast, so Foot Esports in a better position. I just worry that Foot Esports, you can see from there, they've expelled a lot of their utility, not just getting involved in the fight between 888 and Fairy Tale, but just keeping the bodies alive. So a lot of smokes have gone from them. Been unable to sort of get to the boxes to replenish. On the other side of things, Hive haven't activated. They didn't get involved despite having knocks on Foot Esports and 888. But they do have the utility here, Martin. So they're happy to sort of move on in.
6 nades.
Yeah, you're right. They're still getting more util.
Yeah, 6 nades on Presenti. So more utility on the other side of the guys as well. So it's just a matter of getting close enough. It's just a matter of getting within that utility range. We want to see 2 nades on rocks as well. Mollies as well. Smokes available. This is going to be a smoke line, a smoke path towards that next rock. You see, Roxy's looking for it. He's sizing that next rock up. Can he get enough smokes deployed though and get close? 8C is holding this ridge. This is surely looking like Foot's game here, unless the timing is just on for Hive to get close enough.
It's going to come down to if Foot can keep Hive at arm's length, right?
Yeah.
If Hive can get to these rocks, if they can get underneath the noses of Foot Esports, then yes, they should win out the game just on util alone.
Simon has the angle.
Has taken towards the grass, so he's sneaking his way around. That's going to start to expose rocks to a degree. It is still 3 versus 3. We are phase number 9 now.
Who's out first, waiting. Who's out first? Is it T-Bone? Is T-Bone
T-Bone's out wide. T-Bone, that's T-Bone. T-Bone just jumped up. He took initial shots, though, at rocks, but didn't quite get the conversion, so his area is now exposed. He really needed a knock there.
Yeah, 8C, though, gets close. Is trying to deny this smoke line off of Hive. Flashbang into this smoke. Oh, what a great play. I like that. That's huge.
Good play. Using the smoke to the advantage. Gets rid of the opportunity that they're going to launch the nades towards him. 80's now in a position they have no idea where he's at. If he starts launching some shots towards Rox, he does. Rox does get the connection, so he's making the call that he's not on the smoke. Now he's going to potentially just lay down at the C4 and back off there. Hive, well, they double stack. Still 3 versus 3. It is phase number 9. 80 is in the heart of the battle, but no one knows exactly where he is as Hive is trying to dig him out.
I like that. Denying that T-Bones finds rocks as well. Dante under a lot of pressure.
C4.
Just nothing.
He finds
C4
one down.
He's put it down. Now, oh, look at that. Scav finds the Grossa headshot onto. It's just Presenti left. Presenti has to get in. Nades in hand. Tries to get a blue zone out as well, but he's down extremely low. He has to get this first aid off. Otherwise, he's going to get denied. Now, more smokes being deployed. More utility being deployed towards this rock here. That's a great molly. It could deny his line. He's on fire as well. Look at that. He has to move outside the smoke mark.
Yes, but the blue zone nade is going to give him an opportunity. Just block him off. Double blue zone nade. Yes, he got hit by the molly. It's a 2 versus 1. The blue zone nade has blocked the opportunity now for Foot to play peekaboo. But now he gets up against the rock. He's going to go head to head with it. But he's down to 15 HP. Does he get the opportunity to get the medal? No, it's not going to be the case. And Foot Esports, they will put the win. It's 10 kills, 20-point game, and much needed from our TPP Kings.
I'll quote this. It's T-Bone. He loves TPP. It's great for him to close this one out here, Mark. To get puts another 10 points on the board, and along with the kills as well. This makes our top higher, kind of the top end of our mid pack. It makes it ever so close here, Kalaris. Thank you for joining us back here. You look like you're wondering what's happening in your mind.
Wondering many things, Martin. One, like, I think what was so impressive about that end fight, that end sequence, is just how much movement there was around kind of the different angles, with 8C obviously putting himself really at the forefront of a lot of that combat there, Mark. And it's not often that you see someone go so far towards their enemy lines of sights to kind of really put the thorn in.
Especially because, like, I felt like Foot Esports had to keep Hive at bay, right? They had the util, and I think they knew they expelled quite a bit getting to that position. But you're right, 8C took the opportunity. T-Bone didn't quite get the knock on rocks out by that rock, and obviously that kind of 1 versus 1 fight drew the line of sight that gave 8C the opportunity just to run right into the middle of the battlegrounds and take on the fight. And not even that, the opportunity that just not to play behind the rock. He deployed out the smokes, and then he moved into the smoke, and he just dodged all of the nades that were coming back from Hive.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. The double blue zone nade there to try and zone them out, but it was not enough. He was burning, trying to move up against that rock, and obviously not having the easiest of times with that. 20 points for a foot really puts them back at a position where they can start assaulting those top packs here. Martin, see them do all right from this.
Especially with Navi only getting 2 points, right? It's opening everything. SlamG also slowing down. It puts you within striking distance of that top 2, top 3. That is having a huge chunk of change in terms of prize pool. Like, it's a massive change once you're jumping from your 5th, 6th, and 7th into your top 3. So yeah, Foot obviously being that. EK also having a kind of slower game here. It opens up everything. Also 8-8, 8 points for them. Great to see. But again, you have to continue. Hive though, the consistency from these guys here is crazy, man.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it once again. Yet another late game here, Mark, from them. 14 points. They never let go of it. They're always able to get into the decent position. They held so much util even for this late game as well that it really could have gone either way.
I definitely feel like Hive was the winner from that round. I know obviously didn't get the conversion on the placement points, right, because they did go to Foot Esports, but even the ability just to survive. I think there is a big question. I think they might look back on that though. Should we have pushed in? Hive had the south. They had it completely clear. They saw 888 play back as well. And obviously with knocks both sides that Hive delivered, they had the opportunity to kind of push towards Foot Esports or push towards 888, but they opted to sort of stay back. And that kind of telling me that, yes, I'm more of an aggressive player. I like to sort of play into that, but they really had trying to get the win on their mind at that point.
And Martin, sorry, explain this to me as if I am 5. What is this? Like, he is actually banging things out here for 888, man. They got 8 points here once again, so he's been able to put up lots of numbers. I'm also impressed like you.
Yeah, I would love to explain you things like you were 5, but I am 5 is popping off, man. It's crazy. Honestly, like, to come in and dominate this much, I would say though, 888 had this win in their bag if they played it right. Like, you were playing a little bit too greedy. I would have loved to seen them stack as a 3 or 4 man on that southern side, because Foot, remember, like, they had to get Doritos down, they had to get smokes down just to get closer. But look at that, it's Hive. They're taking over first place here though.
Yeah, by 1 point here against Na'Vi, because they kind of let the ball slip a little bit to Na'Vi in this game. SlamG, 78 points. Again, 888 is in good company here, Mark, with them sat in 5th alongside Geek, ahead of Ascend, doing all right for themselves.
Look at that, put another 20-point game on. That means they're up in that top pack again.
That's
so
crazy.
The horse race is becoming a bit more of a grand national as more enter in. Knife, yeah, huge at 90 points. Obviously, Na'Vi, between them two, seem to be dancing game by game of who would take the crown. But for now, especially if Na'Vi goes out again, if a Hive now go out early, wouldn't be too surprised for SlamG and below to kind of that maybe ascend, looking to try and farm as many points. So I'd expect those teams to change how they try play these final 2 games for day 2.
Guys, we are 10 games in, and Skittles still has 0 placement points, but 34 kills. What's going on, Mark?
I'll have to wait and see. Maybe they'll close out all 18 with that. Because I'm surprised. I said in the other game. For me, they're a mid to high pack team. Like, they've done well. We see them consistently come up and through, and they always seem to find these end stages. Whether it's a super or whether it's a master, they seem to find themselves at an end point. But they just haven't been able to get into the late game. Is it the point change? Don't think not. They like the kills, but they're just going out and they're not getting the ability to rotate into the mid to late game.
Yeah, we've seen them do great in cups. Martin, you're looking cheeky there almost.
I just saw it's like they have 1 less kill than SlamG. Like it's
kind of weird.
It's crazy, right? Because SlamG has just been so insanely consistent and getting so many points, obviously, from wins and placement in general. So it's kind of crazy. Like, I love watching Skittles to play, like how they're approaching the game from an aggressive playstyle. But you gotta have placement points as well. Like, you gotta convert, otherwise you're gonna be down there. But then again, it's also, they're just 3 points behind FaZe, right? Like, something is going wrong for more than just our kind of middle pack teams, right? It's also our big teams. Even though, sure, Mexi is not usually on this lineup here, but it was also they were down here yesterday too. Like, they have not been able to convert so far here in Masters 3.
It's like in the cups and things like that. I've seen Skittles do some really good like space control, and obviously I've mentioned before like Zloy getting 7 kills over in day 2 cup 2 of a game, like just looking brilliant, whilst the total kills for that game were like 17. So that game alone of them getting like basically a win and 17 kills is close to what they've done over 10 games. So for me, I'm just surprised, Mark, that we're kind of here with this. I guess I'll leave it at that, right? Because like we can't hark on them too much. They are in, you know, a very high intense lobby.
Yeah, it is the end of the line, right? And this is where the best teams, the best 16 always going to be. But it's just not working out, right? And
No.
Are they going to make a late dash? They have the capability to do it. We know they've got the skill set to do it, but something is just not looking right for this team. Go back to the Skittle, no placement points. Is it the same thing? Did both these teams just want to go try and farm points? Well, it's good for half of it, but you need the other bit of Martin says you need to be able to get to the placement because we're back to 10 points for a win, and that is having a huge impact.
And there needs to be a shake-up in the lobby because so far our big names have been able to take all of the wins today. It is a far cry away from yesterday where we had Slam G getting themselves 3 of the 6 wins so far, even though they're still doing very well in terms of placements and kills overall. But Na'Vi, Hive, Geeky, and Foot have been able to put their stamp on today so far. Next up, we move on to Erangel, Mark. So before we let you go for that game, any thoughts coming into Erangel?
Oh, it was chaotic yesterday. Expect it to be the same again. So, look, we need a kind of a third down to 5th to get a win. It'd be nice to see Ascend maybe close one out.
Definitely would. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mark, for joining us. We'll check in with you after this game. It's me and Martin rounding out the day for good old grassy pastures as we take a look at old Pachinkles here in the middle.
Yeah, and yesterday, obviously, we saw, win or die and Slam G closing things out with our Pachinkis and our Erangels and our grassy pastures. But then again, like, we have to see these big name teams. So far, they've been able to establish themselves, and they've been able to build this kind of good lead here. But we can have crazy circuits. We can have some crazy shifts as well. And it's just going to go away from some of these teams here. FaZe should be a team with, especially this playing path here. We've had some tendencies of seeing, some military games, or even this is also like a Saki or an Everest ending, but they should have some sort of an advantage here at this point.
Should do, as they're dropping alongside Na'Vi, but there's usually no conflict between those two to start things off. They always kind of depart from one another. Yeah, just getting themselves all looted and with the cars, getting it good to go. As we will see Fairest already picking up 1, and I mean, this is the kind of thing where, my god.
Anyone ask for some water? That's 60% water.
There's more water than land.
That's crazy. Okay, this is the game you have to this is home turf advantage for FaZe, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the conversation is going to be like in this team. Like, okay, guys, we have to set up. We have to get a 2-2 split onto the 2 highest priority compounds, or the 2 highest compounds that we are thinking it's going to be closing in on, but also compounds that we are going to be able to go to from either side, because eventually there's going to be tons of teams, and obviously you're already looking at like the Monkey compound, the Garage compound east to it, like the big kind of stack to the southern side. Like there's so many spots here that you want to close on early on. And look at Mindset already going really early as well from Shelter side. I get that as well. Like you gotta get in there and lock things in.
One of the harshest circles you could possibly have when it comes to Erangel. This
one
is
team
wild.
inside the circle, and Team Sane obviously it's 2 on the edge of it. But when did Mark Power start to break? What do you think
14,
here, James?
14 B 14.
That's early.
But,
I remember when I was in school, I started a new class in 7th grade. There was a guy that walked in. He had a full beard, like as full as your beard.
What?
Yeah, at 13 and a half, I think he was. We thought it was one of the new teachers that came in. So we just sat down and started to quiet. He sat down next to the other pupils and was like, yep, I'm also in here. He was a new guy that just moved to the city. It was full beard for just crazy. But yeah, I think he started to gray at realistically 34.
You think so?
Yeah.
If the chat is not flooded with B right now, I'm disowning all of you. Just so you're aware. That's brutal. Who put 1 in there? Oh my God. You just popped out grey, Like
That's platinum blonde, count as grey. Otherwise, I don't think I don't think one is an answer that anyone should be going in there. But Skittles moving early as a full unit here. I like this. The full car caravan going on early here and moving in southern side of shelter. I mean, all these teams trying to get early. And if you have some sort of priority, as Na'Vi, you have like third-ish prio, maybe second if you don't think that Saint is in there early on as Skittles moving. You're not going to have as much loot. Like, you're not going to have as much utility. So the question is really, are we getting in and trying to get high priority center, or we're trying to get in and get some of the loot that we know that FaZe probably didn't loot yet, that still has an access into this next circle here, like the big white off the east side of Milta, or some of the compounds that's kind of east as well, because you're not going to have your 8x's and your 6's. You're not going to have tons of utility. So that's really what I'm looking for here for Na'Vi. They are moving extremely close. It looks like they're getting in and trying to get some spots here. It's going to be an early, open, kind of somewhat high ground area, so they can continue to kind of scout in here. Look at that though, Foot in the E-pickup.
Coming in for the compound, all hitting one potentially here. What's interesting for me for this kind of circle, Martin, is the fact that teams entering the circle now know it's very likely that FaZe has already taken some of those compounds, right? So they know who they will be hitting if they were actually going to hit them. Looks like Foot is going to hit the compound here north, where nobody is currently residing in, so this is a perfect E-pickup for them, but also mini Milt Power is also taken, so all these good spots already being swept up.
Yeah, Team Saint getting that early mini power there, that's huge for them. And Foot now obviously being foreman here is good, but they're probably looking to maybe either secure one of the cars that's not taken on the road if they can, or just spread out just a little bit more, get one more building secured, just so they have an entry on both sides of this next circle. Oh, that's a scary rotation for Team Krint, especially when GK is close to you. Now Fairytale close to Skittles though here.
I had a heart attack just watching it. That was terrifying. But Quizzy's actually been knocked here by Nitro, so maybe a little bit of a blessing in disguise. Never mind, Sync Pow Pow's down as well. But they do finish off Quizzy, so 1 kill point goes their way. We need to get back on the road again here for Krint, mate. Like, this is not the fight that they want, especially with the middle of this circle already being chewed up by the rest of the teams.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is, again, are they thinking, okay, we're going to have easy points. Another easy point, though, for Daboom. Finds PewDieD. A little bit shambles here for GK. They're hoping to have another great game to start things off with here in our second to last game of the day. Trying to catch up onto that leaderboard. As you see here, 64 points currently. Just shy of 4th place. 4 points away from Foot.
Not bad, not bad. Yes. Throwing down some smokes. Continue on, just looting. Getting Senka Power up in a moment here, although Diffex and Spiro are looking kind of in this direction. So can they even is the question. Just cover him with smokes, cover him even with the vehicle, and then try and maybe get that pickup going. Would be beneficial to them. Still the movement needs to happen. Meanwhile, other teams coming in very late. I mean, Hands of Hope are obviously coming in very late from their Zaki drop that they were going for. It couldn't have been the worst circle for them. Even Millie might be better than this current circle for them.
Imagine Millie at this circle. Like, imagine full southwest shrink and then it just has to go south.
Mate.
That would be crazy, wouldn't it? We've seen it before. We've seen crazy circles. The curveballs that are being thrown in the terms of circles always comes off their angled games. Like, there's so much water on play. And now here with Storm and Request have set themselves up inside Milta with a red zone kind of disabling to make another move or loot even further than the next couple of little houses over. Foot, as I said, have actually expanded just a little bit with the 2-2 split between these two houses. They have an entry both toward the west and towards the east.
That's decent, good cover for each of those compounds. These kinds of games, though, man, when you get a circle like that pop first time, we've watched now and played and casted thousands of Erangels, and now you get one like this, and suddenly your heartbeat increases a little bit. You're like, ooh, okay, all right, well, this is going to get a bit spicy very quickly compared to normal, and I'm all about this. This is lovely.
Yeah, I love these kind of games, right? Because it's the unusual games that the players are not, you know, they already don't have a plan for this. It's like, okay, it's gonna be crazy, let's set up where we're thinking it's gonna go, rather than your kind of usual suspect in terms of circles where the teams are already set up. Everything is so calculated, everything is already so figured out, and it's not the case with these kind of circles. That's where, you know, that's also why PUBG is so great here. Meanwhile, Diffix takes shots at Levante, actually connects quite a few, gets the headshot off the back with the A's though, takes Levante out of the car. And he finished this one here with Geeke just being 2. This is valuable points for Geeke.
He was looking for a cheeky angle to finish it off. It's not going to be the case, though.
Nope.
He caught him just as he moved over the lip of that land there. So brilliant shots from Diffex, but yeah, not the ability to follow, right?
Oh, not the driver's seat. He's knocked. I can't be driving anywhere.
Please, another seat, please.
Get me out of here. Extract me, please, sir. Sir, kind sir. No, but this is win or die, obviously. This is going to be an easy one, but that's an unfortunate second knock. Like, you hate to see it, right? You go from first knock that is 100 seconds to second knock that's only 30 seconds. Like, you're not going to have time to finish up a fight before your player bleeds out, right? So it's kind of unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, Slam G also moving in here. This next circle popping in 30 seconds is going to be huge for them. Hands of Hope driving off close to win or die. They're going to get the rest off. It's going to be really important for them, but it's delaying them to a degree where they're not going to have any information inside the next circle. They're going to be driving in here. There's not going to be a pre-drive, though, but Ascend here, James. They're chasing them.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the thing is that Hands of Hope was so disconnected from one another, they really didn't want to fight, and then suddenly Grand Theft Auto from Ascend here on this east side, they're looking for it, and they get it. Nabat's down. Oh, no.
That's unfortunate. The next circle, though, has popped. And Lipovka's not in. Look at this, though. Kind of what all the teams expected at this point, right? And it's making it quite easy for the teams with all the water that's still in play on the southern side here. It's making it quite easy for the teams to kind of set up shop. Because it is not this next circle, but the circle after that. This circle is going to be moving away from water. And in phase 4, we're going to be seeing where we're kind of going to be ending up. But yeah. Even with the 2-2 splits off FaZe Clan, they're still staying in that off the Monkey compound too. We're on the western side, and obviously they're going to be holding on to that. Navi's still holding on to the southern side, though. Hadouken with Skittles. Further north, they're hoping for a hard northern shift here, James.
Yeah, they are. If there was ever a team that needed to the points, needs to hold this position, and could potentially FaZe Clan is the one to do it. They've been able to show this in the past. As Diffex is going to be taking a volley of fire as from Winkley as well. As he runs away. Spiro's behind him, trying to catch on up here. More shots go his way, but don't quite connect with any of things. Ascend's going through the ringer here. They're going from fight to fight to fight. They find Conf. And more of the fire. Oh, my days. They're down to Fairy Tail.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. And, you know, even Fairy Tail, you're probably going to be able to get all 3 up as well. Like, it's a good trade for them.
Yeah.
It's a big one. I'll say this, though, like, again, you're losing 2 players that you've played a lot with. That's changing your kind of the approach that you have. 2 different voices, and it's making it difficult, of course, for Ascend to have an impact in this lobby today. A little bit sad for them after having such a good set of games yesterday.
For sure. Yeah, I was hoping they'd be able to follow through with it, but not the case, as now Fairy Tail's be able to shut them down. Winner Die still coming in late, but they do still have all 4 alive to try and find an entry point wherever they can. They might try and push that little hive split off what they want to, but there's still a lot of room to work with on this north side. They'll be playing things slow. I think they'll maybe have a few shots being peppered at them from the hive position if they do go a little too close, as you can see there, and then think twice about hitting it, especially if multiple guns are shooting their way. Just a little clip there on the Vante.
Alright. I've put your setup here with Dante being shot out a little bit. I mean, it's greedy, but you're in the lead. You have to make something crazy happen here. Winkley, Skittles has found Win or Die. Lairs is knocked from other side as well. Spiro finds Lairs as well. That's a lot of damage done onto Win or Die here. This is an opportunity for Skittles to make something happen here.
Yeah, it felt like they were very slow hitting this wizard tower, and now throwing out the smokes, but taking those knocks instead of just kind of bolting on in, try and get themselves some cover. Schengen from the distance hitting Winkley, who would love to just peek on over at that wizard tower and do a little bit more damage to Win or Die, but he is being denied by that covering fire from an opposing team. So difficult for Illy to do much. And you know what? Take these trenches. It's a good little spot of cover. The rest of your team could eventually move down here unless you get a very hard north shift. It can work.
Yeah, there's a chance it might work out for them for sure. Oh, yeah, I like it. I like it. The amount of points here, again, you want to get kill points when you don't have that many placement points, but still, oh, that's a great nade. It's cooked a little bit too less, but that circle, James, that is insanity.
What are we doing? What's going on?
There's two compounds that's worth playing here, and Navi and FaZe is currently occupying them. FaZe obviously trying to get to it. And I've seen this circle of a few times, three or four times, right? But it's always the FaZe compounds that end up getting huge amount of kills. It's almost always guaranteed to see tons of points coming in, and always the guaranteed win unless they throw it with a crash or something crazy happens from that. But yeah, Hive setting up on the western side here. This is actually a good place to get more points from. EK trying to send things in here. Only one kill for them with two guys. It's going to be a little bit rough for them trying to backfill this compound that FaZe was in. Getrox is in there too.
Yeah, this is. I love this FaZe compound when you've got a circle like this. Played it multiple times. Ooh, Gedrox, all right, doing something here against EK, trying to completely shut them down. They are gone out in 15th. But that compound that FaZe has, it just has lines of sight on almost everything in this circle. Not obviously, there's a lot of cover, a lot of dips that you can take, but around it. But still, like, it's so open between any transition path. Oh, nade, but not going to connect.
Yeah, talk about a home turf advantage, right, for them. That's the setup. Yeah. That's the gate that's gonna set you up for a comeback, right? We could talk, 20 in the 20s amount of points, and they're 37 right now. Like, that could put them into 60. That would put them straight back into the talk of our mid pack here, and then one more good game after that. Boom, you're straight into the top 5 easily. So let's see if they're able to kind of close this one out and get the points along with it, get the kills, get everything vacuumed to right them here, right? Krint taking tons of damage onto the car that they see off this. But Conquest, they're off to a good old 2018 Luminosity rotation here, taking the boat. And I actually like that. That's something a lot of teams are not going to be thinking of.
No, definitely not. I mean, obviously, Navi was the one that was kind of along the cliffside for a little while. Careful. Oh, that's a lot of shots coming in. Sync Pow Pow's got to be very careful about that. It's a little back on off. Someone request be able to hit him from all the way downtown. Tobacco, where are you going, mate? There's some covering shots coming in against 888, but they have leapfrogged forwards from you. You need to be very careful about your next moves.
Winodai trying to defend now again from Skittles here. That's a nade. That's your teammate opening the door. Blue zone on the other house. I like that. Double blue zone on the other house. That's going to put in some pressure here. Getrox still has to heal outside. Inside blue zone cars. Yeah, stuck in there. Getrox finds Sloy. Levante has to jump out. Look at that. Can they get him more pressure though? Can he get him? Levante finds Winkley as well. He's down to just 10 HP. Gets the flush too.
Levante going crazy. But he will be taken down by Hadouken in the end. Fully shut down. It's up to Gedrox to really do something now against all of this. Maybe bring down this door. Throw something through. Little flash goes through. Flash. Is everyone blind? He's jumping around.
Oh, Gedrox.
Oh.
He gets it. He closes it out. It's a good one for win or die here, but 5 points. It's a salvage game at best, right? But they're here in the mid pack there. They're trying to hold on to this 60s kind of mid pack where there's just 9 points currently separate win or die. Even a few more points is going to come in for them. Blaze are taking shots though from Hands of Hope. Salik finds Tobacco. It's huge to kind of stop this advancement from them. And Abad, can he find Motik? He can. He takes him down.
Not bad, not bad. Gets knocked for his troubles though as well. That fight was still kind of continuing. Hands of Hope trying to get the res off as well. There was also Fairy Tail getting a res, a proper res, I should say, as Conf is trying to glide into the cliffside on the south side. I don't think Conquest even noticed him moving in that direction, so he's been able to find a little spot. Maybe some salvage points for them, considering Brightside, I think, got him up in the north, but he's deep in the blue still.
Yeah, he is, for sure. Difficult circle here. I mean, even with this one here, James, like, you could see if this next circle goes away, southwest side FaZe, we're going to have to move eventually. And the compound on the south side of Navi, it's difficult to hold. Like, there's so many areas where you can breach, where you can crash and get something out of it. Though Cadel, Artix finds Nosferatu while he takes himself down too. Storm and Requesticus are going to be losing players here, though. Nosferatu is going to get flushed too.
Trying for it. All these C4s today. We've had mixed success from our C4s today, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Even yesterday as well. Some really kind of whiffing, but one or two hitting some marks. That's a double blue, or a single blue zone even, I should say. Doing a little bit of damage where they can. Arctic's down for the moment, but the rest will try and heal up through it. Jadal's still trying to hold this. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see if it works off.
Good blue zone there. I would love to seen him having a Molotov, a nade, another blue zone. Like that would have been a full wipe. All of them were low. All of them were taking damage now. Here, Team Sane though taking some fights. They're in a huge fight here with Hand of Hope though. Ibako going down, and Team Sane is having the advantage here.
It's this peak. Looking forwards to their little entry point. At least they kind of did disengage from AAA as a whole. And they're trying to find an entry point. But again, they were so late to the circle that every single entry point they try and find, this is an amazing off angle. This could be absolutely brutal. Goes for a spray. Doesn't hit a single shot. Gonna have to back off from all of that. Was hoping for maybe a little bit of a move forwards here from Hands of Hope. Maybe a little bit of opportunity for him to get a bit of a better spray. But it's not really materializing just yet. DK behind this deployable cover. Oof! Push it into him.
Would have been a big impact there for sure. This circle though is crazy, James. Like
oh, no.
it's making things rough for all the teams. Still has water on play. The FaZe compound is not even in, and these teams on the eastern side they're gonna have to make a move. Navi looking to try to maybe get some points off that before they move in deeper. Mindsets finds Hero as a Hope on a lot of pressure. Vard finds Motic. Now they start finding the points here. Desperate move for a lot of teams. Shots coming in from Selig. Nice. Really well played by him.
Needs to mow down a little bit more of the Saints as well. They've shut down Hands of Hope completely. Cappy in the distance takes out Krint. IM5 is here to reinforce. Got an ump in hand. Kind of interesting util, and not going to work out at all. Mindset straight away with the fan mass across the board. But whilst we watch this go down, it's got to be such a gut punch for FaZe, right? Like this compound is almost always materializing huge points. But now the shift away, they cannot catch a break.
They're going to have to make some move, like try to big a play with the cars on the northern side and then take control, force everyone out. Like it's going to be difficult for them. Still an opportunity, but yeah, let's see. That's a great Panzerfaust play right there. That's shot down. SlamG takes down Storm Request. That's huge. Still losing players here. And with this shift here, that was actually an open door for them. They had the chance to get something huge. But Salik finds DK 101. Team Sane, they're going to make a move.
And who's in the middle of the circle again? It's Bloody Hive. They're always there.
They got the magnet. It's crazy.
Yeah.
SlamG with 5 kills, not in placement points, and it's looking difficult for them to make a move in here. Foot and Hive in front of them. They're inside though. Could delay a little bit and maybe try to get into placement points or get some more kills on the board for them. Salik gets the bleed onto DK 101. That's huge for 888.
Factory there for a brief second. He was trying to shoot at anything that moves because FaZe has tried to make the move happen and Foot has been caught quite unawares. Unguarded. T-Bone has to take a little bit of cover now. Throws a smoke or blue zone.
Yeah.
Can't quite...
That's a great blue zone.
Blue zone. What was going on there, and FaZe has taken even the control of the high ground as well here. This is a brilliant move from them to try and shut down Foot, steal this position away, although they've got to be careful. Panzerfaust
it's a great molly. And he's on fire. And a great nade to follow up. That's just so well executed from FaZe. Completely disassembling Foot here. T-Bone, last player, he is blind too. Vard is trying to get close to his former teammate. Shots coming in though. Oh, that's super well played by Vard. Is he going to try to make the peak here? It's going to be bold. Bold moves though from him. Difficult for T-Bone to make anything happen here, James.
Brilliant space denial, right? With the molly and then knowing your opponent has to move toward that door. Just fantastic stuff from FaZe. They can do it, given the opportunity. We've seen it. We saw it here, live in color. So now, but at the same time, T-Bone does find Vard. Former teammates. Vard goes down. See if Fex can do anything about it. He does see him through the window here. Goes for a little bit of a spray, a little bit of a lean through all this. Said and done. Does finish him off. Foot down.
He wasn't sure he was
FaZe
dead.
can make the recovery potentially.
He wasn't sure he was dead. He didn't fully understand that he actually got him in one of the offhand sprays there, but that's huge. Slam gets the res onto Mercil as well, and FaZe, they have to get this res onto Vard. They need full team to make anything happen here. This next circle is difficult for them. Gustav is already up scouting here, being the active IGL here now that James is out for today. And he's holding off this push off Slam G Mercil Artix off to the side here. Vard's gonna get rest. Circle starts moving here in just a few seconds. And Marcel is going to have to try to make a move. Look at that. Great shots connecting from Gustav.
As soon as a pixel's shown, instantaneously here against Marcel. I mean, admittedly, you've got the blue zone to know exactly when he's going to be trying to move on out of there. So maybe subverting his expectations and moving either earlier or a little later could have paid dividends, but not the case. He's gone down. I mean, they're kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't where they are, right? Like, it's very difficult to push in against where FaZe is holding.
Trying to get the points here, committing a little bit of utility on to slam the Arctics. There's just one spot left. They now have the info on him. Arctics probably just denies here. Like, there's no point giving up this point. There's nothing to gain from him. He's not gonna get a knock and a flush. So it's definitely worth it. Mindset finds extends though. Na'Vi in another fight here on the eastern side. Hackatory finds Ray kicks. And look at that. Oh, it's a complete and utter destruction onto Team Saint here. And Na'Vi is looking to take an advantage here. Mexi is running. Look at this opening here. Hive is in this little dip here.
Trying to make a move with it, but again, if Na'Vi can pick up another FAMAS unavailable to them, that'll be huge. Vex already knocks Dante. It does get stealing away, though, from them, so as much as they've got 6 kills on the board so far, they could have potentially had a little bit more from all of this. Schengen goes down as well. Hive coming in on this angle. It's really not working out for them at all. Slam G is down and done, but if Hive goes as well, it gives opportunity for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's a res on Mexi. We might be able to see a 4 versus 4 from FaZe versus Na'Vi versus Conquest if Hive goes down. Yeah, just shortly here. He's trying to hide, trying to just, maximize a little bit. But then again, it's not worth it overextending for Conquest, overextending for FaZe to try to get that point. So eventually he's going to get killed.
I say the rest of the lobby, but if Na'Vi has the firing line that they're trying to set up against all the other teams in the West, this might be devastating for the lobby if Na'Vi extends a big lead here. They were already well up toward the top. I cannot believe that didn't go just a little bit further, but Presenti is gone.
Yeah, it's a 4 versus 4 versus 4 at this point here. Now, FaZe is outside the zone. Milkirio with the MK just absolutely slams Gustav in the head. iCramsey finds Vard, and yeah, FaZe on an immense amount of pressure here. Conquest actually make a move here. Na'Vi in full card here. They might be making a huge move onto Conquest, backfilling their location. That'll be massive for them. A great play for the win.
Understandable. While we're focusing on FaZe, you may as well try and take the initiative here and steal it away from Conquest. If Conquest had an opportunity to finish this, then turn their attention to Na'Vi, it could be a whole lot different. But now Na'Vi has rocks up underneath Conquest's position. This could be perfect. So said, just 1 kill on the board at the moment, but he has been fantastic over these last couple of days. Let's see if he can get a little bit more on the board as well. Nade almost catches him, just pivots away from it.
Yeah, 14 kills for him so far in 10 games. What a player. Hackatory 25 though. It's insane performance from him. FaZe, I mean, at this point here, Conquest just has to focus on FaZe. Have to try to get those 2 kills that's left on them, secure that additional placement point, and then have to set up a defense against Na'Vi though. But what a play from them to take the control of that eastern side. It's exactly what you want to see though.
Yeah.
This ridge line though, if FaZe is out, that opens up the door for Conquest to swing around on the northern side and then maybe take the fight to Na'Vi, maybe have a chance to close this one out against them. Endless is trying to make the opposite move around on the western side here. See if he can get an opening onto Na'Vi. I'm not sure if it's going to work. It's a bold move.
Yeah, trying to find an angle on so said it would require him to swing all the way around. Yeah. And I don't think it's possible just yet.
Too late.
The one saving grace could potentially be the fact that it's only the 2 left from FaZe, so they can just commit like 2 eyes towards that or even a little bit and have one still focused towards the Na'Vi position in case they do kind of breach over that hillside. Let's see. iCramsey still looking that way. Sees the move now going on from him. Instantaneously brought down. Vex is just stolen. Just gonna die off the blue if not careful. Oh, yeah. Shots hit.
She just deny. He's not gonna deny. iCramsey grabs it. 4 kills for him in this game here. Great performance so far. And now Conquest gets a 4 versus 4, but it's a 2-2 split of the northern and southern side of Na'Vi. They're trying to sandwich them here, James.
They're so close. They're so close. And it's first versus 16th here. The difference in their abilities across a day and a half has been extreme. But can Conquest overcome that difference? It will be difficult considering Hakatori's on it. This 2-2, they pushed up so close to their position here. And now look at how they've cordoned conquest into a small corner of this circle. That's ridiculous.
Oh, good shots coming in from Solsid. Finds Mounty. iCramsey off the side, though. He has to make a new move. He has to reposition. Otherwise, the information to the rest of the team is out there. He is right there. And they get him closed out there. That's going to be shot straight into the smoke. He sees the silhouette of Extends. It's a 3-3.
You've got to take those opportunities with both hands when you can see them. And that was perfect here by him. As they're trying to go for the res themselves. I don't think Na'Vi can get their res off very easily.
And he's second knock.
4 versus 3.
He can't even crawl. Like, he's going to bleed.
No.
Extends us out. It's going to be a 4 versus 3, as you say here. That's massive. iCramsey with 5. What a game for him. It's their game to lose, James. Can they do it? Can they close this one out?
Blue, though.
Yeah. Surely they swing on the western side. Like, that's the ridge they have. That's the opportunity they have. The other push would be an open push off a ridge that Na'Vi is fully controlling.
Yeah, if you can try and shut down the Hakatori off angle, because if they do swing up on this northern side here, then they push Hakatori off of this off angle, because I don't think he commits to a 1v3, surely. Like, you back off here, use the flash, and then surely back off, unless he thinks he can do huge damage. It is Hakatori, though, so...
That's one.
That's one. Oh, no, he's going to do it, isn't he? I'm scared. Hold me.
The barrel. Perfect gun. Oh, this angle here. More shots coming in. Finds Anders 2. That's 3!
He's going to do it. He's going to do it. Bloody Hakatori. I can't believe it. He goes for another spray here. The body block with the body. Oh, my days. Hakatori goes down, but all it requires is for PlayerUnknown and Sosa to come in, do cleanup crew. Unreal stuff. Oh, it's gone. It's Na'Vi all day. What are we even talking about? It is Na'Vi wall to wall. They are spectacular here on Erangel. What a game, Mark.
It's 1 versus 4. It's like, wait until I realise it's Hakatori. It's 1 versus 4 with a multiplier of Hakatori. Good hold from him. Good hold. But it was the right push. They had to go around that north side. They just didn't commit off those flashes. So it was nice to see 1st versus 16. But unfortunately, they're in 1st place for a reason, guys.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Avenger, looking at how that plays out, yeah. There was a moment of disillusion for me where I'm just like, there's no way he holds it. And then I'm like, actually, he's going to hold it.
They give him 3 1 versus 1s, right?
Yeah.
And they don't commit the utility. Sure, there's some pressure there. There's some nerves going on, right? I mean, even you guys know, like, once you're into getting close to a chicken dinner, that's a little bit of sweat, in your hands.
Even me and Mark.
Even you and Mark is getting a little bit of sweat in there when the chicken dinners are getting close here. But you can't give him 3 1 versus 1s when you're 4 versus 1 on that ridge. But Na'Vi takes another one for the day.
It's looking terrifying when they're able to put up results like that. And I mean, of course, they had one of the 2 prime compounds to really work with, but it's another 20 points mark off the back of that. Their transitions were good. Every single fight they took was good. It was good.
Let's just quickly note the phase is up there, but let's just pause for a second.
True.
What was that zone about? The first one shifted. Storm on request got blown over with so much water. Yeah. He took a tumble, and then it continued to hold on to so much water. FaZe Clown played it so well. Yes, it is their home turf, but with that huge amount of water, they positioned themselves to perfection. They didn't quite get the compound in the very, very end that they wanted, but it's good to see him on the top.
Yeah, they had a good few minutes to really decide how they were going to transition away from that compound, right, Avenger? And with that, it does give you a bit more confidence about making those transitions. And obviously then eventually dealing with Foot the way they did was very important for their campaign.
Yeah, I mean, great game for them for sure. But this is like they're thinking about. This is a home turf win. Like, this is our game to win. And then you get that shift. It's everything just falls apart. But I love the way that they push Foot. They managed to stay 4 guys up there, full squad to take on another team, but then another shift goes away from them, right? And that's the thing. You have a home turf shift to begin with, but then the later stages shift goes away from you. You're just in shambles at that point. But yeah, they had a great effort. 10 points for them here from the 37 they had. They're going to be making a push here, but they need more big games. They need more double-digit games to put themselves into that mid-pack.
And Fairy Tail trying to get some salvage points from all of this, Mark. Of course, Conf being able to just do a little cheeky res and find himself in the middle. It's a weird dynamic that we have in esports now where you can get a few cheeky placement points despite having no guns on you, no meds on you, nothing to your name. So Conf did well for himself.
Yeah, it is a tool that can be used effectively.
Yeah.
I know there are some people, I know Karo speaks about a lot of this, that actually he shouldn't feel like people get rezzed halfway through or if into the late game because you're just giving up a point, but I kind of like it if it's a bit of a risk. Like, he was lucky enough he didn't get caught by the team Conquest on that sort of south side on the ridge, and he worked his way in. It was just unfortunate the train at the very last run didn't help, but getting a 5th place, getting a couple of extra points, you're going to take it as a team.
Yeah, very happy to see Conquest getting the 13 from all of that as well, though, here, Martin, right? Like, as much as, you fold under the pressure a little bit against Na'Vi, it is kind of expected in those moments. So to get 8 kills whilst holding down that cliffside, whilst dealing with anybody coming in from Milter as well, good for them here for this game.
Yeah, but if you want to get into the higher of the leaderboard, you gotta close those ones out. Yeah, they actually did tie up Krint. They would actually caught Fairy Tail if they closed that on out. But yeah, it's a great effort for them. It's good. That's going to be, the confidence that you're looking for. But still, you're more than 80 points behind Na'Vi at this point. I want to see more. I want to see them close the games out that they had an opportunity to win. A 4 versus 3 is a huge advantage in the late game.
109 points.
Crazy.
73 kills. Mark, jeez.
Oh. It's just the dynamic that Na'Vi are playing. They seem to be so comfortable at the moment. The addition of Extend, is it the honeymoon period? Are they trying to work things out? You spoke about Synergy the other day. It just feels right for Na'Vi at the moment. Hive, SlamG still refusing for them to escape easily. Obviously Hive working their way to late game as well. This final game though, if explosive, if controlled by Na'Vi, they might be close enough to 8-2 with a little bit of a lead. There's a few more teams that are going to try and hold that one back.
I'm not surprised if Na'Vi replicates what SlamG did yesterday, which would be a 3 chicken dinner day, but then also with a boatload of kills on the other side of it here, Martin, because they're just looking spectacular. It's not just them choosing the right locations, it's their movement, it's everything about it. And then we all know they have the gun skill to be able to follow it up as well. Despite some of these teams that should be able to match up with Na'Vi here, very few people are.
Yeah, and an update on Hekatori's after 11 games. He's got 31 kills out of the 73. That's crazy. All the other guys also have double digits, but it's just so impressive. Like, how is he able? He steals kills. He gets the clutches here. He gets a 1 versus 3 clutch to leave it open for the other guys to close out, right? It's massive for Na'Vi. What an impact player. It's been quite impressive with him.
And all the teams that were trying to scrap for a few points here and there kind of all haphazardly come in the same spot, right, Mark? Like, you're watching as 888 running into Team Set, running into Hands of Hope, running into all of these teams that are trying to just kind of somehow wiggle their way through. So they all kind of have the similar kind of game plan for, especially for a circle like this, where it does get a little bit precarious. So they're trying.
I do feel like it is part and parcel of that big shift towards the south. I think a lot of teams expected maybe Milter Power to be in, that kind of like where Foot Esports eventually ended up as they moved across. That compound between where they were and where FaZe, we see so many endings in that open train. So everyone was kind of positioning for that heavy shift back towards the northeast. But good shout out. The position to the south, they had to work their way in. 8-8, Hands of Hope, all of them sort of positioning their way around on that east side. We saw obviously Team Conquest obviously on that south side. They took that quite early as well. And then even into that later game, we saw FaZe having to leave their compound. So good aggressive stance rotation round to take on the fight. So I think a lot of people got caught by that southern shift, but they reacted really well and came a bit chaotic. But I suppose the best teams survived when it came down to it.
Wrong hand. All right, wait. There we go. Now, Martin, obviously you are keeping track of Hekatori's kills. Are you still keeping track of how many questions have been submitted for your lovely picture?
Yeah, more than Max. That's the most important one here.
No. They're adding some of the questions together. I see 117
comments, Mark. Yours had only 70-some. I'll even take the ones from the Americas ones with the wrong hashtags. That's mine as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Use the right hashtag, you crazy people out there. All right, we've had 5 games today. Don't forget that after our game as well, we will be answering some of those questions. So use the hashtag MastersMike, EMEA, and you could potentially win yourself 10,000 G-Coin if your question is selected. But don't forget, have your DMs open on Twitter or X, and then we can actually give you that code. That's the most important part. Otherwise, you can't get your 10,000 G coin. What are you doing? I'd love 10,000 G coin for free. That would be lovely. How about you, Mark?
I'm gonna buy the new skins because I spent my G coin and now I'm left contemplating which one I buy. I definitely want to get the twisted mind. So yeah, get your question in, get yourself the opportunity to win some G coin, and then you can go buy the esports skins.
Here's what I bet you did. I bet you spent all of your G coin, got halfway to a Bugatti, and now you're thinking to yourself, do I keep going?
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
I still haven't got it. It's annoying me.
Which one do you have, Martin? Have you got which colour?
I've got
the Viridian blue.
I've got this one too. I love it. It's very nice.
That's
Very
good.
nice.
That's good.
We can drive our Bugattis around together during this game whilst Mark is on the sidelines. All right, well, let's get our last grassy pastures going here. Game number 12. Na'Vi is absolutely tearing people apart. Will they continue to do so, Mark?
I mean, I hope not for the sake of tomorrow and making it exciting. I don't want them to run away with things, but yeah, it's looking strong, right? And sure, even Foot trying to catch up here. It's 20 points from second place as well. Like Hive and SlamG also have been looking good, but Navi's just on a different level. It's looking extremely confident. That's where you're hoping to see some other teams coming in. You know, once we're getting to the Masters West, you hope to see some of these big name teams kind of getting in closer, because like when we're talking to, you know, some of the best players in the world and talking about them, like the crazy good games are the ones that are closer than ever. The crazy tournaments, you know, even here at the Esports World Cup, they're so close, right? And they were so exciting. But look at that. We've got a spare. Oh, he's not gonna make that run, is he? Is he not gonna? He's not gonna make. Oh, that's smart. I love that. He's gonna make that run. Yep, you're gone. You're gonna be able to survive that. You're gonna get to the trees and the rock, and you can get driven over. Though, what an easy circle though for the majority of the teams. That's an easy entry here. But look at that. That's a Hive home turf circle, and GK and SlamG's close too, James.
Yeah, easy compared to our last one. No problems at all.
What an absolute crazy curveball of a circle.
Wow.
It's been a long time since I've seen that one. That's rough, especially for FaZe. That was a 25-point game for them, but they ended up on what, 10?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's not
rough.
ideal, but it is something to try and get them back on track somehow, some way. Still 6 games after this as well from yet tomorrow coming on up. And we do have them going straight to... I thought they were going to just take cars and try and get to Milter as fast as possible. But seeing where Storm on request is going, easily just loot up Sosnovka military base. And then from there, try and get going. The only problem is, of course, is that bridge. I don't suspect GK is going to be one of the teams to be able to really camp that out. I think normally they would rather prioritize getting themselves a central spot for something like this. But you never know. You never know.
No, for sure not. And with this again, like it's a much easier circle. We're gonna have a lot more kind of congested territory. That's where we're gonna see the teams. They're gonna be trying to sniff out these 2-2 splits, and I want to see it punished. Like these 2-2 splits in second and third circle. Like you have to get in there. You have to take it away from them. That's an easy wipe. If you play it right, you're gonna stay 4 guys strong. You're gonna take away a compound from these teams here, and getting close and drive scouting that and kind of trying to see if, again, can we get this away? Can we take some of these compounds? And yes, we see rotations coming in here from 888.
Yeah, finding themselves that compound just east of Everest to get things rolling alongside whatever they want else to take. As SlamG is already on the move as well. And actually, I didn't even realize they were still kind of lingering around in Rozhok, but they'll want to rendezvous a little bit closer towards the middle of this circle.
Yeah. What's been the most impressive teams with you so far here today, James? So we've been having some step-ups. We've been having some teams that have been able to play quite well.
Well, very happy to see GK back on the road.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
That's great.
Like, I was terrified when we watched them at EWC, and then I was even more terrified when we watched them yesterday.
Especially in the first game.
This should be an easier lobby.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see what they're able to kind of close off for today. A little bit too kind of not so good games in the previous ones, but then again, we want to see them step up. We want to see them kind of mingling in that top after what they've been able to do this year. Skittles as well. Pretty impressed with some of the stuff they've been able to do today in terms of just dying over and over again. I'm joking. They started the day
before placement.
Yeah, they started the day in a decent amount of kills, but haven't been able to follow it up. Haven't been able to step up for that. Now the boom, Krint.
You've cursed them.
Yeah, I've cursed them. Hadouken goes in there. Is he gonna have an impact? Is he gonna get it in?
Please don't get knocked. Oh, please just get some placement points, please.
Just for the sake of it. Don't go 12
a single
games.
placement point.
Yes, sir. Do you have some spare placement points?
Y'all got any more of them placement points?
Skillers, though, they take it as 4 here. And Krint, they're going to have to go full backup here. Nitro still driving. Dugan's on the roof. And it's phase 1. We're not going to have too many teams. The compound west of them, that is arguably a better compound in the circle, is available still. So, yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, didn't connect. Didn't go Hadouken.
I feel like he could have got maybe a decent spray off on that, and he was being a bit greedy and cheeky with that M24 shot. But, I mean, that's by the by. Either one could have potentially brought him down there. What he could have done. Meanwhile, Krint, all now with Nitro on this off angle. Sloy is further away as well, so they do have one kind of disconnected slightly from each of them. Boom with the full cross. Sees him.
With the Dragunov trying to connect here with 8x. Surely it's worth calling this off, saying, all right, guys, take the car, try to get off, get it, a smoke on the bike, maybe we can get it off. Like, Sloy arguably has a better compound, and you don't have to contest for it. So far today, no placement points. It's been kind of crazy.
Oh.
This is why you need to go training mode for the nades.
Yeah. Need to post those through. Sees the boom in the windows there for a sec, but can't really do much with it. A nade hits the roof, has to jump on off. It's 37 damage being taken. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, just, what is there to achieve from this? Even if you get a knock, are you really actually going to be able to push on it and get a confirm by the time it happens with still a 3v4? Because even if you got one knock, you push in, it's 3v3 anyway. Sloy's not leaving here.
Yeah, I don't see a commitment to, like, those houses are not easy to push unless you have crazy utility and you're fully controlling everything outside. And then if other teams sees knocks, like, they're going to third party, they're going to, backfill some of the compounds as well. It's not worth it at this point. But I understand the aggression. Again, points are still... Whoa, Hadouken! Ooh. He went in there and got him. Diffix finds Wingley, and that's a molly.
He dropped his molly.
Yeah, that's a molly. You're going to be burning. Wingley dies by his own right, but got knocked.
Well, this is the problem,
off the side.
right? Like you have this kind of fight being prolonged as it is. You're taking the roofs and you're chilling out there, but you're really not paying attention to a lot of what's going on around you. And those kinds of knocks come in, absolutely brutal. At the same time, Safo takes a brutal knock against anybody's whilst this rotation continues on. Send is just kind of posting it through the middle of the position here of Fairy Tail. They're taking quite a bit of damage here. Kiliakai hitting some shots and hits more against April. Wow.
Yeah, it's the shot from the sky that's coming in here in Fairy Tail. Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. Dante finds Levante as well. Conf is just forced to leave at this point. Brightside's over in cubes alone. And yeah, they could have had a decent game from this one, but nope. Rex gets to confirm on April. And now Conf is just going to be like, okay, try to get out there. Brightside taking shots at the glider. It's not where I want to see the focus. I want to see the focus on the other guys. Try to push them away so Conf can get in. Is he going to be swimming across? Yeah, he is. He's going to try to get to Cube. Great support, though, from Kiliakai in the glider. I like to see it.
Yeah, it's almost like an attempt at revenge shots, like ego shots on the glider. It's like, you knocked my friend. Okay, well, I'll take the shots against this. But is it really going to work on out? It's actually quite difficult to hit those as he's moving on around quite speedily up in the air. So... Kiliakai pretty safe and sound for the moment. Safo, not safe and sound. He'll have to get behind that tree as Hibako's laying in some boots against him. And all the rest here of Hands of Hope are alongside this ridge. Now, the problem for them is, of course, is they need to get across the river. So the urgency is definitely on them to try and shut down some of the members on the other side and eventually make that cross happen.
Yeah, let's see if they get an impact here. Brightside, though, find some damage onto Hero. Kiliakai jumps out. That's good. Great effort for Ascent. Not a high priority compound, but still points to be gotten here. And he's like, oh, there's no one there. It's just gliding along.
Where's it going to land? You just like gift it to another team. It's yours now.
Yeah. Put a C4 on it. Zoom!
Can you imagine? It takes so long to get it going. Putting a C4 in it would be insane.
Yeah, you would have to like fully be ready, speed up everything. Like that would be crazy. Good shots coming in from 80, connecting quite a lot, but T-Bone's knocked. Slam G. We're gonna get the backup as well from Scav. Oh, look at that. That's a breach.
Abort mission.
Oh,
Abort
that's
mission.
That's unfortunate for Winner the High, to be honest, but Hive still under pressure here. Two guys, look at that. He's going to swing around. Great shot coming in here from Presenti. What a swabberoo, though. I love what I'm seeing from Presenti. Gets Getrox. Layers, though, gets Presenti. A little bit sort of mutual destruction here for both of them. Hive is trying to get in, get support in. Rox is full sending it. What's going on? And this is Scrim Game 6.
Absolute carnage, and now Win or Die is gone. Putting some bullets into their bodies as well. Slam G's rocking up on the south side of this. No more cars, please. We don't need all this bedlam going on over on the west side.
That's crazy. East Zone Hill, we've seen this before. This is a big one. We saw a similar one yesterday. Difficult one to play. Hive, though, with 4 kills, 3 guys still alive. They still have an opportunity. Navi has 0, but they are sitting really sweet in that western compound inside Pochinki.
Not too bad, not too bad. I do wonder again if the focal point becomes the Stormhorn Request compound. I think it was them that was in that compound last time as well. So maybe they'll be able to try and hold it a little bit better than last time around.
It's home.
Oh.
It's not much, but it's home.
You're right, that compound is not much. I agree.
That's what it is. The 2 twins sitting in there, and there's not much you can do. All the fights are happening around you.
I hate the compound because there's just so many trees around it. I'm like, line of sights from it. I'm annoyed when I'm like looking out. Where is everyone? No, can't see them. There's hills and trees and hills and trees. I'm like, thanks, guys. Yeah,
I prefer playing the ruined side. Like you have so many more opportunities to kind of play around that. 8-8 is a little bit of a greedy split here. Foot has figured out that this compound is free. It's obviously great that this one is gonna be open. Basement compound.
Looking at his teammate. Yep, Salik's still there.
He's still there. Yeah. He's still got a cover. He's still got a car. It still has tires.
Yep.
But yeah,
nice skins. Good.
Yeah, it's Rogered in here. Here's a car coming in here. Slam G. Kind of moving in a little bit slowly. Trying to get things rolling for them there. And a complete insane split here. Shots coming in though for Salik.
Oh no.
Connects a lot onto T-Bone. Eitze finds the re-knock or the kind of revenge knock actually onto Salik.
And Blazer, what can you do?
He's going to have to rock up on this one. Good nade. Look at that.
Knew exactly where it was, basically. Eitze now.
Dugan!
Hitched. Oh, okay, here's some reinforcements as well. Okay, they do finish off T-Bone, and at the same time, the car did come up to try and aid this out, while Scav and Cappy are looking for extra angles to try and shut it down. But, oh, he's ran straight into Ascend. A lapse in judgment leaves him completely exposed from the north.
What are they going to do here? Are they just going to commit to this fight, or what's going on? The revive station is just right there. You know? You can spare a few. I like the setup actually. This is greedy from 8-8.
They're making it work slowly. Like they're getting the reses off. They're okay about it. And again, that like third-party assist from Ascend was brilliant for them. If Cappy was left to his own devices in the north position, that could have been a brilliant off angle. So I get why he's trying to take it. Ascend was just like, thank you, and then just drove away.
Oh, the double panzer. Look at that. Brightside confirms 2 as well. Just up to Squeaky. The sub coming in. And he's just going to try to see if he can close things out here. It's going to be a difficult push here in the open. Nade's out. Good nade behind the ridge. Oh, they're trading nades both sides. Look at that. He spotted him. Shots coming in. Can connect. Has the ridge advantage. Huge shots coming in from Squeaky. The veteran of PUBG coming in. Now he has to figure out, do I play by myself or do I try to get some crazy revive off? It's only phase 3. It's only 1 damage per second here in this, but when it closes it goes up to 3, so you have to get things rolling quickly.
Yeah, that ridge advantage you were talking about just before is even more brutal in PPT because you get so many more sprays straight through grass after determining where your opponents are from those kinds of angles compared to what we see like a PEC, for example. So very, very strong there for Squeaky, as now 888 is going for a mad dash through to what would be presumably the middle of our circle, right up next to Geeky.
They're trying to find a home here.
Ooh.
I mean, it's difficult. This riches is there's not much to play. They should play together. I don't want to see them splitting up at this point here. GK looking to take damage here. This shack is absolute suicide as well. Eventually, they're going to get pushed. Squeaky goes for the revive. That's good. Happy to see that. Obviously, having an RB cube available to you. You can reskin that for a Bugatti if you want right now in game. That's great. 8C. Backfilling this.
I mean, you could.
Yeah, I could. Mark couldn't. You could.
Mark couldn't.
Mark couldn't. You could. I could. Mark couldn't.
Yeah. Crazy stuff, really, honestly. It's a bit shameful, if I'm honest. Anyway, at the same time, though, you know, do you have your res stations still blaring out as loud as they do? Are they still blasting your ears into oblivion, or do you kind of like change it when you're going to
I go in. My teammates never die. No, I'm always the one being rest. No, I'm joking. I am an enjoyer of the volume reducer.
Yeah, fair. I just let it ring out. My hearing's destroyed anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know this. Yeah. My left ear is absolutely total.
Yeah, the drummer's ears there is not paying you evidence. That's for sure. Yeah, Slam G though on this western side, off to the bottom of Chopsticks, just off this spot here. Are they trying to set? Is this a shot onto 888? Surely it is because they're shooting in that direction, right? And this close this one out. He's getting out.
Yeah,
the ruler.
They're trying for that Salak 2-2. And they were very close actually to it, which is quite a long mortar shot. So maybe they can make it work. We'll see. They've got a few more shots available to them. Still at the same time, Mindset, who has been, despite Saints being in 11th place, 45 points, I've been very impressed by what Mindset's been able to show.
Right. Yeah. Let's see what Mercil and Slamgy can they get in. It's not far enough. And also they can spread out quite easily. Like, this is not pushing them off to where they're gonna get shot at, right? That's what you want to do. Either you want to get a knock off the...
Another one coming in.
Yeah. It's coming.
This could hit.
This thing. No, it's not. It's just short. You want to push them off, like you want to get the kills, or you want to push them off the cover so other teammates can shoot them. But right now they just have smokes and they're just chilling.
For sure.
But yeah, it's not really... That's not a huge amount of friction coming in here for this one. 888 staying alive with a 2-2.
Yeah, it's not like they have really good lines of sight on it as well. It's just kind of like, okay, we know that this dip is this kind of far away. We've seen maybe teams kind of move there, but we don't have that angle. So it's not exactly the 1-2 punch you would need from kind of a mortar play, but it is a play. Stixie is still watching some of these teams coming in from Pachinki here. Actually, more people in Pachinki than I was expecting, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Diffix gets a knock onto Salak with the mortar. And yeah, with this zone here, Na'Vi is looking good, man. It's a little bit scary for them. They could be making another push. Hackatory finds Vicenti. Diffix finds Salak and another knockout time. 5, that's massive. That's huge for them. That's an opening for Geeky to push that direction.
Yeah, lining up that mortar was much easier there for DK because Spiro actually had a little bit of a line of sight on them as well, so he knew exactly where they were, giving you an easier rangefinder. As we continue to still have Slamg trying to potter about near where FaZe is. FaZe is also trying to relocate while this is going on. He's a little bit of an off angle here. Does Fex to try and salvage what is happening from it all? I say salvage, but the rest of them are completely up. So technically, they should be able to continue with hold off, despite Vard being run over.
Yeah, Gustav with the BDM here, obviously. Have some sort of an impact. Let's see how deep they go. Fex he's got the info that this compound is actually open, so they could just park the BRM in the back and just stay kind of safe.
True.
A lot of teams inside Pochinki still, and that's what they're really hoping to get the points from. Teams eventually has to get out of there, and that's an easy target from that barn. Hive, again, 5 kills. They're always getting the kills here. Hive's always consistent with that, but still, they're going to be falling behind with Na'Vi having such a good compound at this point, James.
Still alive, still good to go. As you say, good compound, good ridge control as well for them.
Easy.
And an easy pickup there from Scav as Safo Didn't have the cover he quite thought he did. Defect still another knock on Nitro. Krant in the distance here. You can see that line of sight that they were using to use that mortar earlier on towards 888. So easy pickings for them. The boom. What can you do? He does run away, so the blues pushing them. They have to be careful. The thing is, for the teams in Pochinki, right, like taking a mad dash across the fields of Pochinki is just a death sentence. So I think a lot of them would want to try and move north and use some of that terrain a little bit to their advantage. But I think it's going to be hard now with this circle and the teams ahead of them.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be a hard one. Let's see how they approach this. Shot coming in, Kai. Oh, get out of there. He has a Panzerfaust. No way, 80 gets the other angle as well. That's crazy. Foot closes this one out, but they're going to have to move through Pochinki. They're going to eventually have to get out of there. And do they approach? Face aside, or what do they do? Cadel finds the boom. Krindin and shambles a little bit, even though they still have a compound inside. Moving out maybe just a little bit too early off that. How's their Hekator finds Cadel, man. He's insane. Such a good player.
Yeah. Eyes of a Hawk, even hitting him through the foliage there as well and looking to finish this off completely. It's actually in his benefit to not pop the tires because that would actually lower the vehicle. So just don't do that and just keep trying to take those shots underneath the car. Here comes the res though. Does see his little footsies. Don't know why I said it like that.
Yeah, it's cute. I like that. Sync power going down to hand it over. Oh, Hero with the knock. That's just not a... Oh, look at that. That's Panzerfaust. Oh my god. Get him down. Diffix gets Nitro from the bleed, but Hands of Hope completely destroys Krint here and takes their compound away from them by force.
Take man's Twix by force. Let's see if they can continue to do more. DK here on this side. Conquest have an absolute mare of a day now after having that second place here. Now trying to work their way in a little further, but with DK bearing down on you, I think it's all but assured destruction. Even a little nade moving forward, so I think it'll bounce just quite how they want it.
Man,
oh God, he got more.
He continues. It's insane. Defix with 4 as well. Massive game for him also. This is looking like the GK game where they're making a dash into that top 3. Big game for them. Could put them close, but at least take over Foot, but also Foot right now fighting with FaZe on the eastern side. Hekator gets the bleed onto Cadel. If we see a southern shift and we still have a big amount of this kind of mountain inside here, that could be a big game for GK. That could be the dash they're looking for to get into that top 3, top 4.
Erangel produces very different games compared to our previous one. We are back to the norm of Erangel here, but it's been good considering this this hillside has still been in play. Foot is trying to wiggle their way around on this east side. They have been spotted though. FaZe does know that they're trying to make this move. Scav's taking out Mogor. Was he in there? Okay, all right.
He's back. He's behind him, and it's in the ridges in between. A little bit rough spot though. But look at this. Slamgy's trying to get in here and get some points. Get something done. The money? No, it's not. Okay, it's damage done. Okay, Fex. Find some points here in T-Bone. Oh, almost gets knocked himself. Has to try to confirm. And he gets the point confirmed that it's stolen T-Bone. Swixy finds 80 as well. It's Team Saint leaning up a little bit here. Fex gets 1 though. That's huge. Massive points coming in for them.
Unfortunately for them, not the entry point that they needed. They were just kind of dead to rights from like 3 teams or so. It's very, very difficult to really make anything happen from there. Geek still looking this way. Mutant in hand. Some say it might be the Mutant meta coming up, but probably not. As we'll have Artix here still holding things out down the bottom against Fex. Slam really hoping that they can dislodge some of the threats that lay around them as well.
Yeah, the Mutant enjoyers is the people that love lobbing their bullets. It's the same players that play, you know, your SKS, your VSS.
Not them.
It's those kind of guys that love Mutant. Although, yeah, if you have a really good timing off, the burst fire is kind of crazy.
Crazy. Well, Mogor doing some crazy stuff as well against all of these teams, trying to move around them. Let's say knocking antlers. Marcel's moving up as well. They're really hoping GK can just put in the boot against Conquest on that side, and then that'll give them a bit more of a stronger entry point. Zartix, you know what? I respect it. Yeah, spray that BRDM.
Yeah, you only need like 150 more bullets if you do that. Extends, so look at that. They're absolutely disassembling Team Saint here at this point. Beauty gets got Cramsy, Sosa gets the bleed onto Ray Clerics. Navi getting a lot of kills in this game, but they're gonna have to leave their compound. Conquest is out. SlamG making quite the effort here. This is 3-man, that's huge. Face sitting in the lower ground here, but still has a BRDM on them.
Hands of Hope is setting up like a firing line when Navi have to leave. Oh, okay, this is perfect potentially here. Hakatori goes and actually knocks Sosa a bit of a flip there. But at the same time, as I was saying, Hands of Hope, with this firing line that they had set up for Navi, this is the perfect opportunity for them to try and stop them getting such an extreme lead out of this game.
Yeah, look at that. Face is moving a little bit. Could they be making a move to try to get more placement points, or are they just Yeah, I think they're repositioning, actually, relocating a little bit. Hands of Hope here with an 8. This could put them maybe with inside the top 8 here, James, with a decent game. EK continuing. Look at that, 8 kills as well for them. This southern shift here paid off massively for them. This could be the game that is putting them above foot. 4 more points. Definitely doable at this point.
I mean, I've been watching Hands of Hope on the map set this line up for the last 5 minutes, and it's brilliant. Like, this is what you need to do to try and shut down an RV. As Fairest is still alive technically, getting more points technically, so they really still need to shut him down. But this was a great way of making sure that that compound could do nothing with it. As a nade and Molly go forwards against that tree. The Molly might be good, so it'll just spread around if it hits the tree.
So finds Diffix. Spiro gets perfect. Hero. That's perfect, yeah. Hands of Hope now, considering what are we going to do here? Spiro, I think we'll try to get the confirmation and then move off. Navi still has 1 player alive here. Inside the placement points, farming a little bit. Spiro gets Hero. Hands of Hope is moving off a little bit. Maybe they're considering taking the side of Navi. They know that they're down to just 1 player, so they should be making the push here. Try to get something happen here. They could get a kill point and a placement point. Oh, that could happen here. Shots coming in. Hibako gets Fairest here. That's 10 kills for Hands of Hope.
Sounds ridiculous, but I would have almost liked the shield to not be there, because maybe you could like get away with being just a snake in the grass and it not being like a flag for saying exactly where you are. But I mean, that's a Hail Mary play, right? Like, it's you're a solo, you're trying to do something, you got a few points here and there.
All right, Face, what can you do here? This is GK's game, man. This is their game to close out. There's a lot more placement points available and decent amount of kills. That could actually, it could put them in the high 80s. That could put them close to SlamG for tomorrow and close to Hive. Navi is another case though, James. They have a 20-point lead currently down to Hive.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, what a gloat though from GK today. And this is kind of what we saw during PEC Spring when they were able to win that tournament, right? They had a bit of a disaster day, and then all of a sudden, bang, a massive, massive day, and it's been similar here throughout this. Despite Navi taking the victories, EK has been rocketing up. They started in 11th place. That's a brilliant nade against Vex. They still have the BRDM in play. Does anyone have any Panzers or a Lynx? There is a Panther in the hands of Spiro.
That's a nade. And I confirm they're down to just 2. Gustav is going to be leaving. EK has the entire control. That's the Panzerfaust is active for Spiro. 5 kills for Diffix though. What a player. What a performance for him for today. It's crazy. Yeah. 5 kills is going to put him up there. He's going to be 3rd or so on the kills. Just 15 right now. He's going to be on 20 kills after 12 games. What a massive comeback for them. Especially considering they missed 1 game.
Correct.
That's another.
Another, yeah. Hands of Hope, though. 10 kills for them. Brilliant game, too, as they've been able to hold that ridgeline well with all these teams kind of entering the position. Spiro could, in theory, actually finish this off quite easily with a Panzer, but there's no point. You need to be saving it just in case that BRDM gets even more sketchy. Comes out, just in case.
Just trying to clean up. Try to get in there. Oh, that's smart. Stolen.
Oh, he stole it!
It's my BRDM now. Yoink.
Your BRDM? My BRDM. Shoot it!
It's not that low. Oh, he has to drop another smoke here. Nabat finds PUBG. That's a swapperoo. Or the switcheroo. And now Hands of Hope is looking a little bit better than Gustav is. Stuck in this tree. Still inside the zone, but yeah, gonna be rough. I like that play. That's smart moves. 200 IQ moves from Hands of Hope.
Yeah, definitely. Like, You know, there was a moment where he could have just tried to take that 1v1 fight in a smoke, knowing that he'd gotten out of it. But why would you? Why would you? Just steal it away. More spraying from Gustav. He's really committing.
Yeah, he knows it's somewhat low, right? So
yeah,
I want to put some pressure on it. He has the info on it.
7 on Diffex.
Yep, 7. It's massive. It's going to put him in 22. Gustav down. Hands of Hope. Great game for them. Guaranteed second here, but a 2 versus 3 versus a high ground GK would be a massive feat for them to kind of close down here. This Panzerfaust readily available. You guys want a BRDM? We're going to send you back to lobby.
Yeah, I suspect Hands of Hope doesn't have full intel on what GK has at the moment because they've been sat on this high ground for so long, so they won't know it's still in play. God, it is so low, you're right.
Yeah, he's almost gotten it, but yeah, let's see what Hope can do.
He's keen, look at him. He's keen.
He wants it. He wants it. I mean, it's easy peasy. It's a big target as well. I think, yeah, they're leaving it.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, it's just going to cause... It's going to be a liability being that low, right? Even just a little spray down will set it on fire, and then you've got to get out of it, maybe in potentially a bad spot. So, yeah, a bit of a liability. Still a lot of foliage cover here going up against this.
The Doritos downhill.
Throw them down. It's like a gauntlet. It's like Gladiator.
That's a good nade. Oh, 40 and 53.
Another.
Oh, Diffex. It's going to be a deny. Oh, we're going to see here. Yeah, that's a deny. He's dead. Oh, he got it. He got it. Oh, the nade got him in the end. Oh my God. He had a jammer pack. That's why he didn't take damage from the blue zone. But look at that. 14 kills with GK. The push to get them into the top 4 here. Now they're going to be close to Slam G. What a fantastic game to end things off here today, James.
I mean, he was singing the praises of Diffex, man. With those 2 at the end, I think he gets 9 kills on the board, right? That's actually crazy stuff coming in from him here, Mark, joining us once again to talk about this. GK today, from 11th now, basically to challenging the podium position, Mark. That's nuts.
Rags to riches and 1 game down as well. You remember that you guys mentioned they didn't play the first game, did they? So... yeah, it's always a comeback story. We've seen this team do it before. You mentioned, obviously, the PEC, where they came from 16th to go win it. So, they're looking good. When they got the momentum, they're dangerous. Diffex on fire. Those nades at the end were to perfection as well. So, yeah, GK all the way. The question is, can Na'Vi, though, hold them now at bay?
God, what domination there as well. 2 for Na'Vi, 2 for GK on the day. Foot was able to try and put themselves in the mix of things, and then Hive, of course, Martin, still holding on up at the top. Despite being 20 points behind the Na'Vi position, still very impressive for them. It's 24 points for GK. Jeez.
Yeah, 5th, the 1st, the 6th, the 2nd, a 4th for Hive. That consistency today has been crazy. Good to see for them. And yeah, again, sure, this is a salvage game. 5 points is great, but yeah, 24 points. What a game. What a leap to jump back into the talks of podium here for GK.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Hands of Hope, 17 points as well coming in. Mark, of course, really liked how they were controlling the area that they were using, and even the cheeky BRDM steal. You gotta give props to that too.
I was actually muted at the time. I saw him do it, so I had to mute myself because I was laughing. But yeah, big props just to run around the ring around the roses and take the BRDM. You can see FaZe trying to get in, but the doors have been locked. Good play from them. Obviously, they did try to get that lineup on that side of the hill. They've been obviously working away out. Unfortunately for them, obviously they lost a player hero a bit to that Molly. But yeah, an outstanding play. And GK are closing down. 118 for Na'Vi, though. Another good game.
Yeah, definitely. Massive stuff from Na'Vi today. And putting themselves in a huge position of power going into our last 6 games tomorrow, Martin. Whilst we have technically what was going to be Hive getting it back-to-back if they were to continue on what they did yesterday. But no, the challenges are very much there.
Yeah, but still, Na'Vi needs to be stopped. And we have to see 888 or Ascend or Win or Die to have big games from the start. Otherwise, Foot, GK, Slam G, they're going to leave it. It's going to be a 5-horse race for the podium. And everyone has to just try to get Na'Vi and stop them. Somebody's got to stop them. Otherwise, they're running away with it. We're going to be seeing with 2 or 3 games to go. They're going to be, all right, Na'Vi won it. GG's.
Yeah, the catch-up's unbelievably difficult. I mean, the fact that it's like 60 points ahead almost is just very difficult to try and catch up with where Na'Vi is here, Mark.
Well, even if we take into account, obviously, the Masters West, an Ascend, I think, is too far. Yes, they're there, thereabouts. They need to start a good game. Same with 888, right? But if I'm thinking about longer, thinking about closing out the year, I think Ascend, question mark now, potentially. FaZe, definitely, they're not going to be able to make a top 2 from that position. Yes, they can work their way up and get some more money from this Masters, but there'll be a team looking for qualification. So, good stance, good points on the board for a lot of these teams. And yeah, GK driving their way up to the top.
Definitely a very clear pain point for Ascend, I would say, today, Martin, right? Of course, yes, they had to field 50% of the substitutions for their roster, but they came in today with 19 placement points. They're ending with 19 placement points. They only got 19 kills on top of what they had yesterday. So, unfortunately, it's difficult when you got to field subs.
Yeah, and that's, again, we always talking about, okay, how good we have, like, an insanely difficult region to play in, right? And even if you take experienced players, you need to have the team synergy. You need to be in there. You need to be used to be playing against these lobbies here. Otherwise, your average is going to go down, and you're going to have a difficult time against the very best in the region.
All right, well, of course, you've got ourselves the Masters West standings, so let's take a look at how those shape up so far. Because, of course, technically, compared to where we were at the beginning of the day, we have shifted things a bit.
Wow.
As now Na'Vi will be wrestling away. If the standings end like this, Mark, they will be wrestling away that number 1 position. And SlamG, of course, in 8th place at the moment with a GK move up.
Yep, has been a GK move up, and obviously SlamG now in 8th. BB team still holding on as well. It's going to go down to the wire, I feel with the bottom side of the table. Yep. But yeah, Na'Vi definitely resting in the top spot, and obviously these will be looking to secure out a top 8 to be going through to that kind of last event before we do go off the Masters West.
Definitely so. So I guess we can look at the second page as well, maybe, and see how close some of these teams would be if we were to kind of cut things here and see how this is all unfolding, Martin. Because again, Ascend for them, like, you need the big guns in tomorrow, mate.
Yeah, they're going to need to step up. If we shut the door and we don't have more games tomorrow, 200 is the cutoff point. We're talking about, 140 points here for Ascent. That's it. FaZe Clan, undoable. Like, they are going to need to have, like, a top 4 finish. And with the lead we currently see in our top 5, it's going to be almost undoable. Like, I feel like what we saw just from our top 8 currently, I think that's going to be it. I don't really see too many other big shifts. Like, there's a 60-point gap currently. Sure, it could be a huge comeback from Ascent, but I don't see it. I think they're going to be fielding subs as well tomorrow, from what I've heard.
Yeah, you'd be suspecting so. All right, well, that's how the standings are here coming out into Masters West, which, of course, will be going on in a few weeks' time after a few more cups, after that last chance qualifier as well. But it is time for us to sit back, relax. Martin reclines his chair once again. I wonder if he's got a beverage.
I do, no? But not hashtag ads, so we can.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the Masters Mic EMEA. We have got ourselves a few questions coming in from the community. We're going to answer a lot of your stuff coming on in, and if your question is selected, you'll win 10,000 G-Coin. Make sure to have your DMs open, otherwise you're not going to get that code, and Mark will get the G-Coin because he still doesn't have that Pugat. So... No, you don't like that? No,
comment. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. I can't get it. I'm just I love skins as well.
Fate will turn for you. There we go. We've dimmed the lights a little bit. Fate will turn for you. You'll get the chroma one, and me and Martin will be in shambles. But anyway, let's start off with our first question. Who's it coming in from? What's it gonna be? It's from Biaz Zamaran. Hey, I got that all, Biaz Zamaran. Yeah, okay. I did double Z when I was doing that pronunciation. That was not the word to play. Right. When it comes to late game circles, do you think success to winning the game is more about perfect rotations earlier on or micro level decisions made in the moment? I will start with Mr. Mark Power.
I think it's a bit of both. And there's a lot of variation on this, right? 'Cause it depends on the zone, how we go. Look at the Erangel. There's so much water, right? I think good rotations is a solid foundation, but teams play differently, right, guys? We see teams that sort of play on the edge. We see teams that want to go to a center compound, and Eternal Fire will go center and try and hold out as best they can. So I think it's a mix of both, but then obviously don't play at the highest level. I think Martin might be better placed to break down a player's mindset around how to make those critical decisions at the right time.
I mean, we can take the example we saw on Erangel, right? The micro decision making, as in, are we pushing together as a 3-man, making it out of 3 versus 1? Or are we taking 3 1 versus 1s, right? That comes, like, if we're talking very late game, that is how you win games, is that you like, the first guy goes deep, he kind of diverts the focus of the player that you're going against, and the 2 other players are going to be able to come in and take the fight and win against. Yeah. That's the kind of micro level decision making. I think when we're talking about kind of strategic moves and stuff like that from circle 1 to 3, like from a macro perspective, that's why a lot of teams, they have like an IGL that sorts macro, they're talking strategy, they're making the moves, the paths, and the priority of where we're going into the kind of compounds that have the highest priority, that they maybe think, okay, we know that a team is ahead of us, they're going to have these 2 compounds, we're going to take or try to take these 2 compounds. And that's where, like, from a strategic kind of standpoint, that's the early and the mid game it's much more strategic than the micro decision making. You always have these insane moments, like really heated moments, where quick moves and really good micro decisions or calls from an IGL is like, make this move right now, we have a knock, let's do it right now. Like, those moves are what is obviously have impact in the late game, and that's why the best IGLs are calling from the front and fragging, like we see a team like Delwyn from the Expendables have been doing throughout the last year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I've always said the same thing, and I'm going to say it again. For me, this game is a strategy game, not a shooting game. Yes, shooting matters, but to boil it down to just whether or not it is the early game or the late game, God, there's so many factors that really do go into exactly how this plays out. It's why me, with like an RTS background, I love this game for those big moves, for those kind of big ideas that you have to bring to the table to be successful in this game. Well, thank you very much for your question. That was a good one. All right, we will move on to the next and see what we've got. It is going to be from Light Movies. Okay. How well are players adapting from FPP to TPP in terms of gameplay style or strategies when they participate in both types of tournaments at the same time? Okay, this is an interesting one because there is definitely differences, I would say, Martin. Yeah. We'll start with you because obviously we got to see some of these teams playing at the very high position of EWC from FPP literally last week. So what are your thoughts about this? I mean,
there's a little bit a few levels to it, right? Because the teams that are playing in PGS, the teams that are playing in Esports World Cup, there's so much money on the line. Their sole focus is on FPP, and now that we're kind of signed, we're sprinkle some TPP in there. They will take all their strategies and try to kind of play around that, because we have some ridges that are insane for TPP, but they're difficult to play for FPP because you have to expose yourself when you're peeking it. So they will adapting, and there will be, even for pro players, there will be moments they're going to be like, well, this is a crazy TPP spot. It's not as good in FPP. So they will be kind of learning as we go, because it's just the kind of year one of where TPP is being sprinkled into professional play again. So it's definitely a matter of focus where, like, what puts a good steak on your plate rather than are you going to be eating a little bit of ramen today?
How about yourself, Mark?
Yeah, I can't argue any of that. There is differences definitely to the game, and I feel like what we've seen, especially throughout this year, it's been intensified because we have both the circuits running at the same time, right? So we've seen early where people have tried to play that FPP strategy, as Martin speaks about, and they've overpeaked areas. They've tried to find themselves in the bowl, which is fully exposed, and they can't hide as best as they want to. And then we've seen changes. So even how we breach compounds and what utility we're taking to sort of play into compounds. So I feel like obviously at the highest level, these teams are, and players, individual players, are going to adapt quicker. But I go back to people like Pixel, who's technically retired now, maybe not so tired, as I said before. When you get creative players that play both, they try to see what sort of the weaknesses that they can expose of teams when it comes down to TPP, using things like bikes, boats in compounds. What ridges can they play? So I like that we're seeing creative players trying to take what they know from the FPP world and now making it into a kind of a TPP enhancement that gives them the advantage.
Yeah, makes sense. I just think, for me, the main difference really is how you use utility. Of course, yes, angles are very different when it comes to the dips that, we've been talking about before, Martin, that you were talking about. But the way in which you can utilize grenades and stuff like that those kinds of moments, it's just not possible to use them in the same way in FPP, right? And those are the kind of the adaptations you need to make. But it's just, I would say it's easier to use them in TPP. So the adaptation is, okay, we need to be aware that we can't go that close to the ridge compared to other teams and other players looking at us, Martin.
Yeah, I mean, utility always has a huge impact, right? But as you say, like, it's actually so much easier to use utility in TPP. So you're kind of pinpointing with smokes, your nades, like all this. You're able to hit and kind of set up smoke lines and hit nades and kind of time everything, because you can, behind cover, see, okay, where am I going to throw this thing? And then kind of step forward, expose yourself for a microsecond, and get nades off, get utility off. So that's, it has a bigger impact, I would say, as well. I agree, actually, to a degree, that utility has a bigger impact here in TPP rather than FPP.
It's very scary, especially the lethal stuff. But all right, well, thank you very much for your question, Light Movies. All right, we'll move on to our last one to get things rolling here. And who's it going to be from? It's Tor Alta Skjager. This looks like a Nordic name, Martin. Can you help?
Yeah, Tor Alta Skja.
Damn, you were so good at that. That's awesome. That's like
smooth.
a superpower that like 5 people understand. All right, well, let's take a look at the question. With the change of DMRs and AR balancing lately, what do you think will be the main change in comp because of it? Or will it stay more or less the same? It's an interesting one, Mark. What are you thinking?
It's not you to go first, but I can go first. I don't mind. I think we're going to see. I think we are going to see a change. Will it last? Not sure. I think we're going to see some teams, as we said before, they're going to try different things and work it out. I can kind of see the Dragunov maybe becoming that meta, but does that mean that we're going to follow suit? Are we going to see people going to the Ace, the AKs, or maybe not the AK, but the Beryl? Do we see more of a 7-6-2 shift in that favor? Do we see more teams splitting? I think it's down to testing. Some players might like the Mini still, they might like the MK, but I can definitely see more of a push going to that drag.
What about you, Avenger?
I agree. I mean, the Dragunov is definitely going to be used more. A lot of people are like speculating, are we going to see more bold actions coming into play? I don't really see that happening just yet. And then again, it also comes back to like, if you have high priority in a circle where you're like, it's close to home turf circle, like Pochinki goes Gadka so far, like, you don't have time to look for the Dragunov. You don't have time to get, like, you're going in with whatever you find, like, and there are a bit more minis and MKs compared to the Dragunovs. So like, if we could set up and like they can drop out with their preferred loot, then it's a different case, because we would probably see more Dragunovs, but it comes down to what loot is available and the kind of the setup we're going to be seeing. But I don't really see the bigger shift. Maybe it's slowly going to be pushed towards Dragunovs, especially the teams that are far away. Edge teams will probably prefer some Dragunovs. But I don't see a lot of bold actions. We're going to be seeing a little bit more. We're going to be seeing a little bit more SMGs. MP5 is in a really good spot right now. So we'll probably see that more so than the big changes to the DMRs, because they're just still too good to currently just flush. Like all those knocks you see in the open, they're just still really good. Like minis, MKs, like they're so strong to flush the knocks that you see in the open. That's really where you're trying to scoop up those extra points.
Yeah, it's multifaceted, right? Because if you're using a mini, you're using an MK, suddenly you're carrying a load of 5.56 around with you. A lot of people are still using the AUG. And obviously you're kind of carrying around, your car trunks as well. You've got Panzers. People are kind of really diversifying their loadouts as a whole. We're seeing more MP5s, as you were saying before, which makes me so happy. I love that gun.
It's good.
It's like, it's the noob cannon for me. I love it because it's like no recoil, Mark. It's the most
shooting
fun
lasers. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I can see it, mate.
Especially with the progressive skin, the little space one. Big fan. All right, well, that does it here. I didn't really answer the question at all. I just kind of nerded out about the game, but whatever, that'll do. All right. So congratulations, obviously, to those people. Make sure your DMs are open. And tomorrow we're going to do it again at the very end, so you can submit even more questions. Don't forget, not only I'll be rounding out EMEA, but also Americas is coming up in just a few moments' time-ish. I say that, but it's like an hour or two. And of course, our lovely production staff are going to be working that through the night diligently to bring you more excellent PUBG action. Yes, the heroes, the true heroes of our game. But that does it here for EMEA. We will see you tomorrow to round out Masters number 3.